Yeah, and you have to go through that struggle. Like, we need that struggle, that difficult thing that scares us, like you said. If it's not scary, it's not enough. If it's not something that's going to take a prolonged effort, I'm not talking like 2 months from now, I'm talking a year or more of just buckling down and getting after it. And I needed that discipline. The discipline is what drives me, so.
You know, would it have been better to skip that day physically? Sure. But mentally, you got to wonder, because that kind of, in my mind, means I quit. Then if I quit, then it's going to be easier in my mind to do it next time. And if it's easier to do it next time, then it's going to be easy for me to quit halfway through the lift when I need to keep pulling further than everybody else would. What's going on, guys? We're back with another episode of Table Talk. My guest today is Pete Rubish. He's back again. We had him out 4 months ago. Right before we started the podcast, we were talking about bouncing, so I want to finish the story I was telling beforehand, where I asked him if you ever did any bar backing, which is you got to carry the kegs, because you were in a college bar and it's super, super packed. I was in Bowling Green at the time. The best thing about being a bar back, you could plow through the fucking crowd. Right, because you got the keg, it's like, whoa, and people are fucking getting knocked over left and right. It was the revenge for all the bullshit you had to go through, you know, before that. So you missed out on that opportunity.
Yeah.
Plus in the back, and it was, Mike Israel made a post a couple weeks ago, and he was doing the tricep extension. You know, you got the bar and the bench, and it's like a body weight tricep extension, right? I've always called them keg presses, because I used to do them when I bounced. And I'd go to the back, and you'd grab the keg, and you'd be like almost like a JM press, just to get the tricep pump. So when you go back out on the floor, your arms look a little bit fucking bigger. And then you had the kegs that were rounded. You know, so that was more like a fat grip bar than the skinny ones. And so I made a post on his thing saying these are called keg presses. He had some other name for it. I can't remember, like inverted body weight extensions or some bullshit. So there's that. So we'll get off of the bouncer stories and get onto the podcast. So had you out before, 3.5 hours went by like that. And then afterwards, there are a lot of things that I thought about. We didn't talk. There's a lot of things that we didn't cover that I wanted to throw in there, and other things that people asked after you left to be able to throw in there. So just to kind of get people up to speed, you're 30 pounds lighter now than you were then. So what's going on? What have you been doing?
Yeah, so last time I came here, it was around February 20th, I want to say, or February 13th, and I was about 238 pounds, whereas now I'm about 207, 208 pounds, so I've lost 30 pounds in the last few months, and I've kind of gotten into running, and I'm still lifting. Like, the big misconception is, okay, you're not lifting heavy, and I mean, it was just Friday where I tried a 650 deadlift, got it to my knees, almost locked it out, but couldn't quite lock it out. And so the strength is still there, you know, I'm still benching like 330 pounds, but it's obviously down a bit. It's not what it was. Back then I was deadlifting 700 pounds, benching 390. So it's taken a hit. The thing with running, I never liked running. I always hated it. I thought it was stupid. I hated cardio in general. But I think I'm at a point now where it's like the challenge of it, it's so tough for me that it's like a place I can go to kind of face my demons. And it's like I need a new challenge. My body's kind of broken down from lifting. My back still hurts a lot from time to time, my hip, whatever. I can't lift what I used to, you know, I just can't. And I'm still trying to maintain as much as I can. But it's like I used to go in my basement and face those demons with heavy weight. And now it's like I do that out there in the heat of the day running. It's like I'm facing my demons. So I need this to like escape and almost get in my head and have this time. And it's just a new challenge. So that's kind of where this has come from. That's what's led to the weight loss. Nobody likes to run above, 200 pounds. It sucks. You don't want to run. Your joints and stuff don't want you to be running at 230 pounds. The shin splints I've had for like 4 months, they're finally starting to go away. So it's just not practical at that weight. But it's kind of cool because running also ties into health. So it's like I'm knocking out 2 birds with 1 stone where I have this new challenge. And I want to do some crazy stuff coming up. And then I also have the health where my health is constantly improving.
I'm more interested in the demon thing because I get that. Like when you're lifting heavy, you know, yes, you're battling that, but you're not really doing it with 135, 2 1/4. I mean, it's the top sets where you go to that place. And how's that work when you're running? Because we're talking about battling demons. That's like one big fucking punch in the face to battling demons. It's just like talking to them for an hour. I don't know how to ask what I'm trying to ask here, but I think you get what I'm saying.
I know exactly what you're saying because I've been on both sides. So it's hard to explain because I get where you're coming from, where in the basement, it was, you know, in the basement, you got to understand, much of the time I was alone with just the music, and I would get into a Zen state of just like, I could get out all the emotions, all the things that had been building up, the frustrations, the anger, everything. It would all come to a head in the basement where I could let that out and just have time in my own head. Like, I didn't have a lot of training partners. Dan would come over and deadlift once a week, Dan Pashok of Madtown Fitness. But other than that, it was by myself. And it was a place where I could go through my entire life and literally break it down for those couple of hours and then channel that energy into the weights. Whereas now, when I'm out on the trail or whatever, I'm outside, I'm often doing it at the peak heat of day. It'll be like 1 p.m. It's hot as heck. Like, it's not like I'm going out there like, this is going to be fun. It's like, I know this is going to be tough. It's going to suck. I'm going to be, you know, breathing heavy. It's going to be a challenge. And I've always needed a challenge in my life. So it's almost good because in the last couple of years, I felt like I didn't have like a good outlet, a good challenge. And this is something like that's really hard for me where it's new. And I just process all these thoughts, all these emotions of just like what's going on in my life. I can break them down. And I go to places in my head that there's so many distractions on a daily basis now in our lives I can't get to. But when I'm out there, it's just me. There's no music. I don't do that. It's just me in my head to like go work through everything. Like find out who I am, where I literally go through dissect every little thing. And I'm like, this is what you're doing. This is where you're going. This is what you're doing wrong. This is what you're doing right in your life. This is what you need to change. And you get this real like therapeutic connection of just breaking down your life one by one, brick by brick. And it's just, that's what it's all about, basically.
So it's more about the processing than the aggression.
Yes.
So the aggression, that you haven't replaced with the running, unless you're doing like hill sprints or some shit.
No, there's the aggression. Like I still lift heavy. The aggression comes from the weights. When I pulled the 650 the other day, I got very aggressive. And that's part of the thing with the testosterone levels rebounding back higher now. I can feel it. Like I can get into that state where for 2 years I couldn't, where I was like, 2 years I would try to pull a heavy deadlift and I just was like, chill. Now I'm like, I can get it back. Even being off PEDs, I get like crazy, like this dark mindset. Like I'm going to freaking kill this weight. I get like genuinely pissed off, like I'm going to smash this. And it's like super intense. And I still get that with the lifting, especially deadlift primarily. But this is more of like the other side of the coin where I can just work through my battles and my struggles and get in my head. And I have that time. So that's why I don't do music. I get it now. So it's like the in between the sets and like the accessory stuff of when you're in the basement is what you're able to replace with that. But the aggression part you still have through the weights. Exactly.
All right. Now with your testosterone, it was coming back up slowly. Is it gone up more since the last time you were here, and where's it at now?
So I think last time I was here it was about 350, and then in April, late April, I got it checked 500. So it's come up a lot. I think now it's even higher. I feel it. Like I feel way more aggressive in the sense of like I'm gonna go get my goals. I'm gonna accomplish them. I feel more driven. I feel I can lift a lot heavier. I can maintain my strength a lot better, even with less training. I feel just way different. The drive and mental state is entirely different. So just because you got to think, like you could say 500 nanograms per deciliter. That's not that high, especially when I was used to being at 2,000 baseline.
Yeah.
But when you go from 360 or 350 to 500, it's like basically taking it up, 33%. It's a massive difference. Like you feel that. You feel way different. And now it could be 556.
I think everybody has a tipping point too. So say your tipping point is like 425 or something like that. And once you get over there, you feel normal again. Where if it's under that, it's less. was there anything that you did more than what you were doing before we spoke last time to bring that up? Or do you think it's just more a function of time doing the things that you were doing before?
People are going to think I'm crazy. This is my theory.
Yeah.
This is my theory.
I'm all about theories.
Okay. The one major change, listen to this. So I don't even think it's time, because I was off for over 2 years and it still was like 350.
Mm-hmm.
I got a under the sink reverse osmosis water filter. I was drinking tap water my whole life, drink tap water. And you can look online, I forget the website, where it shows all the contaminants in your local water source. Every single city has them. They're just different depending on where you live. And I've been drinking tap water my whole life. I would just refill a jug every day with tap water. And then I got that filter on, started drinking it for like 2 months, and the test levels shot way up. All my hormones improved, my thyroid function. So I think there was a lot of hormone disruptors in the water system, a lot of chemicals and stuff in the tap water that I was drinking. I think that was suppressing all my hormones.
And
That's my theory.
no other changes, though?
Not really. That's the one I can think of. You could potentially say maybe cardiovascular exercise had something to do with it, like losing body fat, leaning down. That could be another. Maybe. Those are the only two theories.
Yeah.
Nothing else changed. So it's either partially, I think, the hormone disruptors in the water system go into that, as well as maybe leaning down, having less body fat to where your body's more functioning more effectively. Those are the two changes.
And it was in April that you had it done last, right?
Yeah, so I also weighed then like probably at least 10 pounds heavier than now.
When are you going to get pulled again?
Probably a week or two. Marek's going to write out another panel, so.
Okay. I'm really interested to see where it will go now.
I'm feeling even better than back then. So I think it's close to upper 5, 6, which would be back to a good optimal range, so I'm very happy with it.
What about the other blood markers that you track?
Insanely good. Like, it was shocking. This is where I was like, okay, cardio, there's something to this. Because my whole life I'd been very off-put by cardio. I didn't want to do that. Because cardio and losing weight and all that, it makes you weaker. Why would I want that when I'm trying to be as strong as possible? I wanted higher blood pressure, and like, that's what makes you strong. So I never did it. I hated it. But I saw the changes on this panel, and it was insane. I mean, I had the lowest fasting insulin level I've ever seen. It was 2.3, which is like, your insulin sensitivity is stupid at that point. You can't get any lower. It couldn't possibly. A1C was down to like 4.9 from 5.2. Glucose was 80 fasted. Like, insulin sensitivity was crazy. My apolipoprotein B was 80-ish. I think it was 80, which now I was talking earlier with Sheena, and like, LDL and HDL, they say, is kind of obsolete. They say that does not accurately predict your heart disease risk and all that. It's apolipoprotein B. That's what you got to get checked. That's the most important cardiovascular metric, biomarker for your chance of heart disease and heart attack. And that was really good. And I'm trying to think, C-reactive protein barely registered at all. It was like 0.2. There's like no inflammation at all, no systemic inflammation. Now LDL, even if it's not what it once was thought to be, that went down like 30 points to 105, and genetically it's higher for me. Everything improved.
So there was nothing negatively that was impacted with the cardio when it was introduced?
No, you could say maybe cardiovascular exercise can lower hematocrit a little bit and that sort of thing. I don't remember the exact mechanism for that. So I've started supplementing like iron. My hematocrit was like 39.5, which is trash. I'd want it to be higher to get the max benefits of like maximizing your oxygen utilization. But I started supplementing with iron bisglycinate because it's a more absorbable form, and then a good source of vitamin C, camu to help absorb the iron further. But that was the only thing that potentially maybe took a little bit of a hit. And also, those levels can read lower when you're super hydrated going into a panel. So like, if you're really hydrated, you have like a liter before you go in, which you're supposed to, your kidney functions will be better, but also your hematocrit and hemoglobin might actually be lower. So it can kind of skew that a little bit.
How did you introduce the cardio into your training? Because knowing you, there's one of two ways that happen here, and it's probably the one you just fucking just started doing it at that 2 miles a day or some shit instead of gradually building up into it. So what did you do?
All in, like 0 to 100. I mean,
well, what is the 100? Because the 100 isn't what you're doing now.
No, it was. So it's been 4 months now straight that I've been doing it, and I started out like a mile, and I was gassing. I was dying on the treadmill, like dying, just, huffing for air. It was so slow. I felt terrible. And I just kind of built it up slowly with treadmill runs for like 2 to 2.5 months was like all on the treadmill.
Were you able to run the whole time when you started?
If I went slow enough. That's the key. People think, I can't. They're like, I got to stop. I'm like, if you slow down and run slower, you'll be able to run. And then you gradually build up the speed. But so I would do treadmill runs inside because I couldn't really leave the gym. And I would do them at like 5:30 in the morning. And I would just do 2-3 miles. And I would play around with the incline and all that. And then I got to where I started going outside. And I was doing hills and all sorts of crazy stuff. And like now I'm like really serious. Like I got a coach. I've made more progress in 3 weeks off my speed than I did in 3 months having a coach, because I'm actually like doing, different workouts that are specific, similar to like conjugate. It's like there's a speed day, there's a long day. So it's very similar as far as that. So I've made drastic improvements with a coach. It's been huge. But it's just, now I'm up to like 43 miles a week, Whereas back then maybe it was 15.
And where do you want to take it?
That's I kind of know. I don't want to let like too much, but
no, I
get
get
out of
it.
the bag. But like, I'm not gonna half marathon in Secret City, the local one in November, and I want to be really fast. Like the goal right now is speed. I'm trying to build speed.
All right.
So I'm trying to do it in an hour 40 minutes, which is under an hour 40 minutes. It's like a 7:37 pace. So for me, that's pretty freaking fast.
Yeah.
And then and I've done a few half marathons already that were just in training that were slower. And then next year, April, I want to do the Knoxville Marathon in like 3:15. So those are kind of the main goals. Those are speed goals. Like you have to really build your speed up with intervals and that kind of stuff. And then eventually, ultras, like for real. So it's all going that way.
So if the strength is the goal, to maintain where your strength level is and not let it fall, because growing it and with what it is, you probably don't need to be stronger, but you don't want to be weaker either.
Yeah, I don't want to be weak at all. I want to be the strongest guy out there, the biggest guy, like as far as muscle mass. Because you're not going to see guys doing this above 200 pounds too much. But I want to still deadlift minimum like 650, ideally 7. I'm like right there now at 650, and then bench the absolute minimum acceptable where I wouldn't hate myself would be 315. But I want to get that closer to 350.
Yeah.
And then squat I don't really do. I just do split squats, heavy for legs.
So how's the weight training changed since you've started doing this? I mean, how do you program it per se? Because obviously you're not block training this to be able to peak the deadlift.
Weight training is secondary to the running because I have the base with the weight training to where it's natural. I've got, 17 years of experience. It comes like that, the strength. So that's like secondary. The running's the focus because that's what I suck at. That's what I need to work on. And I'll just one day I'll like deadlift 45 minutes, do my deadlifts once a week, the heavy deads. And then another day, I'll have 3 days of bench. I'm still benching 3 days a week where I'll just like bench is it. I'll go in, I'll do my 3 days of bench. I'm done. I make it quick, get in, get out. And then I'll have days of accessory where it's like back raises, pull-ups, and split squats. And that's so like 5 days, but they're very short, quick, 45 minutes, get it done. And go on your way.
Then how do you lay that out? The reason I'm asking this is because there's a lot of people out there that are trying to do what you're doing in different types of ways. Maybe not to that same extreme, but they want to push both. And sometimes I think they focus too much on the strength training part and not enough on like the road work, periodization of the actual conditioning stuff. And to the point that it's almost insanity. Like they're worried about everything through there. So as that base progresses over time, if you're thinking forward, if you're getting closer to a race, are your repetitions in the gym going to go higher?
Potentially. I mean, I think you have to lean into what you suck at. Like I've always lifted the heavy weights, so I suck at the running. I'm slow. So I'm leaning into that to get faster, create the speed, but that means lifting secondary. Now, if you were like a running background, you'd lean into the lifting more.
Yeah.
Because it's just do what you suck at, get better at that, and then the other one is the secondary focus. But I would say the key is to making it manageable and not have like a ridiculous schedule to where you can still get other stuff done. Is just being efficient with your sessions where you can do 5 days a week of lifting, but it's got to be quick. Get in, get out. Not long rest times, not a ton of warming up. Prioritize certain exercises. Like for me, that's bench and deadlift. And then split squats. It's like those are the priorities. I'm going to knock them out. So you have to cut back on the number of exercises, but pick the few that you are going to maintain your physique with, maintain your strength, and want to build on. Maybe 5 exercises. That's all you're going to do. And you're just going to lean into those. And then maybe do like 1 a day or 2. So it's like I've picked out bench, deadlift, split squats, back extensions, and then pull-ups. That's it. It's like those are what I do. I don't do anything else.
Got it.
And I just hammer them, and I still try to get them stronger, but it's got to be quick.
No, I guess so. You're basing it all on that strength aspect, and instead of trying to figure out which movements are going to have the better correspondence to your running.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Okay, that's where I was getting at. So they're completely two worlds that you're not going to let the strength world fuck up the other world.
No, it's. I don't lift for my running benefits. Screw that. Like I want to be strong. Mm-hmm. Like that doesn't change. I don't care being off PEDs. I don't care about being lighter. You still want to be strong. That never goes away. We talked about that's the intensity outlet. That's where the aggression comes out. I need it. So I'm still lifting heavy, like as heavy for me at the time now. You know, bench isn't that impressive, but it's like 330. You know, for me it's still heavy. But I need that. And
well, have you found out though? It's not really the number; it's how hard you have to push against it.
Yeah,
it's like the straining part that you crave, not the actual 350, but being able to push on some fucker that doesn't want to move, but you have to keep pushing.
Oh, exactly. And I think too, I mean, that's the intensity part.
Yeah.
Like if I'm lifting lightweight, I don't have to get jacked up. But I put 650 on the bar now. It's like I got to get in a state, and I love that state because that's the basement state. So it's still there. It's a different context, but it's still there.
Yeah.
And the thing is, who doesn't want to be, I think especially in our line, if I'm going to do this, why wouldn't I want to be the most muscular, lean, strongest guy out there? I don't want to be a weak, small runner. Like I want to be impressive. I want to be the strongest. I want to still have strength. I want to have it all. Like Nick Bear or something. Like he's very impressive physique. Like that's what I want. I don't want to be just this small, weak guy. Like no. So the lifting has to be there. I need it. But it's all based around strength. There's nothing I'm thinking about in terms of physique or in terms of enhancing my running. Mm-hmm. It's just like I'm still going to try to be as strong as possible because that's the core of who I am. That's the passion.
Well, I think that's the part that never goes away, too.
No.
You know, so it's, as we spoke before, we've been around meatheads our entire life, and there's a certain thing that happens, you know, if you're like 5 feet away from the lift that you're getting ready to do. You know, it's like you're on this fucking stage that you crave, you know, to be on, and you think about all the time, even when you're not there. But then when you're there, everything else kind of goes away, and it's just that, and you can't replicate that.
Yeah.
What took me a long time to realize, the bar weight doesn't matter. It's the strain it's you thinking you might not be able to do it for that split second that makes you think, what the fuck did I just say to myself? That, right? That thing. And then those 5 yards, man, they're beautiful. You know, then that goes away. I don't know where you replace. That's why I was asking with the running earlier, like, how do you replace that? You know, you don't. No. You just keep it in.
It gives me goosebumps to think about because it's even like, and this is what I didn't have for like 2 years when I came off PEDs. This element of it was gone. That's what screwed with me because I couldn't get that aggression. I couldn't get that feeling. Like my levels were so jacked up and low where I was like, I can't get this feeling. Now it's back and I'm like, oh my gosh, I've missed this. But it's like you can put on that trigger song, that one song where you're just like, I know I'm going to freaking lose my mind when this comes on because it's like that pretext, that build-up where I flip that song on and I'm about to hit that heavy deadlift and it just puts me in the state where I get this crazy aggressive feeling and just literally that attacking the bar. Like I love it. I still get that, and it's like that's what it's all about. So you never replace that. Heck no. It's a different thing. It's like a torture fest of running's like a torture fest of like I'm gonna dig through my emotions, and I'm gonna dig through my problems, and I'm gonna dig through my mind, and I'm gonna dissect them. Lifting's like this aggressive outlet of like that primal need to get the intensity and aggression out.
Yeah.
That's the difference. They're just different.
No, I get it. I guess it's like it would be like the accessory training in gym by yourself. You know, training partners disrupt that. But if you're just in there training by yourself and you got to do fucking lat pull downs and all this other kind of bullshit, you know, the stuff you really don't care to do, but you just do it. You know, it's that piece, I guess, is what you're looking at. Non-disruptive bullshit to be able to just, I get it. No, I get it.
That's why you can't, yeah, I mean, that's the part I like about it where I'm like, it's therapeutic in that sense. It sucks the whole time you're doing it. Like, you're like, man, this is hard. That is true, but it's the therapy aspect of it where I can go into my mind and figure out life, work through it. That's what I like. And it's a challenge. It's hard as heck for me. Like, lifting almost comes easy because I've done it so long, but running is a challenge that is a very big undertaking for me. So I'm the kind of person, I always need this challenge in my life where I feel lost and empty. If I don't have some kind of challenge, I could be trying to climb Mount Everest. You know, I need something big. Otherwise, I don't feel alive. I don't feel right. And I'm not doing reckless things per se, but I need something that's a very big undertaking that I'm working towards, or I don't feel right. Like, I can't just go through the motions of life.
No, I think that's what a lot of people miss is the shiny thing you work toward, right? So say it was a 900-pound deadlift at some point in time. You know you're not getting that in 8 weeks. It's going to take time. You know, so what you were talking about you want to do, you know that's going to take time. And that's like 12 fucking months away, which means now you got to think, how's this next month going to lay into this month and then this month? And I shouldn't do this shit now because it will definitely fuck up that next month, which means I'm not going to be able to do this in 12 months. That processing of being able to how to lay that objective out to work toward and not have it be fucking easy. Because right then if it's easy, it doesn't scare you and it doesn't motivate you to be able to move towards it. It's got to be like a stretch. I don't like the word goal because I think it's limiting. Objective, like a stretch objective. That's like, okay, fuck, you know, I don't want to do this today, but if I don't, I know this won't happen.
Exactly.
Right, and then and vice versa. Like, man, I want to keep fucking going right now, but if I do, it's gonna fuck the training up, so that may not happen. And you take that away, I think you lose some passion and drive for everything, right? Because some people don't have anything that they drive towards. Some people have too many things that they're trying to drive towards. But I think if you have one good one, everything else kind of falls into place. Like, work falls into place a little bit better. Everything else kind of falls into place. And as a meathead, a former meathead, it really fell into place because they're like, okay, this 3 months, I'm going to be a dickhead. So I probably need to not focus on work that much because I'm not going to sell very much because I'm going to be a dickhead. You know, so I got to put that here. You know, so you had to prioritize. It's an extreme example, but I think you get where I'm coming from.
I mean, like a major objective, you're spot on. It dials you in every other way. If you are passionless going through life and you're just going through the motions and every day's the same and you're not working towards anything, striving, dude, that's not going to bring out the best in you. Your life's going to be crappy. But when you're working towards a major pursuit, everything else becomes honed in, razor sharp. It's like it dials you in. You get more out of everything else. So I think everybody needs that. I don't care what it is. It could be the weights, and that's what a lot of people are going to relate to. That's what we relate to. 900-pound deadlift. It could be a crazy bench. You got to have something. Everybody at some point needs a major undertaking that they're after. Otherwise, life just becomes dull and meaningless and passionless, and everything suffers because of it.
I think a secondary thing that happens because of that is whatever that is that you're pushing for takes time. hours per day or whatever it's going to be. And then when that takes a fairly decent chunk of time, the rest of your day has to be managed better. So now you have less idle time, right? So the more idle time that I've found, the more idle time people have, or even the more idle time that I have, you know, if I finish a project early, the worse my life gets, because you're just sitting around fucking scrolling through shit, and then it's like, what the fuck? And now you're depressed, now you're upset, now you're mad all the time. Like, why am I mad all the time? Well, because I'm not fucking doing anything. So that you see, so when you have those things, and it's like, okay, fuck, I got to run today, I got to train today, I got to get this done today, you know, then you got like 3 hours left at the very end. If you get everything done, you're not fucking off.
Idle time is destructive. That's the thing. You're 100% right. Like, I don't have idle time to screw around as much when I have all these other things going on. I've got the gym, I've got to train clients, I've got to answer all these emails, I've got to put up a video for the day, I've got to go run for an hour, I've got to lift for an hour. I have to spend time with my daughter, I have to find time in there. So like when I put her down for a nap, that's when I head out the door. That means I'm running in the peak heat of day. It sucks. But it's like, that's when I have to do it. That's when I have to get it done. And I'm okay with that. But it dials you in. You have to have everything like on this tight schedule. Lifting, you don't mess around. You're just kind of quicker, you know, rest times in between, all that sort of stuff. So I agree that idle time is where people get into trouble. That's where they fall into bad habits, whether it's like, you know, it could be drugs, drinking, whatever. It could be, you know, watching porn all day, that kind of stuff. That's when it happens, when they have too much idle time. So you're going to be more productive. Your life is going to be better when you're dialed in.
Yeah, so with those that I've seen, with that, it spreads. Idle time spreads fast, like the fucking flu. It spreads like a virus. Productive time opens very slow. It's very hard to add more productive time. So that's what people have to watch with the idle time, is if they get a little bit, it's like, thank God I got a couple hours of free time. It's good, but be careful, right? Because it's very easy for that the next time around to become 3, 4. It spreads, boom, like that. Where when what's the saying go? If you want to get something done, ask somebody who's busy as fuck, and they'll get it done. Because they don't have time to fuck around. It's like, okay, yeah, I said I'm going to do this. Give it to me. Give it to me. Let me fucking do this right now. Let me get this done so I can go about my other stuff. Or somebody with too much fucking idle time is like, oh, yeah, I'll just get to that later.
But idle time, too, that's what makes people depressed. Mm-hmm. It's like you said, you're scrolling through everything. You have all this time to... And it's not like productive thinking. Like if I'm running, I feel like it's productive thoughts. It's like a productive dissection of my life. But when it's idle time, it's an unproductive dissecting of your time. Like I'm getting deja vu thinking about this, because it's just one of those things where it's like there's productive thought processes and unproductive. And in idle time, you're just messing around. You're passive. Your brain is almost shut off to where you're like, oh, this guy's got it better than me, or something like that. It's not this deep therapeutic.
It's a great point, man. It's really hard to have depressing and negative thoughts while you're active. You know, so while you're running, while you're doing cardio, while you're training, while you're moving, it's really hard to be depressed. You know, when you're not moving, you know, it's a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that. It's different. So I try to, you know, you want to eliminate a lot of that. And, you know, I mean, I kind of want to segue into something real quick.
Yeah.
Because this is, it's pretty recent, obviously. So, you know, I posted about it, obviously. My dog, I had to put her down on Monday. And I kind of want to get into it just because of the life lessons I feel like I've already learned from that experience. And it kind of ties into this, to where we adopted her when she was 2 years old from the shelter. Pit mix. She was the saddest dog at the shelter, basically. So my wife was, of course, like, you got to get that one. And I lived alone at the time we were dating, and the dog was for me. She's like, you got to get that one. It's the saddest one. Needs the most love. And there were like 10 dogs at the shelter. 2/3 of them were pit mixes, and she was one of them. So I got her. I've had her for 6.5 years. You know, she was 8.5, and basically Friday she hadn't been eating as much, and I kind of attributed it to the warmer weather. I was like, okay, it's warming up outside. That's pretty normal for appetite to decrease. She was starting to get thin. I took her into the vet. They did blood work, whatever, on Friday. Wasn't going to get back till Monday. And she was still really energetic. There were no other sides. She was great, acting like herself, playing, wagging her tail, drinking all the water, but she just wasn't eating as much. And then Saturday, I got home, pulled into the driveway, and she didn't look around the corner like she normally does, barking on the balcony. And I thought, that's really weird. That's not good. And I went out there, piece of ham held in front of her, wouldn't touch it, turned her head. Then I knew, I'm like, something's way off. So I knew I couldn't wait till Monday for the blood work. I was like, I got to figure out what's going on right now. And this is about 8:30 at night, Saturday night. Everything's closed. I'm like, we're going to drive to Knoxville, go to the animal hospital. And, we went to the animal hospital. I was like, opened a animal vet credit line. I just didn't even care. I'm like, I'll spend whatever. Let's get this done. Let's get this figured out. And they did x-rays. I was thinking maybe there's a ball in her stomach kind of lodged in. We'll get surgery, open it up. Even if it's $4,000, whatever, I'll do it. They come back. They're like, okay, she's got a very enlarged heart. They're like, she's got a very significant heart murmur too. Could be heartworms, but I knew it wasn't that. They had already tested her for that. It wasn't that at the vet. But they did it again, to see. And nothing, so they did blood work. And the blood work they got back right away because it's like an ER for animals. And as soon as the lady walked in, she didn't have to say anything. I knew. I knew. And I just said, let's see it, hand me it. Because I know how to interpret blood work pretty well. And actually, dog blood work is almost the exact same as humans. Really strange, right? It's almost the exact same. It's the same stuff. The reference ranges are the same. So she didn't even have to tell me. I was looking at it, and I just my heart sank, dude. It just dropped into my stomach because I knew looking at it, that was it. Kidney failure complete, end stage, done. You're done. That's why she deteriorated so fast from Friday to Saturday. And to put this into perspective, a normal human creatinine, will be maybe 1.2. Hers was 12. Her BUN, it might get 20, 25. Hers was 150. Complete kidneys are shot. Normal hematocrit for us, 45, Hers was 23. Platelets were 0. Everything was shutting down. And they, I just knew. I burst into tears. I was like, this is it. It's over, I knew it. And I came in that day, or going to the animal hospital, I'm thinking we'll be able to fix it, whatever. I wasn't expecting that at all, as far as her being on her deathbed. So they asked me do you want to put her down now or whatever? And I'm like, no, I'm not ready. I wasn't even planning for this. I'm going to take her home. Took her home for 2 nights, slept on the floor right next to her, didn't leave her side. All she would do was sleep. Wasn't really eating or drinking at that point. Just completely, and she didn't seem like she was suffering, but she just wasn't. You knew it was over. But I just needed that time to have that closure and have her people around and all that. And I knew Monday I had to do it. I'd take her in and then put her down, and that was one of the hardest things in my life, because it's one of your best friends. We still have another dog, but she was my dog from the beginning. Put all that time into her, but her death made me realize we can't take stuff for granted. We take everything for granted because we're living this passive existence a lot of times. We get sucked into this idle time. We get sucked into this passive lifestyle where we're looking at sports, we're looking at social media, we're watching TV, whatever it may be. And it doesn't mean, I don't like to cuss a lot, but it doesn't mean shit. It's what does that mean? I don't look back when she's on her deathbed and say, dang, I'm sad I missed that game a year ago. I don't give a crap. I don't even know what happened with the sports last year. I don't know who won. I don't remember. You don't remember? I don't remember social media. I don't remember the praise I've gotten. It's none of that. It's all obsolete. Doesn't mean anything. And at that moment, you would just give anything to have her back, or to be able to fix it. You'd hand them a blank check and you'd say, I don't care if this puts me massively in debt, or I can't, do it. Do whatever you got to do to save her, but you can't. It's over. So you go from thinking, Here I'm thinking she's 8.5 years old. I'm like, okay, she'll live to be 12, 15. I got 5 more years at least. That's what I kept thinking. That's what I've always thought. I'm like, I got plenty of time. She's still relatively young. Till she has 48 hours to live. That's it. It's a wrap. You go from that to that shift. And it just makes you realize you're like, you cannot take people, animals, whatever for granted. You can't take this time for granted because it could all be snatched away in that second, just like that. And I thought about it, and I'm like, I just took her for granted. Like, she had a great life. We saved her. She would have been put down. And she had a great life, and I took good care of her. But I can't say, like, I did take her for granted. And that's, like, the most painful thing, to where it's like you're thinking, I got 5 more years. There's no rush. I can spend time with her tomorrow or a year from now. I can do more of that. But then you look, and you're like, that's it. And I wish I'd spent a little more time. I wish I'd take her on more walks. I wish I'd thrown the ball with her more. And it's like that and you can relate that to your relationships with your wife or with your kid. And you're like, it's not going to be there forever. You don't know what's happening tomorrow. But you were spending time looking at the damn football game or like looking at how that's going or looking through your feed. And you don't care at all about that. Like, you could have taken that time and better utilized it on the people around you. And it was just like, it's one of those things where it just made me like want to dial in that much more. Where I'm like, what am I freaking doing? This stuff doesn't matter at all. Like, who freaking cares? In that moment, all you care about are like, the regrets you're gonna have on your deathbed are gonna be, I didn't spend enough time with him. I didn't spend enough time with her. And it's like a dog is almost, to me, it's like a person. It's like a human. It's like family. So I think of it in the same level. It's the same amount of grieving. You know, I hadn't cried in at least a year or two, at least. I don't do that, and I was bawling the last couple of days. It's just like it tore me up, and it's one of those hard lessons where it's like, take people for granted at your own risk because it's going to come back to bite you.
It's tough. I mean, putting a dog down is tough. It's like losing a person. I mean, it's tough, and it's a wake up call, that is strong in the moment. Like for you right now, it's really strong. The trick or the challenge of that is to carry it forward, so it's remembered 2 months from now, 4 months from now, a year from now, right? Because the further you get away from it, the more people can slip back into, I don't want to say old habits, but I've lost a lot of people, right? So I don't want to sit here and say, because it sounds shitty, that, the more people and the more things that you lose, the more you become aware of how important it is. But it's true, but a lot of people like yourself are trying to give that message to a lot of people that may have suffered one loss or no loss. And I don't want to say it falls on deaf ears because anybody that hearing that story felt it. So it's not falling on deaf ears because they feel that story. The trick, though, is to always remember it, because as soon as you begin to forget it, it happens again. Then after a while, you're like, you know what? I don't need reminded of this shit anymore. But you're still gonna be, because it's gonna, happen again.
That's what I've seen. I hadn't dealt with a lot of loss in the last few years. My grandparents passed away about 8 years ago. So for the last 8 years, there was not, there were lifters around me, which always got to me. Like, obviously, when you see a fellow lifter who you've come up with pass, especially at a young age, it hits home. And what that did for me, I did channel those. Every one of them. Every time there's a death in the industry, I channel it because I say, this is why I need to take care of my health. This is why I'm doing the cardio. This is why I'm doing this stuff to change my lifestyle. That I do take it. I don't let any of them go for nothing. Like and it's not just for my, for that sake, but I try to take those messages and like really internalize it and use it for good. Because I feel like we should be more aware of our health and stuff. So, but I hadn't had to directly deal with loss. My grandparents 8 years ago, that was it. So this was like the first time, and it was that reminder that you said, like, I couldn't have necessarily felt that without directly feeling it. I wouldn't have known, like, if someone had told me that. But now it's like this thing where you want to hang on to it. You want to hang on to it, to use it to be better moving forward. That's the difference. Like, I want to not forget. I want to not take people for granted. I want to not waste my time on stuff that I'll look back on, not even think twice about. That's the take-home message. And I feel like being more aware of death is good. Like, the more aware we are of our own demise, eventually that's going to happen, the better we live our life. When we don't think about death, and we think everything's good and we're going to live forever, and we don't confront it, that's when we make mistakes. But when you're really dialed into, like, that's a distinct possibility and it's going to come for all of us, and people around us, our loved ones are going to die, we dial in.
Yeah, I think it's being aware and dialing in to be able to live the best quality life you can is the important factor, right? Because you can live to 90 and have the last 10 years just be for shit because your health is terrible and all that. You know, I'd rather live to be 80 but have all my health be really good, so I can enjoy the quality of life that's in there. And that's where we get into things like the blood markers in your health and all these other things. And, you know, obviously the younger you are, the more stupid we are. Not stupid, but the more risks we're going to take, because it's just part of it. You know, I'll never look back and look at somebody that in their 20s or 30s that did stupid shit like I do and say, don't do that. I'll never be that person, because I did worse and I fucking loved it. I'm not going to sit here and lie. I loved it. I enjoyed it. But you can't get away with that shit as you get older and older, right? It's shit, even like a pulled muscle when you're over 50 ain't like a pulled muscle when you're 30. It's still a pulled muscle, but fuck it, you're training the next day, no big deal. The next one, you're like, man, fuck. Like 2 weeks later, you know, you do that when you're 70, hell, you might pull a muscle and go in the hospital, have it looked at, and find out you got fucking kidney disease and die, right? So keeping the health, the important health markers in check. And I think everybody is a little different. I mean, there's main ones, but everybody's going to have some variance on where that is. And the more you move down the path and get older, you stop making excuses for the reasons why things are fucked up, right? It's easy to make the excuses when you're younger, because you know what, you can probably get away with it. I'm not a doctor. You can probably get away with it, you know, but when you're fucking 45 and your blood pressure's through the roof, you can't say, no, this is awesome for fucking training. You know, it's like, no, probably not. You know, but you know the excuses, right? We all used them when we're younger, but when you start, when I hear them from people that are in their 50s, it's like, dude, man, you know, did you seriously just say that? You know, it's like, well, yeah, dude, this is awesome. You know, I'm fucking bloated as fuck. I'm like, dude, you're fucking 57 years old. You know, you're bloated as fuck. You're purple. This is not good. You know?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I did it too. I don't want to be a hypocrite and be like, guys, don't take roids. Like, I freaking took everything. I did it, you know. So who am I to be like, oh, that's bad? I don't try to demonize them. I try to say there's a time to, you know, I think I could have been more responsible and I might have gotten more out of them that way. But I don't want to demonize them and be like, I did it, but you guys can't. Like, but I do think there's a time to flip the switch and kind of be more about that, be more health conscious, because I was the same way. I'm like, you know, blood pressure being up and all that kind of stuff, your cholesterol, all that, everything being out of whack. Like, you justify it. You did at the time. I did it. And now, you know, it's time to get serious more so, because there's more to live for. And I'm not going to hit the weights. Even if I wanted, if I took the same drugs as before, I probably wouldn't hit those weights, because I have a lot more wear and tear in my body. It's just something's going to get pulled, like you said. My back's going to act up and, you know, stop the whole process. So these things aren't as much of an option, and that's part of it. But it's and that's another thing, like going back to the dog Lucy, like with the kidney failure, it's another thing. Take care of your kidneys. If there's nothing she could have done, it's not that. But your kidneys fail, it's game over. It's like you can get you can get on dialysis for a while, but even so, you're not going to live that long. You might have 10 years or whatever. Kidney transplant and all that. So you got to take care of these organs. They're very important. When the kidney starts shutting down, the heart shuts down. And it's a wake-up call. And the things people should really like worry about to take care of on a blood panel, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to get my insulin as low as possible. Insulin's an $11 test, guys. Nobody has an excuse not to check it. So you get your fasted insulin check, get it as low as possible, because the lower it is, the more insulin sensitive. That's what you want. Your body's better at processing glucose. You're in a good state. And then the other one I would check, apolipoprotein B, ApoB. That's going to show cardiovascular health, heart health. That's way more accurate than LDL and HDL. Way better predictor. You can also, if you want to kind of take it a step further, you can get into particle size with like an NMR profile to see the size of the LDL particles, where in LDL, if it's smaller, it's worse. Larger particles are actually better. And you can kind of break that down. But just check insulin, ApoB, keep those as low as you can, and then C-reactive protein to kind of show a systemic full body inflammation. Those 3 metrics, if you get those checked and try to keep them down, I can almost guarantee you're going to be in really, really good health, at like top tier health, just by keeping those 3 things low. Those are like the 3 ones where you keep them down, you're going to be in good shape.
There's a point I want to make with the blood work that it's interesting, because I'm seeing it, play out as we speak right here. Is, I get blood work done quarterly, and I get a full panel. Then I get it's like a follow-up panel through Marek. So there's the full panel, and I did all this even before Marek. And when I think people hear others speak about blood work, you're into this. Like, you're way into it. You're into this deep. I mean, you're really into it. And there's other people that are really into it. And for some people, I think that intimidates them, because they think, man, I don't want to have to know all this shit. I'm on the other side of the coin. Like, I'm not into all, I know the important things. I'm not into all that fucking shit. I just know I get it done. And Serrano was watching it for many years. He still does now. Now Marek watches it. I just get it fucking done, right? And then they'll tell me, look, this is fucked up. And then, okay, this is fucked up. Then I can have the conversation with them, or I can reach out to you. I can reach out to different people that have had, hey, look, you had this fucked up, mine's fucked. What'd you do? And reach out to the medical professionals to tell. But on both sides of the coin, you're still getting the stuff checked. You don't have to know everything, with that, especially in today's world where you have places like Marek that you can't get any more simple than that. Like, here's this, here's that. And if they want to, if they're on a super, super tight budget, you just get you get 2 labs.
Yeah.
Like, my labs the other day, it's like the annual one. There's like 42 fucking I mean, they drain an arm. They got to go to the other one. It's like, oh, God. We almost made it, because I was joking with them when they were pulling it. And there's like 3 more vials that they had to pull, and there's like 30 of them or whatever. I'm like, man, I think we're going to make it. I think we're going to make it. And then it started, I'm like, fuck. It was like 1 vial away. They had to go to the other arm. Almost. That's still a PR. I'll take a PR where I can take a PR. Almost all with the same one, and then the other one. But I guess what I will say, if you're going to get labs done, it's always best to get them done. I think Marek uses LabCorp. It's some place where the people pull labs all day, and that's all they do. Because if you go to like the random doctor's office where the nurse pulls like twice a week, nah, fuck that.
Yeah. I haven't had a bad experience with anybody, but I've always basically gone to LabCorp request.
Oh, I've had a bunch.
You've had some bad ones?
They miss, or it's just like, one time there was 7 tries. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And it's finally, and that was just for a couple draws. That wasn't for like this whole pyramid, cigar box full of vials, which is the normal one.
Yeah, see, everybody's got a bad blood draw story except me, apparently. But I know what you mean. Like, when I get the full year panel done, it's like you get like 12 vials pulled. So, and then I'll kind of get like other ones just to kind of check up on things every couple months. Yeah.
It's just a maintenance type of, so like some things don't need to be checked every single year. Obviously the ones that are off that you're trying to dial in.
Yep.
For me, my D, it's weird. My D goes all over the place, and I supplement the shit out of it. So sometimes I'll use a brand of supplement that just sucks, and it's not good. And then when it drops, it takes forever for me to pull it back up again. weird. I don't know why. I can be supplemented and spend more time outside, and it still will not raise at the rate that I would like. It's like a year, to get it to pull up. That's a tricky one for me. That kind of plays havoc. My doctor, Serrano, wants my DHEA high, so that's another one that becomes tricky, but usually on me because I just forget to take it.
What DHEA for me is the same way. I've supplemented with it before and it doesn't even move. And I'm the opposite with vitamin D though. I can take a little bit and it shoots through the roof. Like it'll get up to 100 max on the scale. I've had to go over to 104, like over normal. And I had to dial it back. I was taking 10,000 and it was like 104 and I dropped it to 5,000 IUs a day and it's at 90. So it's just crazy responder to that. But then DHEA for me is like the bottom of the reference range.
So that's crazy because my DHEA will go up like that.
Nothing.
I was taking 60 to 80,000 D and I couldn't get it to break 20.
You see, I've seen that with people though. I've seen people who can't like process vitamin D supplementation where I take a tiny bit and it just shoots up. But then DHEA, I could take a bunch and it wouldn't even move it.
Yeah, well that's like, where it's cool to, because then that's where you have the people at American, it's, they can troubleshoot. Like maybe it's not that. Maybe there's something happening before that that's inhibiting your ability to accumulate it, or store it, or build it up. And we haven't found it with that. But in other cases, it's been that certain things wouldn't move that were supposed to. And you'll supplement it or try to change certain things and it doesn't move, but then it wasn't that. That wasn't the primary cause of what it was. It was, say, iron or something else that, shot it up through there. But I guess my point to dial it back is the importance of the labs are huge. And you don't have to know all this stuff. There's people that do know it, so, and there's also people that are geeking on it, so you got videos where you're geeking on it. So, and I love that stuff too, because I'll geek on it when something's off, right? Because I don't have the greatest faith in the medical community, never have, even before everything that's gone on in the last few years. It's just, if something's off, I want to know, like, what's going on. And then you find the videos where people are geeking on it, like, okay, cool, but it allows you to ask better questions. When you do speak to healthcare professionals to be able to help with those things.
I think that's a big part of it. I don't trust some of my experiences with doctors over the years have been very subpar to where I'm like, I need to know this because it's crazy sometimes when you go in and they don't even know what something is and you're like, know all about it. And it's just very interesting because it's very by the book still. And much of this is newer stuff that they're not up to date on. That's way more accurate. Like you go to the doctor's office, they're never going to check apolipoprotein B, even though it's a way bigger predictor of heart disease and heart attack risk than LDL and HDL, where the new research is like LDL and HDL aren't really telling us anything, but ApoB is, and they never even check it. Mm-hmm. Insulin, same thing, they never check it. And these are not expensive tests, so it's you need to be in command of your own health. You can't just go by your general practitioner, what they're going to tell you guys. So I would try to educate yourself as much as possible.
100%. And I think just the words alone, general practitioner is general. So they're going to have general knowledge and everything, so not a lot. I think on the other end, when you're dealing with specific, my brain, people that specialize in one area, say cardiologist, even that's a generalist, but so say electrophysiologist, so even deeper, with cardiologist. That's what they know. Then they know the general of the cardiology, but then you start to get outside of that world, they don't know a lot, and I would make the argument, I don't want them to know a lot. I want them to know a lot about what their specialty is. But in a lot of the cases that I've had, they'll give me advice on things that are outside their specialty that they don't know anything about, which would be like my specialty being, maximum strength development, and then me trying to give people advice on yoga. I can wing it, but it's not going to be real good. And that's kind of what they're doing. And I've learned over a period of time, I don't call them out on it. I just open the discussion kind of back towards where the area of specialty is, you know, or we'll say, well, now we're talking something that I'm more familiar with. Would you be interested in me sending you some research, you know, some content on this? The good ones will always say yes, right? Because it's almost like a check on there. And I get what they're doing because most of their patients don't know anything at all, you know, so they don't mean ill intent. They really, I don't care what anybody says about that, they really don't mean ill intent. It's just they're not super informed on that. But I think as patients sometimes we expect too much out of them. We expect the generalist to know everything, right? And we expect the specialist to also know everything instead of what they really do know. Right?
I think you're right.
It'd be like going to a generalist would be like going to a personal trainer for an advanced deadlift program for an all-time world record.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's like if I was trying to educate people on how to be a better bodybuilder, I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. Or diet. Like, I know all about blood work, but diet, I don't know. So I tell people straight up, I'm like, I don't know about diet. I can't give you a diet advice or a program, a nutrition program. But like strength development, blood work, that's up my alley. I know all that stuff. Like, I love that stuff. But bodybuilding and nutrition, no. But, you know, so it is like, what's your specialty as far as that? Have you ever had like a CT angiogram done or like you have done that? That's the next thing, like, I want to get done. I know there's something now called a Clearly scan. It's like $1,000, and I'd have to drive to Lexington for it from Knoxville, so a little over 2 hours, but it would show like the actual plaque buildup and all that. And I wanted to get that checked out.
No, I've had every heart test that you could possibly imagine I've had. So there's so many of them that they get mixed in my head, right? So the craziest one I had was there was one time when my heart was so bad, so far out of rhythm that they couldn't do a stress test. So they had to do a chemical stress test. This was whacked, right? Because they're basically injecting shit to be able to do the stress test while I'm there. But for some reason, I started to hallucinate, and I saw like dinosaur cartoons, like in the fucking office. And it was freaking me out, you know. And it went away fast as fuck. But that was one of the strangest ones, where then there's the other one that I think it's a CT where it's contrast, you know. So you feel like you're pissing the whole time, and you're in this like an MRI thing. You're like, God damn, you know, you're paranoid. I swear to God, I'm gonna piss. And I'm trying to tell them, I'm going to pee right now. And they're like, oh, no, you're not. No, you're not. But at the end, the information is, you know, way better than what you're going to get with an EKG or something like that.
Did you have like a lot of plaque buildup or anything?
No.
That's good. Okay.
No.
Some
like
people don't.
10%. I mean, it was, and that when they did that one, that was when they went up through, you know, so they went through my groin up into the heart. So they were scanning, so they were scanning everything around there. And that was a fucked up one too. Because when I went into that one, they wheel me in and it's cold as fuck. And I believe the song they had on the radio was the Rolling Stones' Sympathy of the Devil, right? And I'm like, okay, this is fucked, right? And then while I'm in there, there's screens all over the place, and they give me fentanyl. So I'm awake this whole time, right? And I'm seeing what they're doing, and I'm awake. And it's cool as hell, but it's not. Because the whole time I'm awake, I'm like, man, if they just slip, you know, then I'm dead, you know, because it will go through there, you know. And the cardiologist is, you know, this looks pretty good, this looks good. It's like, wow. I remember him saying, oh, you got a little build up there. And I said, well, how much is it? And he said, like, you know, 7 to 10%. I'm like, what does that mean? Like 7, like why not 8? Why not 9? Like, I'm joking around. Like, what does that mean? And I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Just stint it. You know, you're in there, and it's like, it don't work that way because it's going to have backflow and all this other kind of stuff. And that was interesting. But with that, I was grateful when that was, I wasn't grateful about any of these things. Looking back, you know, I was, because now when you're in there, you kind of know for sure. I mean, he's fucking right there. You know, and I'm like, chip it away. You know, I don't know shit about anything at this point. And, but that it was like 2 years of dealing with shit associated with that, with all those different tests, you know, and they're interesting. You know, none of them were as bad as I thought. I will say that, because you think it's going to be super, super bad. You know, so there's a TEE, they go down your throat and they do like a scan, you know, of your heart. You think that's going to suck, you know, because it was before they gave me a cardio version. So basically they paddle you, you know, so, and this one I do remember because a good friend of mine's had like 40 cardio versions. And you know what?
The AFib is serious. He's
he's had it his whole life. And, you know, and this is what I was dealing with at the time. And he's like, oh man, that's no big deal. Just make sure they have you, you know, twilight it. You know, they kind of knock you out. Because once they did not twilight him, and he said that's, you know, experience that you never encounter. But with those, I'd come out, it felt like $1 million afterwards, because you feel like shit going in. You come out, you're like, oh my God, you know, no person. My throat would be itchy. That was, out of all the tests I ever had, that one, my throat would be rough after that. But I would always ask them how high I came off the table, because they zap your ass, you know. And it's the record was like, I think she told me the highest I went was 10 inches. You know, 'cause they you know, strap your arms and shit down, you still come off. They wouldn't film it. I wanted them to film it. They won't do that. So yeah.
That's pretty cool though. Unreal. Like, how many cardio versions have you had?
Probably under 10, but definitely probably 7 or 8.
It's real quick. They're fast with those things.
It's fast, but some of the pain in the ass was sometimes they can't get you in as fast as you would like.
And you feel like trash. I know what you mean, because everything I've heard, you feel like trash leading up to it when you're in AFib.
Yeah.
Like your heart rate's higher, your resting heart rate, you feel run down.
It's terrible. For me, it was terrible. And then if the meds they put me on to control it made me feel even worse. So now you're in this fucked up state, and then you got to get an appointment to be able to get this done, and then you have to be off the blood thinners for X amount of time beforehand. You know, so there's all these other things that kind of go around with that, where to me it's just like, you know, it's out, fun, whack it. You know, let's get this over with. But my issue with all that is it never stayed. You know, so it would stay for maybe, I think the longest it lasted was maybe a week. And
really?
Then it was okay. We got to figure out a different solution.
You were on Eliquis and all that, the blood thinners. So that didn't work for you? The cardio version never stuck? Mm-hmm. How'd they fix it?
I was ablated. You know, so they went through, I've had ablation for AFib and ablation for flutter. Okay. So both chambers, basically they go through there, freeze, you know, the area of the heart that's got the signals that are in there. Yeah, and fortunately for me, both of those. I mean, the first one was for the AFib, and that lasted about a year. And then it went out, the other chamber goes out, so then it was for the flutter. And then that one, and then shit, that was a while ago now. Okay. So, long time ago. But the path I was looking at was it was persistent and it was bad. You know, so AFib's not, I don't want to say it's not a big deal, but for most people it's not a big deal, right? There's way worse things that you can have to deal with than that. And for a lot of people, just a one cardio version is pretty much it. Some people just control with cardio versions or meds or what. Mine wasn't. You know, mine was, you know, it didn't stick when it was cardioverted, and then the meds made me feel like I wanted to just be dead. You know, and then if I didn't have the meds, I wanted to be dead because the resting heart rate was like 181. You know, so, but it's different. When it's that high, it's different. Like, it's not like you feel it. You just feel tired as fuck. You don't feel like you think you feel. Like, you think you're going to, you know, be all amped up, but you're just tired as fuck. That's it. It's not what you think. You just can't move. You don't want to do anything. Then the meds would control it. Then you don't want to do anything. So both sides of the teeter-totter were a fucking disaster. And so that's where the path of the ablations went.
Okay, so this is one of my guys that I train. He's 65, I believe, and he just had the cardio version. And he said the same thing. Like, he felt so run down and tired when he had AFib, and then the meds also like killed his strength. He's like, dude, I can't even lift heavy right now. Like, it's so bad. So it's kind of like they're both not good, you know. But yeah, that's super relatable, because the ablation is the next step if the cardio versions don't.
Yeah, the meds. It just made me feel terrible. So just that aside, I just felt terrible. Now, if I'm talking about training, you know, and the stuff I was doing there, nothing has ever made me feel as weak as they did.
Yeah.
I mean, bad. I mean, like 5-pound dumbbell curl bad, like bad. You know, and I'm trying everything to be able to hold on to whatever I can, but it was bad, you know, and it was, but that was the least of my concerns at that time. You know, you still want to exercise and do what you can, but, you know, the exercise becomes very questionable with all that too, because your heart rate, heart rhythm is being controlled with meds. So what exactly am I going to do, you know, cardiovascular wise, you know, to be able to, and that's where you're working with a physical therapist and stuff like that to try to get answers, and nobody has answers there. I mean, it was just a fucking mess. You know, it was a mess.
See, this ties into, like, okay, here's another thing. With the weight loss I've had in the running, okay, here's one of my main motivations. I've completely spaced on this, but this is honestly probably one of the main motivations. I can't sleep well for crap at 240. Like, when I'm 240, like last time I was in here, even being natural, or not being on any drugs, PED free, like, my sleep was awful. I'd wake up, I felt run down all day. And now, being in this weight range, I sleep like a rock. I don't wake up at all. I get so much more REM. It's so much better. Like, I hate CPAPs. I can't stand them. I'm not gonna wear a CPAP. I'm gonna be straight up. Like, I have one. They can give it to me. They can tell me this is gonna prolong your life. You need to wear it. I still won't do it. I'll just freaking rip it off, and I hate it, and I can't do it. So for me, this was like a necessary evil, where I'm like, I'm not going to wear the CPAP, so I should just lose weight to a point where I no longer have sleep apnea. That's what I've done. And like that, I sleep so much better, where it's worth it. The quality of sleep has gone up so much that motivation alone is like, yeah.
Well, we could circle back now, though, and say that has to have some impact on your testosterone levels.
That's true. That's something I kind of spaced on, but you're right. If I'm not sleeping necessarily as many hours as I should, because I got to wake up and open the gym, but the quality, the amount of REM, much higher. I'm not waking up to pee every night. I sleep through the night. All this stuff, it very well could have had an impact. So that's another possible. So
how are you not waking up to pee? Because how would that change based upon body weight?
It's like your body's more efficient. Like, I have less body fat. It's everything's operating more efficiently. That's what my thought process is. Like, I'm really pretty freaking lean right now, so I think that makes it to where it's just like the whole system runs smoother. But the sleep apnea, they say it's tied into waking up to pee. I don't know, like the neck size and all that. I've tried to shrink down, which I have, and that's made a difference. The other thing, the resting heart rate. This is crazy. So resting heart rate taken resting when you're asleep. So a true resting heart rate isn't just us sitting here. It's the number of our heart, what it's at when we're asleep.
Yeah.
So mine was back in February, like 58. Now 38. 20 freaking beats in 4 months from dropping 30 plus pounds in extensive cardio and losing body fat. And I feel so good nowadays. Like, I feel so good, I couldn't go back. I couldn't go back to a heavier body weight because I just feel awesome. Like,
this is just a big drop.
Because I'm just functioning. The whole system is functioning better. Now, I still want to get the scan done like you've had, because I want to see the plaque buildup. Because I don't know. I have terrible genetics for heart disease. I ran Tren a million years. So there very well could be plaque buildup, and I want to get that checked out. That'd be the next step. Like, peace of mind to know.
Wouldn't a calcium score tell you that, though?
Well, the thing here's what they say about the calcium score. They say the calcium score is like a 10-year delay. So if you get a calcium score done now at 31, it'll show your calcium levels at like 21 or whatever. I had one done when I was 27 after after I got off Tren, I had one done, and it was like a 2. And I'm thinking like, oh, it's a 2. It's really low. That's great. And they're like, yeah, you shouldn't have any at all before 30. Mm-hmm. So there was definitely something going on there, and I have the predisposition with the high LP little a and my, heart attacks, heart disease, all in my family, diabetes, all that kind of stuff. So I want to get that done to see the current state, how much calcium buildup is there.
Yeah.
Plaque.
So I don't know that much about the calcium score. I just know what other people. They never did that for me. It was always this other things, but I always hear other people talk about it, which is, to me, it was always weird because it's like, I've had issues, and they never did that.
Because apparently the calcium score is not as good as thought to be. Like, it shows it too late. So it's like showing damage from years ago, but it won't show present damage. So it's not very accurate in telling you how things are actually now. That's why they say, like, it's not even worth it. Mm-hmm. Especially at a younger age, they say it's pointless. It has more merit once you get into your 40s and 50s, but it's still delayed. So the complete accurate synopsis is like the CT angiogram. Mm-hmm. That just shows the plaque right now. Here's your heart attack risk. You have a 70% blockage. Well, that's likely to rupture, like that kind of stuff. So I just want to know. But I'm also like trying to overcompensate. Like Peter Attia, are you familiar?
Yeah.
with him? That guy, he's so fascinating because he's brought this VO2 max thing into normalcy. Like, no one talks about it now. It's a big thing. So I'm always like, I got to get a VO2 max PR. I'm always trying to get it higher because it shows how good a shape you're in. It shows how well your body can process oxygen, basically, and how good your cardiovascular system is. So that's been something like I'm always trying to drive that number up. Where it moves as slow as molasses. It's like trying to get your bench max up.
Well, as that's gotten better, have you seen it correlate to any differences for you?
Oh yeah, like I feel better. I'm a faster runner. Blood pressure goes down, heart rate goes down. Like, you get leaner. So basically, like, VO2 max goes up. When your body fat gets lower, you get leaner, you lose weight. Your heart rate goes down, your blood pressure goes down. All your biomarkers on blood work go down. It's like directly correlated. Like, the higher it gets, the better shape you're in, the healthier. It's 100%. Everything gets better. So running improves that VO2 max, and as that gets better, I feel better, I sleep better, everything. So that's why he's like, this is such an important thing. Like, people need to like get this as high as they can and focus on it. Mm-hmm. Where he said something about the top 5% of the population, if you're in that percentile, so the 95th percentile, if you're in that, you have a 5 times lower risk of all-cause mortality from like heart disease, cancer, everything. Your chance of dying from anything is 5 times lower than everybody else if you're in that elite percentage. But to get to the top 5% is like, I'm in the top 15 for my age, but like 5 is like, you would have to put in some serious work. Mm-hmm. I mean, you have to drop down to where you have 0 body fat and you're just like in ridiculous shape. So that's not even attainable for most people, which is why I kind of feel like it's a weird proxy to be like, yeah, you got
yeah.
I'm like 99%, well, 95 aren't going to be able to.
Yeah.
You have to have no body fat and be like in elite cardio shape to even get to that.
But wouldn't that come with its own negatives, though, which would be outside of that? I would think. Like, no, because you're talking all-cause mortality is what he's going off of.
Yeah, but I'm like, do you know how elite 5% is, the top 5% for that?
Oh, yeah.
That'd be like me at a 55 VO2, and it's 51 now. But 55, like the going from 51 to 55 is like going from a 600-pound deadlift to 8. Mm-hmm. Or it's not in the ballpark, It's like, that's really hard for a lot of people. So I don't know how. If he said like, oh, if you're in the top 25th percentile, that would make more sense. But 5% isn't even something unless everyone just turns into like.
Well, have you looked back onto where he's coming up with this recommendation and where it comes from? Is this just?
No, I haven't. I trust the guy. I'm like, he's very well known, and but I haven't like dug into it. But I'm just saying, like, unless everyone's gonna go out and run 50 miles a week and get to 6% body fat, how the heck are they gonna get into that range?
Exactly.
It'd be more applicable if you said, okay, you could stay at 15% body fat and get in pretty good shape and get into the top 25th percentile.
So that, for me, that throws up like my bullshit detector. Like, okay, sure, anybody can say that because how many people can actually do it? So it's easy to come back and say.
It's like, yeah, just go pull 850. Like, nobody's gonna go pull 850. But I want to, preface things. I really like the guy.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
But I do look at that where I'm like, I'm on that journey now, and I realize how hard that is. And I'm like, most people aren't going to do that. Like, do you know how much you got to put in to get to that level? So that's the only thing where it doesn't seem as applicable, but it's kind of cool.
Yeah. Today's episode is brought to you by First Detachment. Are you looking for a supplement brand that truly understands hardworking athletes? Look no further than First Detachment. 1D's real world experience is what I would consider, and they consider, battle tested. I have known Justin Harris for pretty close to 2 decades. And if there's anybody that I trust with nutritional and supplement needs, it's Justin Harris. If you guys have followed me and have followed the podcast, you pretty much already know how I feel about the supplement industry. For me to get behind any brand, I have to trust the brand and I have to trust the person both. And I'm pretty sure you guys all know why. When it comes to creating formulas and putting products on the market, and there's nobody that I trust more than Justin Harris. While I love all of their products, I'd suggest that you check out the Field Rations and WTH first. Go to www.firstdetachment.com and use the code TableTalk10 to save 10% off each order. The link is in the description. All right, guys, I want to thank today's sponsor, Element. I'm having fun with ads now instead of just trying to read through all the talking points and so forth. But there's a talking point here I have to read through. Element is a tasty electrolyte drink with everything that you need and nothing you don't. That means lots of salt and no sugar. For some reason, that just makes me laugh. I've had and have been in the habit of drinking a half a pack before every leg training session, and all my cramping issues that I had went away, because I've always had cramping issues on heavy leg days and leg days especially. How do your quads cramp doing seated leg curls? The reason why I wanted to have you on is, as far as I've known you from following and seeing your content on YouTube originally, is your transparency has always been at a very high standard, even when it wasn't convenient for it to be at a high standard, especially about PEDs and just all the stuff in general. And, there's, with the PEDs, there's the interesting discussion with that now is it's more open than it's ever been, right? Well, there was a time when it wasn't so open, but there's a lot of reasons why it wasn't been so open. And I don't think people really understand some of those reasons, where I guess this will be a jumping off point, where for one thing, I'm sure and a lot of people know, you were immediately going to get taken off of YouTube, if it was too explicit about the use, demonetized for sure. The other part would be it's illegal, where now people are like, oh yeah, they don't give a fuck. Well, 15 years ago, it did kind of give a fuck, and it would matter because, a potential employer would look you up and then they could see, oh, this guy's talking about anabolics on a YouTube channel. I'm not hiring them. There's a risk, or you're going through a divorce, and then this ends up being thrown on the table as, hey, this is a problem. So there's that risk. There were a lot of reasons why it wasn't discussed. And I think that gets lost in the conversation now, because it's like, oh, they were just lying. It's like lying by omission is not necessarily lying, protecting their own ass, from future employment, or even the employers they currently have. Not everybody is making their living off of training. They're doing other jobs and other professions. And the last thing that they need is to be vying for a position in management someplace. And then the other person that's up for the promotion goes to the higher up and says, hey man, did you see this video? And then I'm like, well, yeah, we can't. So all these things considered, right, made it so it wasn't something people were going to talk about. It was something that was pivoted around, which I think that's still the better way, for most people. Not to lie, that's fucked up. To just flat out lie is probably the worst route. But it's pretty easy to say, that's a topic I'm not comfortable talking about, or, whatever it's going to be. But you were transparent when wasn't convenient, right? And then as you've gone through, coming off, and then, your thoughts about potentially at some point going on HRT, just your whole journey through that as well has had transparency. How you're dealing with not being the same lifter that you used to be, there's transparency. And to me, when you see somebody that is, transparent, and the same person that they've been over a long period of time screams one word, and that's integrity. And so that's why I wanted to have you on, because of the integrity that you have, the transparency that you have. I think that you're somebody that was followed really heavily, years ago for certain reasons, and they're good reasons. They motivated people. Well, I think that your following needs to come back twice as much for the reasons that you're there now, which is still motivation, right? It's just a little bit different, so thank you for coming out. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. No, thanks for having me on, because honestly, it's like I looked up to you. I looked up to Joe DeFranco, Zach Evanesh. Like, you guys were the people there when I started out, because I started lifting, what was it, probably 2006.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys were the guys. You were the guys I learned from. I learned everything from Elite FTS, DeFranco's training, that sort of thing. So it's kind of surreal for it to come full circle, and I'm here.
Yeah.
Like, I had to kind of just walk in, and it's like the nostalgia of it all. It hits you. I'm like, I'm here. I'm talking to Dave Tate. Yeah. This is crazy. And it's like the last 17 years of training all coming to fruition, all coming together at this moment, being here.
Yeah.
So it's surreal.
Well, as we were joking around before starting the podcast, is, now people are calling you an OG, which is, it's a weird place to be. But it's not bad, it's just different. And what I was telling you right before we started was, I've always made the analogy that, I'm now that person on the other side of the table, but I've been that person on the other side of the table for a long time. And when I was in my 20s, there were people in their 35, 40 trying to give me advice. And I'm like, dude, just shut the fuck up, man. You can't do what you used to do. And when you find that now you're that person, it's messed up, first off, right? Because you never thought or ever wanted to be that person. Like, you still, and I think a part of us all still wants to be, that other person. But if you did it, as I call it, if you did it right, when you were going through, in other words, fucked up and made a lot of mistakes, it makes it easier for you to be on the other side to help mentor the person that's who you used to be, to not make the same mistakes. Because learning from your mistakes is huge. I'm sure you agree 100%, a huge advocate of that. But there's a lot of them we probably didn't have to make, that would have maybe extended a career or made it a little bit better. I'm not too sure, without the history that you have, they listen the same.
No, I mean, I think I'm one of those people who always has to learn from making those mistakes. So you could have told me this is the right way to do it. I never would have listened. I had to go through it. I have to screw up to learn. That's how I've always been. So I do think I have a lot of experience with doing things the wrong way as far as training. PEDs, like, I was super reckless with training in the beginning. It was just maxing out all the time, trying to kill myself in the gym every deadlift day. And same way with PEDs. There was no cycles. There was no thought. It was just take everything, take whatever. The cycle was, I joke, it was 3 years. It was just, that's, the cycle went on. It just went on forever. And these are the kind of things, like, there wasn't the education back then that there is now. People weren't talking about it. So all of this makes a huge difference. And it's just, now I do feel like I can kind of pass that on to the younger generations, because I've been the young, reckless kid. And now I'm, in my 30s, and life's changed immensely.
Yeah, I remember somebody, I can't remember who it was now, but it was as I was coming up that I was talking to about steroids. And I said, man, how many cycles you been on? And he says, one. And it started in like 1969. And I was like fucking 86. And so it's like just one full blast type of cycle, which, for a long period of time, it was at least for myself, 8 weeks on, 8 weeks off. It was whatever that norm was. And then that kind of just bleeds into, just all of it, which we were talking before about how you came in at a time period where there's been different phases of acquiring PEDs, right?
Yes.
So it's where and it was interesting to hear Rick Collins talk about this at the Swiss Symposium, because I've just kind of known in my mind because I lived through it, but to hear somebody else kind of talk it all out in like a history perspective, is it used to be stuff that would be like smuggled out of real labs, like from Ciba Labs or, whoever it was, somebody would like, or just sold, like some corporate managers like selling pallets out the back door, and it'd be like rugby D-ball and stuff like that when I first came in. So it's 100% legit. It's probably before your time came in. And then then the class changed. It went from being like a misdemeanor more or less to being a class 1 drug. Well, then that all stopped. And then it started coming from Mexico. So then the testosterone and all this other stuff comes through, and that lasted for whatever time period it was. And then the war on drugs, Reagan or whoever started that whole thing, that stopped. And then it was like dry as fuck. And then it's for me, it kind of, in my time period when I was lifting it was cattle implants, man. It was like finding whatever you could find, to be able to get through. And then it started to come from like Taiwan, like Thai D-ball. That might be when you started to come in, somewhere around that time. It'd be that in China, the powders there. And then now it's a whole different level where, everybody's making their own shit. But it was hard. Like at one point it was super hard to get, right? And then as time's progressed, it's become way easier to get, but you also don't really know what the hell you're getting either.
Well, I think when I was coming up, it was all coming from China.
Yeah.
It was like powders from China that people were making, they were cooking with. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of my time period. It wasn't from Mexico or anything like that. And it was like that in the beginning, trying to find a source. You could find one source, and if that source dried up, you were in trouble. Mm-hmm. So that always happened. You'd have a source for a year and a half. That guy would disappear. He'd get arrested, something like that. And then you'd have to like ask around to try to dig up a new source. And there was a lot more scrutiny as far as you would be hush-hush about it.
That goes back to actually what we were talking about to begin with. That's another reason I forgot about why nobody wanted to talk about it, because you didn't want to fuck up your source.
No.
Because it was too hard to find. Sometimes it might take 6 months or a year to find it. Then when you find it, it's like, man, nobody say anything to anybody.
That's exactly right. You want to hang on to it, because if that guy got popped, you were screwed.
Yes, you're fucked.
Now people order it with a freaking credit card. Like, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
So you can have, backup sources and all these sources, and it's much more out in the open, because there's not the stigma or the risk of getting arrested. Like, they don't care about your personal use. If you're dealing, maybe. Because I have known guys who've gotten busted, but they were dealing.
Yeah.
Considerable amounts. They had a pill press, all that sort of thing. But like, if you're just using it personal level, you could talk about it as much as you want now. No one cares. But back then, 10, 15 years ago, there was the real risk of prison time, of just all this stuff. Your employer, like you said, so many factors.
Being harassed about it, just from, not online, but just from the police. I mean, the last thing you want is, maybe they're not going to fucking put you in jail for it, but if somebody calls, you know what I'm saying, and then they have to react, and with the selling, it's, I don't want to say everybody was selling, but I will say with pretty good degree of confidence, anybody that was taking it was probably selling enough to be able to pay for their own shit, which meant there's still that risk that was there.
Yeah, and I feel like back then the quality was a little more hit or miss, because in my time I wasn't getting the pharmaceutical stuff. It was underground, and it would just be made in Joe Schmo's basement. Like, you didn't know where it was coming from. Like, you would know a strong guy who was getting it from somewhere, and they may or may not know the guy, and it was just real sketchy. And then towards the end of my time taking stuff, like, I had like sponsorship for PEDs where I was getting it free for years. Like, The first shipment the guy sent me was like 20 vials of NPP, which just blew my mind. He literally is like, sent me this long email, really nice. I'm thinking the whole time, I'm like, this is completely fake. I don't believe this. Like, he's saying he wants to sponsor me for PEDs, and I'm thinking it's bogus. I'm like, there's no way.
Yeah.
So I was real like, I don't know, you could be a cop or whatever. I was kind of going back and forth. He's like, well, what do you want to try? I'll send you something. You just test it out. I'm like, all right, whatever. So I said, I'll try out some MPP. Guy sends me 20 vials. I was like, geez, man, I thought you were going to send me 2. Like, I wasn't expecting this whole.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be great stuff, and that's what I. But the long story short is the guy's in. He got taken down by the feds eventually.
Yeah.
So that's
well, that's always, you know what I'm saying? It's how far removed can you always keep yourself? You know what I'm saying? So if somebody else goes down, you're at least one step removed that you're not the guy, to be able to go down. That's. I want to say that was kind of part of the sport, but it really wasn't. But for a lot, it was. But that's not really a problem now, where then I was lucky enough that when I first came to Columbus, I had a physician that was very adamant about labs, so that was, even though I hated the idea of all of it, it was just like a once a year thing, just the precautionary thing where for most people, it's like, fuck that, nobody was doing anything, where they're more open to that now, which is, I think because it's become more of the conversation, that people are seeing that maybe I ought to get my shit checked, and companies like Marek are killing it, because they're putting the word out about that, where the only disconnect I still see with that, and I would wonder what your thoughts are on this as well, is it seems like with those people, they're notorious for waiting 8 weeks after they come off a large, blast to get the blood work done, which is to me so fucking counterproductive. It's ridiculous because they want to fool themselves into thinking that. Do you see the same thing?
I mean, I was that way back then.
Oh, were you really?
Back when I was running cycles that were years in length. I didn't want to see how bad the damage was. You wanted to bury your head in the sand. I didn't want to know. I knew it was going to be bad. I knew it was going to be messed up. So I was more ignorance is bliss kind of mindset back then. I wasn't into my health. I didn't worry about it being in my 20s. So there were very few times where I had it checked on cycle. From what I remember, the highest test level I recorded, because there's two different biomarker things for tests. They have like the LC/MS scale, which goes as high as possible. And then there's the standard one that only goes up to 1,500. Well, one time I got it checked on cycle. I think it was 750 milligrams of testosterone I was taking. I hit 3,200 nanograms per deciliter, which was the highest recorded test level for me. So that was pretty cool. But I've taken as much as 1,500 grams of test in a week. And I just never wanted to see. I didn't want to see how bad it was. Like the cholesterol, I remember LDL was around 200. So stuff was messed up. So I was in that bad mindset of like, I don't want to know. Whereas now, knowing what I know now, I think I'd want to see it. I'd want to see how bad it gets.
Yes.
But
I was kind of like, I never would go when I knew it was going to be at its absolute worst, right? Because I knew the shit, because my doctor's a friend of mine now, but I knew the shit I was going to get. But I also didn't wait long enough that it was going to be good, so it was, I could guess based upon what I saw, like this is on a downturn, but it's still fucked, but then, waiting until things kind of got in a better range, before hitting it again. And this is later too. I mean, when I was competing more actively, it's the same as what you're talking about. I would skip the year. Like, no, I got something else going on, because it's like, fuck it, there's a meet coming out, I'm not changing shit. This is just going to be what it's going to be. And then just kind of blast through the whole thing, where I don't know if all the conversation, and I don't know what really changed either, right? Because you and a few others were having these conversations for a long time. And so we can sit here and say, yeah, you guys caused the change, but that's not, something happened, because videos were being fucking demonetized. People were losing accounts, flat out losing their accounts for this stuff. And then I don't know what changed for people to stop losing their accounts.
I have no idea, because there was a dramatic shift in the last, I'd say, 5 years to where it wasn't a thing. The stigma was gone. But I remember, like, Boston Lloyd was taking freaking videos of him pinning himself, showing the drugs on camera.
Yeah.
And he was the most, like, ballsy as far as that goes back in the beginning. Mm-hmm. And he got tons of his channel. His channel got taken down, his Instagram, all this stuff, and he had a huge following. And he took it up a notch. Like, I would talk about it, but he was, like, showing it. And that was a little far at the time for...
oh, no, I get that. It's probably still be far now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, here's me pinning 3 cc's on camera. Like, people are going to be a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But it's been, the doors have been blown open now to where no one seemingly bats an eye. Mm-hmm. So the stigma's completely gone.
Yeah.
Like, you go to your local gym, your Anytime Fitness, your Gold's Gym, you're going to see guys at peak hours who are on gear. It's very common. Mm-hmm. Like, I can just look at, I'm like, that guy's on something, that guy's on something. Just regular gym goers. They don't even have to be elite athletes anymore, powerlifters, bodybuilders, whatever. Mm-hmm. Everybody takes stuff. It's common. Mm-hmm. And TRT is like, everybody does it. Mm-hmm. So if they're not taking TRT, or if they're not taking steroids, they're at least taking TRT. Like,
well, I can make the counter argument on that even if they are blasting shit, they're going to tell you they're only doing TRT.
So everybody does.
Yeah, that is the new way to pivot, around it, is to be able to say that. And I guess for the same reasons too, because if they're going to sit there and tell you what they're actually doing, all the things that we talked about before now become the issue again. Their sponsorships could be an issue. All these other things could become an issue where it's easy for them to say, look, man, it's just TRT. But you and I are both, anybody with a clue is like, no, dude, this is not fucking 200 milligrams or 150 milligrams a test a week.
I think one of my biggest pet peeves now is seeing guys the majority of guys are not taking low doses. The majority. Mm-hmm. I do think there could be outliers out there, the freaks like a John Hack. I'm good friends with him. He has always claimed low doses. I've pressed him on it. Mm-hmm. I've said, for real, are you serious? And he's adamant, and I have to give him the benefit of the doubt, because when I thought the guy, I've known him for going back 10 years, 15, we grew up together kind of in Wisconsin. That's how we knew each other, us and Dan Paschulk. I thought he was juicing when he wasn't. Mm-hmm. And he proved me wrong, because he went on and just blew up. So, like, someone like that who says I take low amounts, I believe him. But at the same time, I think the majority do take high amounts. Why wouldn't you see? Mm-hmm. I think we all have the curiosity at some point of like, okay, I'm taking 500 milligrams a test, but what's a gram going to do? What's 1,500? You want to know. You're going to try it. Mm-hmm. So I think a lot of it is BS as far as what people say. That's
I believe it 100%. I also will validate what you're saying. There's been so many people over my time in the sport that a lot of them would just tell me they don't use anything. I'm like, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. But then they do. And it's like, oh shit.
Right.
Like this, I know what first cycle gains are, and what, just a good cycle difference is. This is like, oh shit. So I think that does stand to reason that, there's a reason to wait longer, for one thing. And then you probably most people don't need as much as what they think. And I do think if they got, blood work done and looked at their markers to be able to see, there's a point of diminishing returns. And I would say more than vastly diminishing returns, to where now your recovery is so fucked up, the training that you're doing is not really beneficial at all.
What would you say? Because I have the exact same thoughts from my experiences. Mm-hmm. I've pushed the envelope with doses. And one thing I noticed time and time again is as I would push the envelope, it's not like I was making better progress. So I kind of developed cutoffs in my brain of like, this is where I get the maximum benefit. And if I go past this, I'm not getting anything else. For you, what would you say, like, as far as testosterone dosage, where you saw benefits and past that, it was kind of just not there?
I always kind of joked around and said if it was me training for meet, and most of the time it was just test, D-ball. That's really about it, because even the anadrol I pulled out after a while because I always get hurt. So like test, D-ball, maybe DECA thrown in there is, the last 6 weeks I wanted to have a total, whatever I wanted to total, right? So if it was 2,200 pounds, I wanted 2,200 milligrams the last shit. I mean, how this comes about, who the fuck knows, right? But that's where I wanted it. And then the closer I got to the meet, I would lower the jabs and up the tabs, right? And that was just because the half-lives, like, what good is this going to do me after the meet? It needs to work for the meet. So anything I'm taking, like anything I'm pinning, unless it's a fast ester the last week, is for what? I just may as well take triple the orals. That way it's there, so just very simple, logical type things. But if right, and this is assuming that the stuff that I'm using is good, right? Because sometimes you don't know. This is the whole other thing that I don't know what that even means, 2,200 milligrams, because if I'm starting, a push, say 12, 16 weeks out, and then after the first 3 or 4 weeks, I don't feel like I'm snapping like I should. That explosiveness isn't there. The dose is going up because I'm assuming my shit isn't 100% real, right? So it may say 200 or 250 milligrams per cc on the bottle. It could be 100. I don't know. I'm not going to play this stupid game to try to figure it out. I just assume it's half dosed. And then when I start to feel that explosive, like this is what it is, then cool, it's not changing. And then I would never pull a compound out as I was going to the meet, because what if it's the one that's working? Then I pull it out and I put something else in. To me, dumb mistake. If I'm going to put something else in, it's just going to get stacked on top. Yeah. That way that base stays in there. And I was paranoid about shit like this, dude. So if I knew I needed, say, 500 orals for the meet, I would take them all out of the bags, packs, bottles, and put it in a Ziploc bag, shake the shit out of it, and then take them that way. So if there was one bad bottle, it just diluted with all the other ones. Same thing with all the injectables. I'd take it out, put it in the 50 cc vial, and then it was all, because I've had times where I can't prove it, right? Where I think I hit a bad bottle, say 6 weeks out. And that could be 2 weeks worth, maybe, sometimes 3. And now my training's fucked at the time I need it the most. So I tried to mitigate as much of that as I possibly could. If I felt it working, and that's the hard thing to explain, is I know when it's working, and I also know when it's too much. Like when it's too much, the lower back pumps are through the roof. The aggression is more than it should be. I can't sleep really for shit, and my recovery isn't good. The problem with that was, okay, what do I need to pull back on? That was the tricky part there. But so to me, things like that are hard to answer, especially then, because you didn't know what the real dose was.
This is why I think that generation, compared to now, we were so much more honest. Like, we all went crazy. We all did crazy stuff, crazy cycles. Mm-hmm. Getting someone to admit that now is like pulling teeth. I can't think that everyone hitting record numbers now is just doing low dose cycles. I just don't buy it. So that transparency that we talked about, it was much more prevalent back then. There was less of us, but we were way more willing to say, yeah, we're all doing the crazy stuff. We're all taking 3 grams.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you did. And I know what you mean, because up to a meet, the last 2 weeks, it was, John jokes about it. When he was with me at Raw Unity, he's like, what are you taking? I'm like, everything I got left. Like, you use it up right before the meet. You don't know how much you're taking. You pin it all. And I would do that. And you're just trying to see, like, it was an extreme thing. You're trying to push the envelope, see where you can end up. So
that's a good point I didn't think about, because it may not have been discussed online, but offline, everybody was pretty much telling everybody what the hell they were doing.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a fucking secret. Like, what?
You know what it is, Dave? It's everybody wants to feel like they have superior genetics by taking less. So if the new fake natural thing is not saying I don't take anything, it's saying I take a little bit of this, and then you're putting yourself above all the other guys because you're saying I run less gear and I'm better than you.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a one-upmanship of like who can run the least amount of gear, which I'm not saying that that's healthy, But it's this like, I'm not buying it.
Yeah.
And they do that to signify the superiority of their genetics over everyone else.
It's crazy though, because at the end of the day, your total don't matter. You know what I'm saying? The highest total still wins, but I don't think a lot of people are competing for a total anymore.
No, it's the Wilks thing.
Yeah, so it's a formula thing, but even, it's a weird thing. Yeah, that's a whole other rabbit hole.
Well, it's like you got, Wilks used to be a thing where the lighter guys would argue with the heavy guys, like, yeah, your total's higher, but my Wilks is better. And now we're going to argue over who takes the least amount to be the best. That's the new thing. It's like, if I take 500 milligrams total, but you're taking 1,000, I'm better than you.
Yeah.
So that's what I think is going on.
So they need to build that into the formula.
You can be like, what's your dose? What's your test level? What's your, like, we could do all that, right?
Yeah.
It'd be fun.
Oh yeah, and put it a coefficient to be able to be in there, and it's fucked. The crazy thing with that though is, and you've dove into, the blood work and watching your blood work and all the other kind of stuff, is even low doses can be optimized to produce very high numbers of what you need in that back end. So if we're going off of the total testosterone at 1,200, 2,000, 3,000, whatever it's going to be, and I think you said at 750 milligrams, you hit close to 3,000. Is that right? 3,200. That's an insane, 3,200 is an insane number. That's a number that people that are taking grams may not be able to hit, where I think their focus needs to be on that, right? Because that could probably be achieved with way less than what they're using if it's more optimized with, other factors, and you're playing around with all those, sleep, health, and mitigating risk, and, what other compounds are stacked, or however this is being done to be able to get a bigger bang out of the buck instead of just, I've seen people that I know, granted, we never know for sure what the component is, unless it's prescribed. You never know 100% for sure. But people taking 5-6 grams and then coming back, and then their total testosterone number would be like 960. And it's like,
that's where it goes back to the bunk stuff that, you didn't know a lot of times, because your sources would change up. So sometimes you might have a bad source and you'll be like, I would get blood work and it'd be freaking 200 test level. And I'm like, holy crap, it's bunk. It. And a lot of that, I think, is the guy making it, the chef or whatever, they overheat the oil. They burn the oil to where it's not bioavailable. You do that with Tren. The Tren heating point is very low. It's like 120 degrees or something like that. So if you cook that to where you burn it, it gets all rusty. It's not going to be Tren. Like I tell people, even with Tren, I'm like, if you're not feeling something, the aggression or whatever, it's not real Tren. Tren should light you up. So that's another one. But so I think a lot of it is maybe bunk gear. Back in the day where you would see people take a super high amount and they would have lower levels. Because I had Tren cycles where I didn't feel anything. I'm like, that's not real Tren. I know how Tren should feel. As you said, you feel a certain explosiveness, aggression. You know what it feels like.
Yeah. So what did you do in those times? Did you just put more in, or did you switch the type?
I would kind of ride it out and maybe bump the test up.
Okay.
But you knew you weren't going to be on your A game.
Yeah.
Like you would know, and this is what I try to tell people, because you said it. You're like, you would feel this explosiveness when stuff was really kicking as it should. The weights would pop off the ground on deadlift. Your bench would feel explosive off the chest. Your squats would feel effortless. There was that feeling you would get on certain cycles with certain compounds. And if that wasn't there, your gear's probably not good.
Yeah. Now, when you were blasting it, were you monitoring your blood work and trying to optimize it, or did that come after you stopped?
After I stopped, because it was almost an overcorrection to where I was like, I was so extreme to the one side, I wanted to be extreme to the other, the health side. Yeah. Because I don't know what I did. I didn't care. I was in my 20s,
Yeah.
There's no thought of death or of consequences in your 20s when I was doing this stuff. It was just, let's roll. It was all in. It was the all-in mentality. There was no balance. That wasn't a thing. I thought that was stupid.
Yeah.
So I went all in. And I didn't care. I didn't care what my health was like. I didn't care what my blood pressure, sleep apnea, nothing. I was trying to hit the numbers. That's all that mattered.
Yeah.
So I had to swing to the other side.
I know, but it's the all in it's something that I'm infatuated with at this point, is because I know what that feels like. Is it really though? Let's say it's now, it's today, it's today's world, and you're 20 now, right? And you're doing all that same stuff. I would push back and say, well, are you really all in if you're not monitoring this to actually optimize it the best that you can? Because you could still blast it, but maybe, you know, blood pressure meds will be able to lower that, be able to help you recover better. And, you know, use like a Marek Health or something like that to be able to mitigate, right? To me, you know, still blasting, but then mitigating would be all in. Just blasting without mitigating would be an idiot, and you're half-assed. You're not really all in. You see how it turns like that?
I think that's spot on.
Yeah.
Because it was somewhat lack of knowing what to do. The information wasn't out there. But if I could go back, I would have ran stuff I would have been natural longer, and I would have ran lower doses to optimize it to where I'm not having to immediately jump into the heavy stuff, and I would have optimized my health to where it's not just testosterone that's good, everything's good. So I think that's spot on. That'd be the way to do it.
Yeah.
But it was a different time. That era was more reckless. We were more underground, and it was almost a badge of honor as far as not being healthy. And that's just how it was. It was different back then.
Yeah.
It was a whole different era. The knowledge wasn't there, but I actually completely agree with what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I would say that the knowledge available was there, and you were seeking that out, which were the other conversations with the other people that were just blasting shit too, right? Because they'd be coming back and saying, dude, look, that's way too fucking crazy. Don't do that because it's going to work against you, right? But also, you know what I'm saying? So there was still those people that were enabling as hell, but at the same time, like, dude, that's probably not gonna, it's not gonna help, right? So it was there, like you used the information that you had at the time to the greatest ability that you could, right? Where now the information is just different. It's more vast.
It's much more vast. We have companies like Marek now where we can I can pick out exactly what I want to get checked. I can see, okay, I want to see my insulin level or all these little biomarkers. And back then, that just wasn't I don't remember hearing about blood work. I mean, I want to say Stan Efferding was one of the first guys to talk about it, but I don't remember that being a conversation. I don't remember blood pressure medication being a conversation. It was, at least in my time.
Well, it was different. I do, but the meds were different too, because they make you lethargic and tired as fuck. So it's like, I can't do that. Where now the meds are better, right? So I think maybe it was there at a surface level, but it just got squashed so fast.
Yeah.
Because it just made people feel like shit, that it's like, I'd rather just take the risk instead of fucking my training up with whatever that was.
Yeah, and I mean, I think too, back when I first started out, we didn't necessarily, I mean, I didn't see it on a personal level. I didn't know people who had passed away, whereas the last 5 years, I've seen tons of people pass away who I knew, who I would speak. I'd be texting the day before. It just was like surreal. And these people, these guys were my age. It's, I mean, coming up with like the Lily Bridges and that crew, and I'm still close to those guys. And Chris Hickson passed away about a year ago, 29 years old. And that hit me. And like Boston Lloyd was 29. I was talking to the guy hours before. And Dallas, I wasn't close to Dallas, but I was always seeing him at the gym. We were at two different gyms, and I didn't even know that was possible at 26. Like, I was 26, he was 26. This stuff all started to kind of scare me a little bit, back to the other way around. Like, truthfully, after what happened to Dallas, that's when I was like, I can't run Tren anymore. I got to at least stop that. Like, I still ran stuff, but not that.
Yeah.
And I got the calcium coronary artery score done. I started taking stuff a little more seriously. And it's really morphed to where it's even more now. Because it's at the point where I feel like every year I see somebody who I'm semi-close to. I'm not going to say we're best friends or anything. But I see him pass away, and I'm just like, it freaks me out. So my mortality is more real than it's ever been. when I was 23, I didn't have any sense of mortality. And now it's like, here we are. It's real.
Yes. Is that part of why you went off? Why did you go off entirely?
I went off to try to have a kid. So
Okay.
I know I've heard now, like, you can run TRT and take HCG, HMG, still have a child. But I was trying to just, let's do this. And it took us 7 months being off. 7 months off after 9 years on. We got pregnant. And after that, it was just more so, I've come this far. It's been 7 months. Let's ride the wave. My strength was still going down. It went down for a full year and a half. It's dipped. It took a year and a half for it to finally get to a set point where it stopped going down. Because the strength just fell off tremendously. Lost a bunch of weight. Physique dried up. It was bad. It was hard mentally. Depression.
Yeah.
Dealing with all that, losing your sense of identity of this monster. And I just was like, I need to focus on bigger things, family, and being there for a longer period of time. And it wasn't so much that I was like, oh, I'm against TRT, because people always say, why don't you go on TRT? And I'm like, I haven't ruled that out. That day could come, but I want to see what I can do on my own now, because I don't feel like I ever maximized it before. I jumped on when I was 20. I wasn't at the level of being at my peak at all without them. So I kind of wanted to see, can I get to that 750, 800 deadlift with nothing?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I want to see.
You kind of blew past this really, really fast. So I'm going to rewind here a minute. So when you stop, there is the loss of identity. There's the depression. There's all these things that come along with it. The strength is actually the least of the demons that you have to deal with. From that point, how did you manage working through that time? Because it's a lot of things hitting all at once, right? So in other words, you have no sex drive, but yet you're trying to get somebody pregnant. So how the fuck does that work? There's all these things that are trying to be managed, and your identity crashing and not knowing who the fuck you are and all this other stuff. So walk me through that a little bit deeper.
Yeah, it's a whirlwind, because now it's been 27 months since that time. And there were so many struggles and I think too, I somewhat wanted to be somewhat of a pioneer as far as, this is possible. It was hard, but it's possible. Because I was so far on the other end of the spectrum, like I said. But for that first year, zero libido, zero, nothing. I mean, I felt, but people always said, do you feel bad? I'm like, I don't feel bad. Like, I didn't feel low energy. It's like the strength wasn't there. Your physique was diminishing. The libido wasn't there. So that was the full first year and a half. Around a year and a half, I started feeling good. But it just was like trying to morph into a different person, because I felt like my identity was tied up in this 255-pound monster who could deadlift a lot. And, that's what everyone knew me for. That's what you'd been known for 10 years. So to go to this guy who's a fraction of that almost, not the same person, it was challenging, because I felt like I left money on the table as far as that's what people knew me for. Opportunities dried up, and I kind of had to pivot into a new branding, a new persona, which is why I got more interested in the health side of things and started really, because I still haven't figured out what I'm doing,
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever figure out what you're doing, but you morph into a different person. I think I read every 7 years. You kind of, your personality, your interests change. And when I hit 30, it felt like that's what was going on. So it's interesting to look back on the last couple of years and see yourself go from deadlifting 900 pounds to 6. See your bench go from 450-ish usually to like 3. Like, you just, it's like losing everything that you were known for and having to start over.
At what point because I mean, this is going to happen basically to everybody, right? And unless they get whacked by a train or some shit like that, it's going to happen to everybody, just on age or whatever it's going to be, where you can try to fight it all you want, but and it sucks, right? I mean, it still sucks for me, right? It's just, it sucks. But at some point you start to find satisfaction in, it's hard to even say the word progress, right? Because it's so far under what you were, but it's less shitty than it was, last month.
Sure.
So it's kind of progress, but it's not. So it's like a little victory. Have you got to that place yet?
Oh yeah, I'm there.
Okay.
I'm like, yes, my deadlift is at 705.
Yeah.
Is awful to me, which I know it's a good number, but it feels terrible.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I can be content with these small victories of trying to get to, maybe by the end of the year, 750. And that's way less than 9, but it would still make me feel really good because that's more than I did previously without any help. So it's just I've had to realign my goals and my focus on, I might not get to 900, but let's try to get to 750. And it keeps me going because I still love to lift.
Yeah.
I'm just not as into it mainstream and around all the big lifters and all the big meets doing all that as I once was. It's shifted. And it can be hard to deal with because you're like, oh, my videos used to get 100,000 views and now they get 15,000.
Yeah.
So it's and everyone's going to have to go through it. Your 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah.
It's going to dry up. Everybody. You could be the top guy. The next crop, the next generation is going to come along. Someone's going to be better than you.
But it can be a blessing at the same time, right? Because it's as a reminder of the main thing's still the main thing. And the main thing is being able to train, hit a sticking point, figure out how to get past it, and then break it, which is like the coolest fucking thing in the world because it's what motivated you to when you were 17.
Yes, sir.
It's what motivated you when you were at your peak, and it's what motivates you. It's the main thing, right? The weight on the bar in a way is not even relevant. The fact that you couldn't do it a month ago and then you figured out how to do it now, does it really matter how many more plates on each side of the bar if you overcame it, right? So I think that a lot of these, age or, going off for health or whatever it is, sometimes it's a good thing to ground people to realize what the main thing really is. Because the main thing's not the views. Nobody gives a fuck about that. You don't give a fuck about that when you start pulling that bar and it feels a little bit heavy, and for that slight second you're like, motherfucker, and then you finish it. You ain't thinking about views and likes and all that. When you lock that fucker out, you're like, hell yeah. That's the main, you see where I'm going? But man, that gets so clouded though. When that's been at a higher level, and then you got to try to find it at a lower level. Yeah.
I think it's like going from feeling like Superman a lot of times to feeling normal.
Yeah.
So it's not even, there were times in my younger to mid-20s, you feel like Superman, you feel invincible to an extent, even outside of the gym. And now I feel more normal. I feel like which isn't a bad thing. And I'm not saying any of this is a bad thing. Mm-hmm. These are the mental demons you've had to deal with, and it's like you said, when I was lifting in my basement or whatever, starting out, I didn't think about getting attention or anything. It wasn't like that at all. I didn't know anyone was going to care. Mm-hmm. It was the purity of just getting that energy out and that having that escape. I would come home from school. I'd want to lift. That's all I had. Mm-hmm. I was an outcast. No one cared about me. Mm-hmm. No one freaking cared about me. I didn't have friends, so I had this one thing. This is where I got the demons out. This is where I was like, you know what? That chip, I had a chip on my shoulder. I'm like, I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to be something. Mm-hmm. Because I wasn't picked on or anything, but I was invisible. Okay? And I just was like, this is what I love to do. This gets the aggression out. I'm going to do this.
Yeah.
But no one cared about me. And there were no eyeballs. It was pure. It was what I love to do. It's why I still love to do it, even if the numbers aren't what they were.
Yeah. Well, that's what attracted people to watching those original videos in the first place. It was the intensity. It was like, I would look at it like this dude's working some shit out, and at a certain point in time, it's like, you're letting the trolls bother you too much.
Yeah,
You know, it's like there's that too. You know, it's like, okay, don't feed the trolls. You're kind of feeding them without even knowing you're feeding them. It's like, just do that. But it's almost like a fucking innocence and strength. Like is building towards this thing. And it was that was a refreshing thing to see at that time, because if there was anything that was out there, there were like compilations. You know, like we'd put up a compilation of people lifting all these big weights, and it wasn't that raw passion of this just unedited, just kill this shit, right? And in a violent, the right word, kind of in a violent way, like you're slamming the fucking bar down with 135. I was like, this is working some shit out, and stuff like that is what is your way to deal with, all the other shit, and that's where the identity becomes formed a lot. And that's where it becomes very, very fucking hard when you think that's being taken away.
100%.
Right. So it's, how did you deal with that part?
I mean, there were seasons to my entire lifting career. There was the early days, the basement days, where I was known for that. And it wasn't fake. It was, I don't know where I came up with the idea to throw the bar down. I was just pissed all the time.
Yeah,
I was just pissed. I had a chip on my shoulder. Yeah. So it wasn't this contrived idea to be cool. It was just, that's what happened. And then from that point, I more shifted into, then I started getting a little bit of attention, the animal cage, all that sort of thing. And my total wasn't great or anything. It was like 1,800. So I started, dabbling in powerlifting meets. Like the first one, I was 17, and I showed up and didn't even have a singlet, didn't know what I was doing because I didn't read the rules. And so I had to borrow a singlet and like bombed out on missing commands.
Is that the 17-year-old meet, 2009?
Yeah, I was clueless.
Yeah.
I kept missing the rack command on squat, so I like squatted 375 at that meet. And it was great depth and everything, but I would just rack it right away, and I like bombed out. And they said, well, you can keep going, it won't count. And it was just deadlift at that meet, I think, was like 450. But again, none of that counts because it was I bombed out on squat. I didn't know what I was doing, and I hated it. That experience, I was like, I hate this. I'm never doing it again. And it was kind of my buddy Dan Paschalk who wrote me back in, because I went off to college at the University of Wisconsin, met Dan there. He was like this big, serious power lifter. He was benching 405, deadlifting 700 pounds, drug-free. So he was the real deal. And he kind of roped me and got me into everything. He took me under his wing, got me into powerlifting, like seriously, because that meet was just to try it out. Got me competing in UPA meets in Dubuque.
There's like 5 years between though. So what was going on in that time period?
I was still just lifting hard. Like I tried different things to kind of, I wanted to try the hardest things possible, even if I hated them. So like one time I was 15 years old. I had never ran more than a mile outside of gym class. I was like, you know what? I'm going to train for a marathon. I don't know where the hell this came from. I hate running. Hate it. Hated the whole time. I trained for 5 months. I'd go run out when there'd be, 6 inches of snow on the ground in the country. The wind was insane. Just to punish myself, literally. Just almost like that masochistic type feel. And I hated every minute of it, but I wanted to see if I could do it. So I ran the marathon 4 hours, 24 minutes. 15 years old, I was like the youngest guy at the time. And I didn't enjoy any bit of it, but I wanted to see. And I tried a bodybuilding show when I think I was 19, and I hated it. I hated the diet. I felt like trash. I tanked my hormones. I did everything wrong, lost like 50 pounds. And I felt awful, but I did it because I wanted to see. And I was like, I'm never doing that again. So all this stuff, I was just trying things out to see what I could do to mentally progress myself. Like I want to push the envelope on different things to see if, to try to harden myself more or less. And that was my motivation. Back then, I can't get that motivation now. It was different.
Why do you think you can't?
Life's too good. It's almost like I'm too comfortable to the point, not that I'm not trying to progress myself, but
it's hard to be that hard when things are going well. I've had this conversation with other lifters where it's like when life is more aligned and you have all these good things, it's harder to be that badass. But when you're that badass, it can often be that things are kind of breaking down around you. That's all I had. I didn't have friends, like I said. I didn't have girls. I was inexperienced with girls. And that testosterone level is peaking. So you have this inner rage. So I could more channel that. But it's almost like once you've kind of made it and you have the family and everything, it's just harder to get in that mindset. I can't get pissed like that. And a lot of that time in the basement was before PEDs. I wasn't even PEDs. I had the edge. And I've seen it with MMA fighters where you get to a point where you're like, it's just not the same. And that's okay. None of this is bad. This is a normal human evolution. But it's just different.
Overcoming adversity with aggression is a young man's game.
Yes, sir.
Overcoming adversity with wisdom is an older man's game.
Yes,
right?
Sir.
So it's not that you can't sit here and tell me that things are too good. You're a gym owner. I know that things just suck as a gym owner,
That's
right?
true.
You're a new father, right? That's not always fucking easy. You're married, you're in a relationship. That's not always easy. There's things in your life right now, there's adversity in your life right now that you have to overcome, that's being overcome with wisdom and experience that you learned through all the adversity that you had to do in the past to be able to get to where you are now. So it's not that it's more comfortable, it's just that you're better at overcoming adversity. So the things that used to bother you 10 years ago, like if somebody makes a comment on this video and they're like, fuck him, you're going to laugh and say, what the fuck? It's not going to bother you. You're not going to do a fucking 700-pound double and smash the weight down and start screaming, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You see what I'm saying? So it's just, it comes with, take all those things away, all that adversity away. You're not that same person today. You're the person today being older, being the asshole that's getting upset and aggressive about stupid little shit that they shouldn't because they're immature, and so you see where I'm going here. So it's not that it's more comfortable. You're a better warrior.
That makes perfect sense. I think you're spot on. It's just that maturation process. Like when I was driving up here, I was outside of Cincinnati going about 78 on the interstate. Some dude pretty much ran me off the freaking interstate because they were merging into my lane, didn't see me. And back, 10 years ago, I would have flipped out and gotten road rage and chased him. But now I'm just I didn't even honk. I just was I literally pulled off on the shoulder, got down to 40 miles an hour, and it was just unbelievable. But I didn't get that mad.
Mm-hmm.
And normally back in the day then I would have freaked out.
Yeah.
So it's just you handle things better.
Yeah. But it's those things that get you to be able to handle things better, right? Now, the PEDs are definitely going to make it, right? Tren's going to put another level on all this. So I'm purposely kind of leaving that out because you throw that back in, then yes, you're going to get pissed, but nowhere near to the same level that you used to.
No.
Right?
Tren is the one thing that was like a demon to me as far it brought out my demons. Nothing gave me results like Tren. Best results of my life. Insane. But it brought out a lot of erratic behavior.
Mm-hmm.
It was the only time where I was like, okay, roid rage is real on Tren. On every other drug, no, I don't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe it. I always heard that. I'm like, roid rage isn't a thing. I could take freaking Halo and I'm not that bad. Test, completely normal. And all these things, nothing did that. But Tren was the one where I was like, okay, I'm a bit unstable for sure. And I've seen it in other guys. They would tell me, and that was the one I loved and hated.
Yeah. So when in 2014 is when you started competing the most, right? Not the most, but that's when you started a rise, right?
Yes,
Because
sir.
it's 1800 at 242, I think is what I wrote there. Then that goes for 6 years or something like that. So that's when I think the popularity went from the basement to the platform,
Yes, sir.
Right, because now you're putting up totals in the 1900, 2000 range, which it's funny, right? Because now it's what
I know,
it's like second or third at the time. It's way up there at the time, where the sports advanced, right? But it was a really good trajectory of how things were going. Did your training become more structured throughout this process or throughout that time? Because it sounds like at the beginning it's just madness, just doing stupid shit all the time, and I'm sure there's still stupid shit through there. It's just kind of part of most people, unless you're John Hack and some rare exceptions. It's part of most people's stuff. But at some point, did it start to kind of lock in that here's the way to be able to get ready for meets?
Yes, I think I learned more every year, and I still don't feel I ever completely dialed in the programming during that time like I have now. Because when I, coming off everything, it's made me to where I have to be on my A game with the programming. There can't be any mistakes. But it was definitely more dialed in as I got older. I was more willing to stick to the program. Now it's a big part of it. When you're young and you want to jump off and you want to just hit something heavy on a given day if you feel good. So there was more of that freelancing, and I honed it in a lot more, obviously, as that total went up. And you learned your body at that point. There's a lot more training experience, a lot more years under the bar. So you kind of know where that set point is as far as frequency, specificity. You start to learn what accessories are going to be my indicator lifts. What's going to, if I get better at this lift, it's going to bring up my squat. Like, you learn this stuff and you figure it out through the experience. I've said, like, powerlifting is a game of patience and what's the other one? It's really patience and discipline. Like, do it for long enough, be patient about it, and you'll succeed.
Yeah. Well, pay attention a little bit too. So you got to be able to figure out what those indicator lifts are going to be. And I would probably put also in there, don't get sucked into every trend that comes down the path, or trend, every trend, because it throws you away from what you trying to figure out what's working for you. It's a weird world, training world that we live in, and every year it just gets even more weird, where there's certain movements with each person that, as you said, are indicators. That I think the only way you figure those out is you stumble across them by just doing it.
Yeah, you got to do a lot of trial and error. You have to mess up a lot of times, a lot of bad training cycles where they don't work out how you wanted, or you learn this exercise doesn't work for me. It doesn't give me any carryover. For me, one of those was like hip thrusts. I would load up hip thrusts with stupid weight, go really heavy, didn't do anything for my lockout on deadlift. But then the back extensions, the 45-degree back extensions, amazing carryover. So it's trial and error, 100%.
Now, with those, how do you do those? Weighted, not weighted, med balls, barbells?
100% weighted. You got to go heavy. So for me, to this day, I attribute that exercise to being the main thing responsible for the rise in my deadlift from the upper 7s to the upper 8s. So that was really what I credit to that, because it hits the low back, it hits the hamstrings, and it hits the glutes, the entire posterior chain.
So how are you putting the bar on your back? I mean, it's a 45 degrees, so you have 315 on there. How are you getting that on your back?
Well, that's the secret. So I do it from the floor like a deadlift. I have the bar on the ground.
Got it. You're holding it.
Dead stop position, narrow grip. I hyperextend at the top, and I'll do, for instance, now I'll alternate weeks. I'll do 1 week 3 sets of 10, the next week 4 sets of 5. So I've got a heavier week and a lighter week. So we could say the last 3 sets of 10 day I did was 298. 298 pounds. The 4 sets of 5 day was 342 pounds. So I'm going heavy, and I'm pausing at the top. And I think a big mistake guys make is they don't go heavy enough on these. But if you load them up, you will smoke your entire posterior chain. Your deadlift will go up. So I'm huge on that exercise. I'm trying to get Hack to do them, because I'm like, this will take your deadlift up another notch.
Yeah. I mean, does he understand that to hold it in your hands? Because the reason why I'm going down this road is if I suggest that to a lot of people, I forget to say that. And then they think, well, how do I get it on my back?
Oh, God, yeah.
Because there are the giant cambered bars, right? So there is a way you can roll it and kind of do that. But it's completely a different movement then, because it kind of takes your lats out, where with what you're doing, you're still keeping your lats in, especially at the lockout at a certain point.
Exactly. I like the static component. It's coming from a dead stop. I think it's such a good carryover. I prefer it over GHRs, everything. Like, really big on those. I've been doing them for years. Just I never take them out. They
Where do you
work.
put your grip at?
Just inside of the knurling.
Okay,
So
it's
the
not
start
a
of the
snatch
knurling,
grip.
just inside.
All right, so close. So it's not the rings.
Nope.
Yeah. So okay, close. So almost like a deadlift.
Yeah, but you're on the smooth. So
Yeah,
So it doubles as a grip exercise.
Sure.
So you do these, your grip's going to be pretty good, because I'm a huge proponent of straps on deadlift. I train every set, every rep on deadlift with straps, all of them. I look at grip work as something to do on the side. I take care of my grip work on the side. I do static holds. So it's like that, and the 45-degree back extensions are how I train my grip. I want my deadlift to be focused all about everything else. I don't want grip to be a limiting factor. I don't want to think about it. And using this method of breaking it up has really helped my deadlift as well, and gotten rid of any grip issues. So I just treat grip like a separate thing, and I use straps on all of my deadlifts.
Do you, because you have clients as well, so do you float these in with them to see how it works for them as well?
Yeah, it's straps. If guys want to use them, I allow them to, but it becomes more of a thing when you're handling such high intensity ranges to where grips, it becomes a limiting factor.
Yeah.
If you're in the 400s, it's going to be less of a thing. If you're in the 600s, it's going to be way more of a thing. So it has to be accounted for as far as that goes. But if someone asked me, like a client was like, should I use straps? I want to use them or whatever, I'd say sure. And unless you're getting ready for a powerlifting meet, I don't place grip as a very high on the need scale as far as that. It can help bench a lot. I think I get a good carryover on static holds to bench, but I'm not huge on grip training unless there's a meet coming up 10 weeks out. That's just how I like to keep the focus on the back. Let's just not worry about grip. Let's knock these out.
Yeah.
My deadlift blew up when I feel like put my ego to the side and said, I'm just going to use straps. And that's when my deadlift blew up, because I could handle way more volume. My calluses weren't tearing all the time. My grip was better in meets from doing it as a side component. My grip was better than if I just did all deadlifts, mixed grip, and didn't do grip work. So straps plus grip work on the side, I had a better grip than if I did no grip work, but all my deadlifts were mixed.
And where did you throw your squat into the training mix in? On the same day as a pull or on a different day?
Usually a different day, but there was a large period of this training when I was getting up to the 2100 total, like all those years, that time period of building up where I would barely squat. I didn't like squats. They didn't feel good. They my hips felt terrible on them. So there were periods where one training cycle, it was the training cycle up to the 2100. I did 350 kilos, 772 at the meet on squat, and I almost buckled my legs walking it out because my legs hadn't been trained very much. Because leading up to that training cycle, the last 15 weeks, I had 2 squat days. That whole 15 weeks. I deadlifted just like crazy, like 2-3 days a week heavy, and built my back up so strong to where I could low bar a crazy weight. But my quads were insanely weak. And this wasn't ideal.
No, not
I'm not telling anyone don't
yeah,
squat at all.
Yeah.
But that was what worked. So squat was kind of, it wasn't something I prioritized heavily. I would just deadlift a ton to where the posterior chain and low back were so strong, I'd still have a good squat.
Now, when you tried to push the squat, did it have an adverse effect on the deadlift?
I would say yeah, because the hip issues could lead to back issues. And we've all done where like low bar jacks up your arms. You get so much tendonitis where your bench goes to crap. So I get frustrated with, okay, I just did low bar and then my forearms hurt like hell and my shoulders and my bench sucks then.
Yeah.
I never had a great bench, but it was definitely better when I wasn't squatting. And then I went through a period where I was doing tons of high bar. So there were seasons for everything. There was one period, 3 days a week, high bar, heavy. My squat felt unreal. And that was the meet where I tried 783. And to this day, I still think I would have hit it, but I tore my quad. At the bottom, I hit the hole and the quad tore. It ripped. I could feel it immediately. Very disappointing because the squat had never felt that good, that stable. Best training cycle of my life.
Did you have to have it repaired?
No, MRI, they're like, you tore your vastus lateralis, but it's a partial tear. No surgery. I was like, okay. It swelled up immensely, but I avoided the surgery. But it was like this, I hit the hole and I just felt just like a ripping, rubber band just snapping.
How did you come back from that? So say you find out it's tore. Obviously at that time, you're not taking 4 weeks out of the gym. So what was the next week? What'd that look like?
I was limping so bad around for like a month.
Yeah.
Just limping like crazy, just dragging that leg behind me. And I couldn't do lower body. I was just benching. And then after a month, I was like, gosh, this is healing up slow. So I had the MRI telling me, like, it's going to heal. It's a partial tear.
Yeah.
I didn't tear it fully. But then I just was like, I took a bunch of BPC and TB500 peptides, and they healed it up pretty quick. So it was about 8 weeks I came back to where I could deadlift again, 2 months. But that freaked me out. And, I almost hate to say it, but, like, it was shortly after that I was at a meet, and I saw a guy with 800 pounds blow his quad tendons out both. Like, I'm, like, from here, me to, not far from you. And I was watching it, and he had 800 pounds and hit the bottom. His quad tendon snapped. ACLs blew out. Freaked me out. This was 2 months after my quad tear, and it kind of like messed with me. I had a huge mental block with squats after that. That messed me up for a while.
Did you come back and do a meet and squat after that?
I did, but I never came close to the weights. I literally did deadlift only for like a year after that.
Yeah.
It messed me up. I hate to say it. Like,
No, I think it's important to say because a lot of people that have these injuries, it's easier to come back from them physically than mentally, right? Sometimes I don't know if you ever get past it, but you get to a point where it's like, fuck it, I'm going to do it anyhow, but it takes time.
Yeah, and I seeing the close, like 800 pounds, I had 783. So you start to realize, you're like, wow, we're in that range where your stuff can go wrong, right? You've seen it. We've all seen it. So it was, and then after that, it was around the time I started chilling out on the doses, and I just never got back to those weights. So it was less of a thing. I went all in on deadlift, trying to pull 904 in a meet. That was the big focus. I wanted to really get that one done before I laid low, kind of came off the drugs, so to speak, and that became a bigger focus.
Yeah.
Full power was less, and I'm just like, I just want to get the 9.
You see seeing the injuries happen in the meets, I've seen too many. I've seen a lot, and it's especially when I was coming up, it was more frequent because squat suits would blow out at the bottom, like people's asses would just like blow through. And then there was a time with the poly bench shirts they were blowing, in the seams, and then it's just. And then when the gear started to get, it was probably when you started to come in because the gear was getting really crazy. When Raw started, that's a whole other conversation too, because you came in when Raw started, so you guys were just getting blasted left like crazy for everything. There was nothing you guys could do right, by the way. It was just the backlash of the whole thing. But the gear was getting gangster, I guess is the way it is. It's really hard to use. People are getting fucked up all the time. Where one of the mental shifts that I did, if I would see things like that, is I would focus on who's going to change the momentum. Like in a football game, you'll see things can go bad, right? And then something happens that changes the momentum, and it starts going the right way for the other team, right? So it's like I'm watching. I'm like, because sometimes the next guy's like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm not part of this shit, and smokes it, changes the momentum of the entire meet, right? So that's where I focused on who's the momentum changer here. And if it's in a gym or something like that, I want to be the one to change the momentum. Like if everybody's missing shit, like I will fucking do whatever I can to not miss something to change it, because it can go so bad, so fast. It's momentum. And as soon as I started to realize and start focusing on that, then it took the focus off the other thing. Because the other thing is going to happen. Like it's just the nature of the sport. It's rare, very rare, fortunately, but it's going to happen. but who, right? And it's a perspective thing, made a big thing to where I remember that more than I remember the other things. Like, hey, you remember when so-and-so blew their fucking knees out? I do, but I remember is, 3 lifters after that, this motherfucker smoked the shit and the whole meet changed, and it was that's the way, one way, for those listening, one way to kind of get around that kind of shit. Now, if you're the person it happens to, it's another dialogue.
Well, and I remember that meet. I think we were waiting. The guy, I felt so bad. He was waiting 30 minutes for an ambulance to show up.
That's fucked up.
Just screwed the meet up. No one could focus after that. We were all just like, fuck. I wasn't competing, but I was like, I feel so bad. The guy's on the freaking floor for 30 minutes with double quad tendon tears. It was in the middle of nowhere, a small town. But
wow.
For you, what was the worst injury that you kind of saw? Did any injury that you remember like mess you up to where you're like, wow, that got in my head a little bit?
No, not from that side. I've seen a lot, but if it was in a meet I was in, I was too focused about myself that it didn't matter. And it's different. Multiply was different, because there's so many, well, maybe not, because when there's so many people back there and say you're in the pit or you're on deck, you don't see what's going on. You just hear it. You don't actually see what's happening. And the ones that I would see, if it's in the audience or whatever, it never really bothered me that much. For myself personally, I had a pec tear during the lockout, that, came up and the bar came back took my fucking head off. That one took a little while, to be able to kind of get over it. I had to find a way to reinvent that, because because it was at lockout. It was not like I've had strains before, right, but not there. Like, this is fucked up because it can take my head off, because it came fast, and the spotters aren't going to catch that. Just fortunately it hit my ribs instead of taking my head off. And that one took a while. That took a while. That one I tried to like visualize success over and over and over and over and over and, try to do that, and it didn't work. So I just started visualizing the worst possible case scenario. Then it would freak me out so bad. It would scare me so bad that by the time I got under the bar, I just wanted the fucker off of me.
Yeah. So
then I was able to use it in a different way. And then I knew when that stopped working, then it was better, because it did. There came a point where it was like, I'm laughing because I'm like picturing the ambulance coming and all this other kind of shit, and blood, my head exploding and all this other kind of shit. And then I'm laughing about it. Like the first time, you're fucking enraged and you're like shaking and shit, like you took way too much check drops, you're way fucked up. And then after a while, I'm sitting there and I'm trying to do it and I'm just laughing like, this is so fucking stupid. Just go bench the thing. But it was a few years. It was probably with that. Now I've seen Mark Bartley blow both his quads or knees out. That was a tough one to watch. But it didn't fuck me up. It was just a tough one to watch for him, because at that you're like, oh shit, how do you come back from that? Because it was both knees and I think a shoulder. I mean, it was bad. It might have been 1,200 or something like that too. It was a bad one. That one I won't look at. If somebody brings it up, and crazy.
It's hard to come back from something like that. I mean, I saw it I wasn't there, but we saw the Brendan Lilly.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing, but exactly like you described, I saw it as well in person with Mark Miller.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking blew his quads out right in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, jeez.
Yeah, no, it is. It's loud.
It's loud. It's like a gunshot. People don't. It is a gunshot sound, and you know something bad happened. You're like, this is not a little muscle tear. This is like, you're done. You're surgery. You're done.
How did you deal with not just those type of aspects, but just the mental aspect of, as you started to become more competitive? Now you need to balance out fame, I guess, because now you got to compete, but yet you're going to go to the cage and you're going to do this. There's things that you're doing that are more career related, but still kind of like a meet, maybe even harder on you than a meet to recover from. How did you balance that and make the decisions on what to do and not to do, and while still knowing that the 2100 was the total that you were shooting for?
I think there was a period of time where I was just so involved in it. I loved it so much that I was taking every opportunity that came along. Like, I wouldn't pass anything up. I'd compete as much as I could 3 times a year. And that was cool for a while, but it became unsustainable. My body started hurting. I had to taper it down the closer I got to, that 2100. It went from, I'm going to do 3-4 meets a year to 2, 6 months apart. But I kind of kept myself ready almost at all times. And this is why my training wasn't ideal. I was trying to stay as close to peaked all the time. I didn't understand, like, that's a bad idea. You can't be at, peaking now. I'm like, okay, we're going to look at 12 to 15 weeks, building up to that. Back then it was like, I'm going to stay, ready year round because I don't know what's coming up. And I do think a lot of lifters at some point go through that, but I just was like, that's just how it was. I just wanted to be ready for everything.
That's different than my experience, because it didn't work that way, because when I came in, it was always gear, where you had handlers. So it was more than you just doing the meet, but raw, you can do just about anything. You can go like anywhere at any time where you just need to grab your knee sleeves and a belt, maybe, and that's kind of it. And where I didn't even think of that, because if something popped up, like, how's that much different than if you're already training insane and heavy all the time? It's just another training session in some capacity.
Yeah, and powerlifting took me to places I never would have went. Like, the experiences were insane. The cage, I mean, doing that 5 times in a row, and going to France twice. Like, France, I'd never, going to Canada, going to all these cool places that they wouldn't have been there without powerlifting. It opened so many doors to so many experiences, and I'm forever grateful for that. Like, so many places I never would have been able to go on my own.
What were some of the crazy cage experiences that you saw or were a part of? The ones that people wouldn't know about?
I think what stands out to me is the people you run into in the cage, where you're like, wow, I'm meeting this person. Like, I'm really bad with his name, but Mikhail Kokolov from Russia. I was like, I'm just hanging out with the guy. Like, he comes up, he's like, you want to deadlift with me? Can I deadlift with you? I'm like, of course. We were just deadlifting together like a training session. And, just shooting the breeze. And it's so crazy. And seeing, like, Milanichev and just all these guys where you're just like, you would look around. You're like, I'm hanging out with so-and-so. I'm hanging out with Dan Green. I was like, this is insane. And it just was surreal. It wasn't even the performances. It was how surreal it was to just hang out with these guys. Just like now, I'm like, I'm talking to Dave Tate.
Yeah.
Did
it fire you up after you were there to go back and train harder?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's just, iron sharpens iron. You're around the best guys. You want to bring your A game out.
Yeah.
I loved it.
What were some of the commonalities amongst all of them? Because they all train somewhat differently, but there are certain things that are the same.
I'd say the mindset, the aggression, like, everyone was fired up. Everyone was bringing their A game. Everyone wanted to put on a show. So you saw that on everybody. People took the cage extremely seriously. No one was coming in lifting like, all right, casually.
Yeah.
It's like everyone was bringing their freaking A game, trying to put on a show. And the mental approach, the mentality everyone had was serious. It was like a top competition where everything's on the line. That's how everyone treated it.
Why do you think that was? Because none of these lifts counted.
The crowd was huge.
Yeah.
We couldn't even get crowds like that in meets. Like, it's funny that I've been to big meets and the crowd was nothing compared to the cage. Or I did a meet in New Orleans and it was insane how big the crowd was. Like you wouldn't think some random USPA meet, but it was in New Orleans and it was massive. And like the cage crowd was massive. People would be lining down. You'd look out there, it'd be a sea of people trying to look over. I was like, we never have a show like this. Those Friday and Saturday sessions at the animal cage, crazy.
Yeah.
Sunday was a little more filtered out, and if you were scheduled for Saturday, you knew you were main event, like you knew you were prime. And I had that like maybe 1 or 2 years where I was in that prime. Not the time slots. There were like 3 of them that were kind of midday. So that meant a lot as far as you knew what they thought of you, because they would bring the newcomers in, put them on like Friday or Sunday, and then the main event was like Saturday at midday, because that's the peak Arnold time.
Yeah.
So it was a huge compliment. It's like, wow, you feel like you're at the pinnacle almost, and you really want to do your best. So we'd cycle just as hard for the cage as we would for a meet.
So by the time that came around in your career, were you already becoming numb to the critics, or were they still pissing you off at that point in time?
It wasn't as bad. No, that was more early 20s when I still was pretty. I was still harboring that chip on my shoulder, and then later on, it's whatever. I mean, you're gonna get some criticism no matter what you do. You're not gonna please everybody.
Yeah.
I get kind of mad now because I'm like, I need criticism. I look for it and I don't find it, and I'm like, I wish there was something where I could, because I'm trying to look for more fuel. So I'm like, I wish someone would talk some crap to me or something, and I don't find it anymore, which is maybe it's a good thing, but it does help. I feel like sometimes. So as long as you don't get carried away with it, like I'm freaking out in that one video because someone on YouTube said something mean. It's
No, I get it.
It's ridiculous,
It drives you.
You're more numb to it.
Yeah. You can one of the things that I do, right, is I create my own enemy. So like because I know me better than anybody else knows me, right? So then I create this other alter me, right? This enemy. And then that enemy knows every weakness I have. And it's just willing and waiting to expose it. In business life or whatever it is, right? So that's who I'm trying to protect myself against. It's a mind fuck, right? But I'm going to build the wall, and the armor around that so that motherfucker can never penetrate it. So I just created my own, that way, because why rely on somebody else for fuel, when they're mostly an idiot or a troll and they don't even care. They don't, they don't know you, they're just being an idiot for their own self-glorification or for whatever reason they need to be able to get their rocks off or whatever it's going to be. My own enemy, he knows me, right? And he knows what it's going to take, to be able to drive and will give a fuck if it actually works or doesn't work. So just make your own. You don't need fucking somebody.
It's a good point. I haven't thought of it that way, but that's really a smart point. You know yourself more than anyone else.
Yeah. I strongly believe everybody needs to have an enemy to be able to drive them, because it will drive you harder than anything else will.
True.
It always will. So to not have, now to go seek one's kind of stupid too, because then, it's, are they really going to drive you? Are they really not? Then sometimes you'll meet them. Like you, and say you meet this guy that used to drive you crazy, when you're 20 years old, and 4 years later you meet him and you're like,
yep,
really, dude?
That's what the big deal was.
Yeah, like this fucking person fired me all up, and they suck. It's, then you get mad at yourself, right? This way I can't get mad at myself because myself is the one that created it.
No, that's true. I think people used to say, well, this guy's better than you. You can't do what this guy can. I'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
Go. So it was like that, but that's youth.
Yeah.
Now it's not a thing.
Yeah.
So.
Well, exactly. But you can make it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can make it one because there's always something that's in there. At what point did you, how long have you had the gym? Is it 3 years?
3 years.
3 years. And it was your wife's gym? How'd this work? How did you end up with being a part of a gym?
Yeah, because if I was on my own, I never would have had a gym.
Yeah.
I saw my buddy Dan Paschalk, who you're going to have on, start his gym, and I said, hell no.
No, it's a rough path, man.
I don't want any freaking part of that, because I saw his early days.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to tell you, I've never seen somebody work so hard. I mean, I remember when there were no freaking members, and he wasn't making money and stressed out of his mind, and he hustled hard. So I have so much respect for that guy. But that's why I was like, I don't want to do this. But then I ran into my wife. So she was like managing, she'd been in the gym industry for 15 years, 10, 15 years. She was managing a gym, the gym I moved to train at. So obviously that's how we started dating. And I've been with her for over 7 years, 7.5. I've been married for 2. But she was into that. And at some point, this stuff kind of happens sometimes where like you have a falling out. So we really had a falling out with the owner. And we're like, all right, we'll do our own, because that's what she wanted to do. That's her love. That's her passion. My passion's not a gym, but it's hers, and I respect that. And that's how we kind of got into it. So after this, we'd been at this gym for 4 or 5 years, had a falling out. We kind of started our own thing. We didn't have a budget. Like, we didn't have much money. We had, 10 grand on the credit card. And we found a small space, 3,600 square feet. Like, let's do it. I just remember the early days, putting all that time in to gut the place, to paint it. Took forever, all these little tasks, getting it up to code. It's crazy to think how much work went into it. And it's not, it's our thing. Like, we're both a part of it. I get there usually weekdays at 5 a.m. every weekday. Been doing that for the last year since we had our baby daughter. And it's just what we do. It's the community is what keeps it going. We love the community. We love the people. It's an outlet for people. It changes people's lives. I'm working with a guy, Thomas, who's lost freaking 80 pounds in 6 months. Like, insane. Changed his life. 310 down to 220, 90 pounds. And you just realize, like, it's community. You're changing people's lives, but it's not a profit thing. There's no profit in a freaking gym. There's no profit. I mean, there are cases where sure there is. But for the majority of gyms and small business owners, there is not a profit. You pay your overhead, you pay your rent, you pay your utilities. There's nothing left. It's a labor of love. Like, I can't make a living off the freaking gym. People don't realize that. It's like, there's no, it's...
Well, odd, right? Because as soon as you have a business, everybody just assumes you make $200,000 a year on that business, which is so fucking wrong. It's unbelievable. Most businesses, middle to down, make zip. It's a grind. It's a hustle. You have to find other motivations to keep doing it. I guess the 80-pound guy, the guy losing weight, the community, those are other motivations, but it's work sometimes to keep looking for those motivations, or other streams of revenue also help.
Yeah, you have to have other streams of revenue. I mean, Dan's the one guy I've seen who has put every ounce of himself for a decade into the gym. He stopped training. He put every freaking thing he had into that. Everything. It's insane what I've seen him do. Driving to Sioux Falls to get a piece of equipment off Craigslist. And he's made it work, even with outside pursuits, where he's profitable, he's doing well. But that's the very rare minority. For most of us, and simply put, I'm not willing to do what he's done. The amount of time investment and all that, I don't want to do that. So, but still, there's long days, 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then you get home, you meal prep, do some dishes, you're back at it. You go to sleep for 6 hours, you're back. Like, it's a grind. It wears on you. There are a lot of days where I'm stressed out of my mind. I'm like, gosh, this is so much. I can't keep up with all this. And it's tough, but I think a big part of it, I'm like, it's what my wife wants to do. It's her passion, so I have to support that. If it was just me, sure, I wouldn't be doing it necessarily. But it's more than that, So, and I do enjoy it. I do. But you're not seeing your bank account blow up.
Yeah. Is there? I mean, with a lot, because there's other streams. So you have online clients. I mean, that's pretty much where your revenue, is coming from online. Is there, there's, I don't even, this should probably not even, I don't know if this should be on the podcast or not, but, is there ways to leverage, the gym to be able to service the online clients better? You see what I'm saying? So if you need to send somebody a demonstration video, it's a hell of a lot easier now to be able to just rip it off, in your own gym than to have to go to some other gym to be able to say, hey, look, because now you got to travel, you're already there, so it's, it's looking at it with the perspective of how do you use that to be able to expand the online thing that you have, which is it's all referral based at this point, I assume, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, so you can use more clients, but you don't really need them.
I'm at the point in life I'm still trying to pivot and figure out my direction, because it gets to a point with clients where you can't take anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I think my peak was at like 55 and I was ready to it was insane. I couldn't keep up with it. Now I'm at about 40 and I want to get down to like 30 because truthfully the time component, it's full on, man. It's 365 days. So I've got that. I've got on top of that personal training clients at the gym. And then I've got to help with the group classes, help with the gym, help manage the gym. So it's like you're working 3 hats. But I think, I'm trying to somewhat grow the online presence again because I took years away from it. And that didn't help me. But growing that to where I don't have to do as many clients, I think that'll be the way to go. And then I can use the gym.
Yeah. Your online was like got fucking whacked for some reason too. Like your Instagram used to be way bigger, right? And then it just like for some reason just died, and wasn't the YouTube way bigger at one point too?
The YouTube's misleading because the number is the highest it's been, but there was a period of 3 years where I didn't do anything with it, so it really didn't grow at all, and now it's like a stagnant number. So I'm trying to work on almost starting over with it to where I'm growing it back.
Yeah.
Because it's at like 89,000, but it's not a true 89. It feels like it's probably closer to 20.
Yeah, because it's probably, I get it. They subscribed and they're probably no longer even
on watching.
Yeah.
And the Instagram, I lost like 25,000, which I haven't really figured out the exact thing with Instagram. I know my videos used to be a lot cooler because the weights were cooler and they were at the peak of what people were doing. But now I used to use that as an ego boost, and now I view social media, YouTube, Instagram as just business. It's nothing more. I don't care about the number per se. I care about I need to keep the businesses. So I'm pivoting.
It's kind of fucked up, right? Because when it was at its peak for you, and I think the peak is to come, but when it was its peak for you, you're not giving a fuck about the monetization of it at all.
I didn't care at all. You get that. That's what I talked about. Like now it's just simply a mechanism to keep the businesses going, because I do enjoy coaching, but I'd rather have it to be where like YouTube is the ad revenue or whatever, where that's helping me to where I can coach 30 guys instead of 40.
Yeah.
And then I can do a better job even because I'm not stretched as thin.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be around doing this for 10 years if I didn't do a good job. Like I really try. I try with everybody as best I can. I feel like I have the experience. I've done all the mistakes like we talked about. So I try, but I still get stressed out where I'm like, I have too much on my plate.
Yeah. Well, it's the key thing that you just said there is let's just sit and think for a minute. I don't want to throw names out there, but how many people have been doing online coaching for over a decade? I mean, let's just think about it. Anybody watching this, just think about that one for a minute, and see how many names you can come up with, because there's not many. As you just said, you're not going to last if you suck, especially online.
You get exposed.
Because it gets exposed. It travels fast.
It's referral, like you said.
Yes. And the fact that it is referral for you online makes it even more credible, because it's not like the referrals online are way different than the referrals like you would get for your gym in person.
Yes.
You just need somebody that's out to dinner with somebody else talking about your gym, and that's done. Online, it's that they don't like just randomly text somebody and say, hey man, my coach is really awesome, you should try him out.
Well, the other thing, we're at a time where the industry is extremely saturated. Back when I started, there were like a handful of guys. Now it's everybody. So, and everybody isn't taking it seriously, but there's so many options. You're competing with a very large pool. So you have to dial in your knowledge, what you're offering more. Like I'm trying to always dial in my knowledge now to like whether it's health, lifting, learning all these things, experimenting on myself, because I want to be as credible as I can be. So that's what differentiates myself. That's what I want to be. Just learns to where I'm like, I know more than most of the guys out there, even if they're stronger at this point.
Marek Health is a premium telehealth platform specializing in hormone optimization and preventative medicine. Are you looking to optimize your health in and out of the gym, improve recovery, sex drive, and quality of life? Have you tried speaking to your health professional about this and have gotten the cold shoulder, stereotyped, or just told it's part of getting older? You just go to marekhealth.com/table talk, and you can create your own lab, or you can take labs that we've had set up for them, which are based upon the same labs that I've been doing over the last 15 years. Or you can use their guided optimization. With this, they'll put you in touch with a patient care coordinator, which is actually pretty cool because you get to sit down and speak to somebody that can understand what you're looking for from hormone optimization and the preventative medicine standpoint. After that conversation, they'll determine which labs that you should and which tests you should have done, and then from there, get the labs done. They'll review those labs with you and put you in touch with one of their hormone optimization specialists that can determine which supplementation that you should use over the counter or prescription. marekhealth.com/table talk. The discount code is table talk. I want to go to a question I asked you beforehand that was from the Discord, because your answer wasn't what I thought it was going to be, so I think other people can benefit from that. And it was about the back raises, the 45-degree back raises. And the way the question was asked was, at the top, should you, I don't want to say overextend, but should you arch harder at the top or just stop at neutral? And your answer was to arch harder. So go into a little bit more detail for that.
Yeah, so in my opinion, based on my experiences with it, that extra little hyperextension at the top of the 45-degree back extension is where you're going to get a lot of the benefits. So it's going to make it to where you're not going to be able to do as much weight. Like a lot of guys cut it short and they'll go to like parallel or a little short, and it's so much easier. But when you get that extra arching, that hyperextension at the top, you're getting way more hamstring activation. The glutes have to work a lot harder. There's just more posterior chain benefit. So you'll find if you go from maybe where you're at the neutral point to where you're getting that little extra hyperextension, it's actually a lot tougher to hold that position. But you should try to aim to do that and then pause it there. And that's where the glute and hamstring activation goes through the roof. So I think that's spot on. That's what you want to do.
I think the key to what you just said there is to pause it there. Right, because what I would worry about are the people who are going to, they're just going to whack up there and then slam down. Where if you got to pause it, it becomes more controlled.
Exactly.
At that top part, because they got to hold it.
People go too fast on those. You almost, I never tell people to lift slow. I think it's terrible. Like, you want to lift fast to lift maximal weights, but sometimes people will try to speed through those too quickly. They'll try to pace it too fast, and it's like it should be controlled enough to where a big mistake I see is they rush it to where they start bending at the knee joint. So their legs will start becoming unlocked. If the legs become unlocked, you're taking the hamstrings out of it, which is the whole freaking point of the exercise. So you want the legs to be completely locked out with the feet slightly turned out, and you want to go slow enough to where you keep your legs locked even at that extra hyperextension. When the legs start bending, you're taking the hamstrings out of it. That's the whole point. Like, I know it hits a lot of low back. I get that. But I was mainly doing it for hamstring activation. So why would you take out the hardest part?
Yeah.
Like, don't go so fast that your legs become, unbuckled and you lose that tension. Like,
I'm going to change the topic here because I had it in my notes here and I got to commend you on it. You put the washer and dryer back in your videos, which is behind. Did it help the views?
No. It was like a cool thing. I'm like, yeah. Well, I don't have much of a back. I was like, I got to go from just a plain wall background to like something. Like, it's that room is tiny, so I can't like fit anything in there. So it's just like this dungeon type room, and I had to spice it up a little bit. It's not going to move the needle too much, but.
So as you've been putting content out since the last time, and even it was a little bit before, how is, not the comments, but what are the people who are following you, what do they want you to speak about? What are they asking you about? I guess that's a better way to ask this.
I'm trying, I think the majority of it is still strength focused, because that's what my whole audience was built upon. That's the pillar. but I'm trying to pivot it a little more towards this more hybrid lifestyle of health, where I'm like, okay, just because you're going to run and do cardio and shrink down or whatever doesn't mean you have to be weak. So that's kind of where I'm trying to pivot. It's like you can still lift pretty heavy and be strong and have a good physique, but you can at the same time have the health and all that. So that's the direction I'm going now, where there's going to be more interest from that side of things, and I'll lose some of the initial just purely strength-based powerlifting pursuit people. But you know, your interests are going to shift in life too, and that's kind of where I'm at. So it's like I'm not going just switching sides. It's just I'm trying to bring it all together, integrate it, which I feel like Nick Bear is almost a prime example of that. Not that his lifts are crazy, but he's the guy who's jacked with the good physique, who's also crazy fast. And I'm like, that's what I want to be.
Well, I think at the same point, if you're a creator, for lack of knowing what else to call it, you never want to get stuck into feeding the followers, I don't want to say what they want, but you're telling your life story as a creator.
Basically.
Right? So, and that's the whole point, you know, of creating the content, to be completely honest, because you're not making a fortune doing it, you know, so it's that. So if, I think as soon as a creator, again, for lack of a better word, gets stuck into not telling their own journey, but they stop at this one and then just go on auto repeat, you know, keep reliving the past, then it's not going to last long anyhow. And those people that have been following for a long time, they're also not doing the same things that they were doing a decade ago either.
Well, and it's not authentic when you're forcing it and you're like, you know, I think what's happened to what I've seen is a demographic shift to where everybody who used to follow me was teens and 20s, young guys who wanted to get stronger and all that. My demographic has shifted completely to like now it's later 20s, 30s, and 40s. Like that's my demographic now. It's guys with a family, guys with kids, guys who don't have all the time in the world. They can't train for 4 hours like I used to do, who want to be healthy at the same time. That's where the shift has been. I've seen it. It's a whole different demographic. It's people who relate to this. They're like, okay, you got a family, I've got a family. I don't have a lot of time. You know, I want to be efficient. I want to be healthy. I want to be strong.
Well, it can also be the same demographic that you had before. They just got older too.
That's exactly right. They've grown up with you.
So they've grown up with that. Where on the content side, where it gets weird is there's a younger demographic coming up, which you don't want to ignore, right? Because eventually they get older, then they fall in that demographic range. But they're still always going to be attracted to the bait of the people that are their age that are doing the things that they want to do. You know, the same way when you were younger, they were following you because you're closer to that same age, more relatable in that realm, where there's a whole crew of people that have filled that spot.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm not that guy.
Yeah. They've done that. Where the cool thing with YouTube, especially, and we talked about this last time for different reasons that, you know, I was on there for different reasons, you know, than people that were trying to build the YouTube for different reasons, is it's an archive too. It's a huge archive of information that's out there that I don't want to say smarter people, but the more, I don't want to say research, the people who are more passionate, let's say about deadlifting or powerlifting, are going to go see what were they doing, like what were you doing 10 years ago to be able to, as well as what's being done now. And then this is where I'll say the smart ones. The smart ones are going to say, what's the same?
Good point.
Right?
That's
because
awesome.
that's the answer. That's where, when we get inundated with, the information overload, you know, I come back and say, not really, because there's a lot of clues if you know how to look.
That's good. Where it's like, what's stuck? What were they saying 10 years ago that they're still saying?
Yeah.
That's the key, because things do change. Your views on something that you're like, that was awesome before, it might shift now.
Yes. And the younger, as, you know, say I'm in a generation that above when you came up, you guys are learning from what we did. So it's like, hey, that's fucking cool. That looks dumb as fuck. I'm not doing that, but I'm going to do this, right? Yeah. So then that group was stronger. Same thing is happening with the people that are coming up under you. It's like, hey, that was cool. That looks stupid as fuck, but this was cool. And then, you know, they learn, you know, from each, if they're willing to look. what's good, what's not, and that kind of stuff. And that archive is actually really, really cool if they take the time to go down those rabbit holes to be able to see, because it's so good. We didn't have that, right? You were one of the first people to be putting this shit up there. It wasn't like you had 20 years of people pulling deadlifts in a basement somewhere, like Ed Cohn. Or think how cool that would have been.
Yeah.
Right. So you'd have all that to be able to go off of. Now they got 3 decades of different levels, different generations, right? Of fuck ups.
And I mean, the same thing could be said with PEDs. Like now it's like there's way more dialed into what, like, oh, that was stupid, he shouldn't do that, but I could do this. So people are better utilizing PEDs on a much more efficient basis these days than when I was starting out doing it, because it was so underground. We talked about that. Now it's all out there. Mm-hmm. So like, like the advantage these guys have now, honestly, like if I knew how to run PEDs to this degree back then, I'm like, man, I wish I would have done it different. But there was some basic steroid forums and stuff out there. And I think part of it is youth. Like even youth, you could read like, this is the most efficient way, and you're just gonna be like, no, I'm gonna try this and take all this. So even that goes back to sometimes experience is the best, teacher. So that's not necessarily the case, I suppose, because just in your 20s, you're not going to listen a lot of times.
No, and I just had this conversation with somebody 2 days ago that is younger, and it's realizing that the exact conversation was, look, I know where this edge is, and I know you're going to go over the edge and fall, right? All I'm trying to do is to provide a little cliff under the edge so you don't fall all the way to the bottom. But I'm okay with you going to that edge and falling, right? Because you're going to do it even if I tell you not to. So I'm going to build it into what you're doing intentionally, right? So don't do, there's no need to do more because it's already fucking ridiculous what's there. It's already over and above. So an example I'll give you, which you'll understand, is it's more of a linear the type of thing that I have them on. So the first week I had 5 sets of 5, and I didn't put any weight percentages or anything like that because I know what they're going to do. We all know what they're going to do. So I let it on there. So guess what week 2 was? 20% less weight than week 1.
Ah, that's good. That's good.
Right? So it's like, okay, I know exactly what all of you are going to do. So now we can build from here.
You're going to overshoot.
Yeah, because they're going to.
Well, we're all like that. I've known better. That's why I'm like, guys, I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I'm not going to say don't do PEDs, don't take Tren. Like, I abused the hell out of Tren. It was great times. It was
it's not great times.
It was good and bad. Yeah, don't ask my wife, but like, it was good and bad times, It was, but I'm saying, like, I could tell some guy like, oh, you don't do Tren, and they're going to freaking do it. Like, that's the thing. I think we're on the same page. We're trying to steer you in a good direction to kind of somewhat help you, but we know you're going to do it.
Yeah.
I can't be like, yeah, guys, wait till you're 25 to take juice when I did it at 20. Yeah. It's like, I know you're going to do it. It's acceptable. I get it. And I'm like that. I'm just programmed like that. Like you could say, don't do that, but until I screw up and feel the pain of screwing up from it, I don't know. I don't learn. I learn from mistakes.
Some people are just it's just born that way, I think.
Yeah, do you learn from mistakes, or do you learn from someone telling you?
Mistakes, I hate, I was thinking about this the other day. I've always hated when people tell me shit. Like, I hated when teachers would tell me in grade school, get in line. Like, fuck you, I'm not getting in line. It was just getting in line to go to lunch. I'm like, fuck you. Because they get all mad, right? Because people wouldn't get in line. So I would purposely just sit there. So I would be last in line because fuck, I don't know where that comes. I don't know where that came from, but it's like, fuck you. I'm not, now there's other people, it's different mentalities.
Maybe, do you think part of that, though, is there's not enough of an explanation of why? Like, if you gave really good reasons why, okay, don't do this, don't wait till you're 25 to take PEDs for all these good reasons. Maybe we're not explaining it good enough to them where they deem it to make sense.
100%. The podcast I had with Wendler and DeCenzio the other day, Vincent was saying something about, and it was a teaching perspective, and how they were explaining all that, and it kind of hit me like, I would have done that. I would have complied. I would have done that had it been done that way. but it's not. So it's definitely how the message is being put out there. So I wonder, things like that will creep up on me, where I'll stop and pause and say, well, how exactly is the message being projected? And it gets weird when it's a podcast, because the audience is all over the place. So who exactly is the target audience you're trying to project to? Because you can't speak to everybody. And how can it be reframed? Because personally, I don't think somebody under 25 should be using PEDs. I really don't. And that's just because I think it's going to hurt their long-term potential as a lifter. I've seen it too many times. We've all seen it. It's like, fuck, if you just waited 3 more years, your last 3 years would have been way better and way stronger than. Nobody has ever disagreed with me when I said that. But we all will say, it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah. I think even for me, I'm like, if I had waited, I think I would have hit a higher total.
I know you would have.
If I hadn't jumped on Tren like that quick, if I'd been like, okay, I'm going to, even if I was like, I'm going to start PEDs, I'm going to take testosterone, I'm going to take D-ball, I'm going to take DECA. And I was like, but I'm going to wait 2 years, 3 years to start Tren. If I'd done that, I probably would have done better. But I was just like, oh, I got to try Tren right away and all this. Like, it was pretty quick.
So I think my theory on it, it's manyfold, but one of my theories on it is you don't learn how to overcome sticking points in your training.
No.
Because you first hit the sticking point, then you take drugs, that's how you overcome. So you don't learn that better programming could help.
Oh, no.
Eating more food could help. Better help training at a different time of the day. Technique. All these things you don't learn because that's the first card that you pull. And that's the biggest thing. The other thing, I just think that and I have nothing to back this up, there's a time period where this shit really, really helps you. Maybe a decade or something like that. It's whatever it is, where it's optimally just going to do the best for you it possibly can. And if you push like 4 or 5 of those years too soon, it's taken away. I think the optimal time is like 25 to 35 for a strength athlete. Now, they got to build strength and muscle mass and all that before they're 25. But if they can push that PED window right there,
yep,
then that's when they can specialize, because they've built mass, they've built strength, they know the training, they know how to overcome sticking points, then bam. They got 5 really, really good years where you're almost indestructible, 25 to 30. And then another 5 to where you're going to get beat up a little bit, but not so bad that it's going to hurt anything that much. And then maybe you expend it out the back end of that. And it's just, like I said, I have nothing to really validate this except everybody I've ever spoken to is like, fuck, that makes sense to me. And
I would agree 25 to 35 would be that ideal range, because I've seen a lot of guys in that like 33 range who are like peaking in terms of strength. And I think we all follow the progression too of, with PEDs, we start out with like, okay, we'll start out with just testosterone or SARMs or something, and then we climb higher to where we're taking a lot more. We're trying other compounds, anadrol, D-ball, and we take a ton, and then we get to a point in our life where we're just on the back end. We start taking less and less, and then we go to just testosterone. And so it's like this wave. It's like you come up, you come down. And then maybe when you're 35 to 40, you're like, okay, I'm just going to do TRT. I know I'm not going to lift what I once did, but I need to be healthier. And it's this progression. So that's kind of relatable. And I did that too. Like, I was like, all right, I got to stop taking Tren. This is really jacking me up. And I came off that, and it was just other stuff. And then I dropped the other stuff, and here I am. So.
But when the Tren came in, what was that trajectory like?
Fast. The strength trajectory, it was just like, it just blew up. I mean, Tren gave me gains that nothing else could. So I loved that feeling of it. I loved the aggression, the intensity I would always have. It felt invincible, basically. So that was nice, but it was just too much of a burden to carry around on a daily basis to where you have that kind of energy 24/7. Like, that energy's good in the gym, but that energy's too much to be walking around day in and day out with. It's overkill. And There was good and bad. There was good in the gym, bad outside of the gym.
Yeah.
The strength was crazy. Nothing gave me strength like that. I responded.
So that
well.
strength that you got was better than your first cycle?
Tren, yeah, it just kept coming. Like it was always there. I mean, I'm trying to look back. I would say it was for me. Wow. I was a very high responder to Tren, but I could take halo tests and nothing.
Yeah.
So every compound was different.
Yeah, everybody's different, but that's crazy to think about, right? Because the first cycle is always like the one you chase for the rest of your life after that.
Every Tren cycle. I could feel it though. I could feel it. Like feel the feeling of like, wow, this is a different level than just a normal cycle. That's what it felt like. So I know not everybody experiences that. Like you hear all the crazy Tren stories, and those are the guys who are the high responders to Tren. That was like me. And some people are just like, yeah, it gives me a little boost, and you know. So everybody's different. People say Anadrol gives them a crazy boost. For me, I talked about it was nothing. But for Tren, I responded so well to it where it was crazy. And the other guys I was lifting around, they loved DECA and D-ball. So it's just everybody each their own. Some people love pro hormones. Like pro hormones were given crazy. A lot of my early years, like, you know, pro hormones were giving guys better strength than straight up steroids, like testosterone with DECA or D-ball.
Yeah, but was the shit fake?
I don't know. I think it was because remember the old Super Draw? How good it was?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It was steroids anyhow.
Super Draw was ridiculous back in the day. Getting it like we talked about off Amazon back. That was good stuff. It was very strong. So you could have insane gains on that as well. But you know, now I've seen it with a few of my guys. I have never personally ran it, but I hear it's almost Super Draw-like strength gains is Rad 140. Rad 140, the SARM. People say that's just insane, like better gains than D-ball, Anadrol, and all that. I've never tried it because it was kind of more newer when I was getting out of it. But I've seen guys blow up on Rad 140.
No, I've not heard of that.
It's just like the strongest SARM, I want to say. So you got like Ostarine, you got some other ones, but MK677, different pathways.
No, those I've heard of, but that.
Yeah, RAD 140.
Yeah. So that would be more what though? More androgenic, more anabolic?
I guess it's more like androgenic, and I've seen guys get stronger off that than Anadrol.
Wow.
It's the real deal. I just don't know much about it because I've never obviously tried it. It was too new when I was. It's newer, but that is giving people, and you can buy that legally online. I'm pretty sure. Not to say that anybody should do that, but like.
No, you shouldn't do it at all.
It's just one of those things where I'm literally commenting.
You're like nobody's gonna do this.
I'm commenting on my experiences with what I've seen, like what I've seen other guys.
Yeah.
Some of my clients.
I need to give a shout out to Nathan Payton when he was out here. Remember when I was telling you earlier that if you don't dilute this element shit, it will take a cramp away? And this isn't even meant to be a sales plug. This is just my fucking left hamstring was just cramping like a motherfucker. I put a whole pack in like this much and slammed it, and the hamstring cramp just went the fuck away.
Yeah, I tried Element once, and I got a packet from somebody. They gave it to me. I took it before a run. I was like, God, I had a freaking awesome run. I felt good. So.
Well, he was saying that
like I gotta get hooked
if you know, obviously you don't want to cramp. You want to have the sodium before to prevent all that. But if you're on the back end and it's locked up, that the more dilution that it's in, like in the whole, it probably isn't going to do shit. But if basically you just put it a little bit, pound it, it will take it away.
Just quick.
And it did. It just took it away.
Quick
normally it's like, normally you had the fucking post-workout cramps. Just like a mother, especially your hamstring or the adductors, you know, the quads. It just went away. It's fucking crazy as fuck.
I'll get, after I do those back extensions or Nordic hamstring curls, after I do those that night, I'll be laying in bed. I could be sound asleep, and at some point I'll just wake up like my hamstring locking up, and you got the covers on, you can't get them off, so you're trying to rip them off, and your hamstring's just going crazy. That's always fun. No,
those are terrible. I know what those are.
It's always the calf or the hamstring.
Yeah, the hamstring. It's the worst is the vastus medialis.
Oh God!
You know that hits. It's actually kind of cool because you're like, wow, you didn't know you had one, right? You didn't know it looked like that, and you're like, holy shit! Then it just like a motherfucker. And then you try to stretch it, and then your hamstring cramps. Because the stretch, it's just a nightmare. Anyhow, you probably shouldn't get into the state where you got to shotgun the shit. But
Yeah.
when he told me, I'm like, nah, I like half believed it. Because when you're in that cramp state, there's not a whole lot you can do except just pray.
Yeah, you gotta
and
wait it out.
Just hope the fuck it goes away. It just went away. So it needs to happen again for me to be 100% definitive on it. But I'll tell you what, it worked.
Yeah, got it done.
So it's done. It sidetracked me on the whole thing because I didn't think, I'm like, fuck, I got a hamstring cramp. I'm going to have to fake a pee break to stretch it, but I didn't have to. Want it what the fuck away. Anyhow, that all aside, I had Tren down here as one of my topics, for this.
It was always great.
Which always kind of comes in there with that. So you touched on that with what did somebody ask me about the other day? Because a lot of this stuff now, like I know Tren. A lot of this other stuff I don't know shit about, right? Because I've been on TRT for 10 fucking years and I don't pay it. It's not like the lifters I work with. I'm like, dude, what are you taking? I really don't want to know.
Okay.
Like, they can just figure that out. I don't want to be a part of that. You can tell if it's too much.
Yeah.
You can say, dude, look, like, what the fuck? I really don't want to know. But shit will pop up, and I'll be like, what the fuck is, like, I don't know what that is. Like, somebody the other day was talking about mint.
Oh,
like,
yeah. So, gosh, what does that stand for? Because there's a few names for it.
Yeah. Well, maybe if I knew the other names, I might.
Mint. Is that like Trestolone?
I don't know. It sounded to me like the action was like a check drop.
Yeah, like Trestolone. Have you heard of Trestolone?
Yeah.
Have you ever taken Trestolone?
No.
Trestolone, this stuff is hilarious. This is a funny story. Trestolone, I got some from this guy, another lifter. He's like, yeah, man, take one pill. It's an oral. Take it before each attempt in the meet. So you got 9 attempts. You're going to take 9 of them. He's like, dude, it'll give you crazy aggression. Take it before each attempt. And I started reading about it, and I'm like, holy crap, this stuff like is meant to completely shut down your fertility. Like it's meant to like turn off fertility in like dogs or something. And and I'm like reading about it more, and it's like a serious suppressant effect, and it's like so strong that you're not supposed to take it for longer than like a week because it's so toxic on the liver. And I'm reading about how powerful it is, and it's like way stronger than Tren, and it's just something that you're really, not supposed to do much of, like check drops. And I just chickened out too much on taking it. But my buddy, I'm like, he would take anything. I'm like, yeah, no, you can try it out. And he thought it was like a SARM. He didn't know it was like an actual steroid. So he's like taking this stuff and he's getting crazy strong, but he's like, man, I cannot sleep at all. I don't sleep at all during the night. I feel terrible. I can't fall asleep till 6. I just feel awful all day, but I'm getting really strong. And I'm like, Trestolone's like a steroid. It's not a SARM. And he's like, what, really? I thought it was a SARM. I'm like, no, dude, it's like a really powerful, the most powerful steroid. And he had no idea, and it just was like killing him. And he's like, dude, I had no idea I was taking it. And he had to stop. Like this was a guy who could take 700 milligrams of Tren Ace and not even blink. And he just felt fine. He's like, I feel good. But as soon as he took like 2 weeks of Trestolone, he felt like trash. Like he couldn't sleep a wink, felt completely toxic, and his strength went way up. But it's kind of funny that like it kind of puts into perspective of how strong it is to where a guy who took 700 mgs a week of Tren Ace was unbothered by that, but Trestolone was so strong that he couldn't even handle it.
Wow.
That's right. I would just give him all the stuff that I was too scared to take. It's like, I'm not going to do it, but I'm going to let you do it. So
no, we had people like that too. It's like, here, try this.
I was at the Arnold once. This guy, he had a pro hormone company. He had this pro hormone. He's like, this is my strongest one. Like, I don't know this guy, but he knows who I am. He like stops me and pulls me over. He's like, I'm going to give you this. And it was like free $120 bottle of this stuff. It was 3 pro hormones and 3 SARMs in one. And I'm like, this is some crazy stuff, dude. This is like, I took it to be nice and everything, and I was like way too terrified to take it after that. Like, this is nuts, dude. 3 pro hormones and 3 SARMs in one.
Yeah. So who'd you give it to and how'd it work?
Same guy. Yeah. I don't know if he ever actually took it, but I was like, the liver toxicity of this must be insane. I'm like, 3 pro hormones all in one? No, I'm good.
Well, what would, I mean, that brings up so many questions, as such as what would be the point, you know, and all this other stuff. So
I can imagine it probably would have gotten me stupid strong, but even at that point, I was in my like later 20s, and I was starting to draw a line of like, yeah, I don't know, this is getting kind of dicey. But if he had given me that at like 22, yeah, I would, you know, taking it, no problem.
No, wait a minute. So, I mean, you're only talking a few years difference here.
Yeah.
What changes when that, so how's the lying change over 3 years at that age?
Okay, so like 22 to like, let's say 28.
Yeah.
So 6 years. I think what I saw was I still felt invincible at 22, and then at like 28, I'd seen a bunch of guys start passing. And I could actually feel times where I was like, oh, this isn't good. Like that last Halo cycle where I was on the 1.5 grams a test and the gram of NPP and the Halo, the 40 mgs of Halo, which is way too much. I felt off. Like I felt like, oh gosh, you know, something's bad here. Like my blood pressure would shoot up. I'd have these crazy headaches, and I'd feel insanely nauseous where I would, you know, I talked about if I stood up, I'd feel like I'm gonna throw up. So I started feeling like, man, this stuff is potent. Whereas at like 22, I don't know if I was so new to it, the side effects weren't as pronounced, and I felt okay still. So I think it was more that coupled with seeing guys like actually start passing, where I started to get a little more hesitant of just taking whatever. But I mean, well, I say that, and I was taking 3 grams, but you know, I don't know. It was I think too, as I got older, I leaned more into injectables than orals, because orals are when you really feel like trash.
Oh, yeah.
I never felt crappy on injectables like I did on orals.
So I only used orals before, just like a month before. I used to have this rhyme, you know, before a meet, you lower the tabs, or you lower the jabs and up the tabs. You know, it's just based upon half-life, it makes sense. You know, like what exactly is, you know, testosterone ethane going to do for you the week before a meet?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Dick, you know, but orals will. So let's just trade those milligrams with the orals, and then, you know, run it that way and push. Where, as far as dose mitigation, that it wasn't people passing when I was coming through. It was seeing them get hurt.
Yep.
Like muscle tears and shit like that. And it always seemed to be like, okay, there's whatever the weird. There's normal tears, then there's weird ones, right?
Yeah.
There's like a quad tear, bicep tear, pec tear, kind of like normal tears. Okay, what was he taking? And then normal. Then there'd be like weird shit, like their lat tore off, or they tore their fucking ab off their pubic bone or some shit. And then it was some ridiculous amount where it was that always seemed to correlate. Like the weird fucking tears, even the regular ones still kind of correlated, but not as much. The weird ones, you'd always dig in. And then if they were telling you the truth, which is rare, you know, even today, everybody's on TRT. Nobody's taking more than fucking 200 milligrams, right? Maybe 300, but goddamn, you know they're taking a gram, but that's TRT.
Yeah.
You know, so that's the new lie. Right?
Oh,
the old lie was just lie by omission. Now the new lie is lie by dose.
This is worse. I'm like, I freaking hate that garbage. That pisses me off. I'm like, you guys just put it out there. Gosh, I know what they're doing because I did it, and I'm like, stop. Just stop.
Yeah.
Like, come on, guys. We all did it. I know what you're doing. You're telling me you never got the itch to push the envelope. BS, man. Like, I just... That gets me riled up. That's
no. If I could put anything out there as a defense for them, it would be the same defense that people had by lying by omission.
Oh, yeah.
Right? If they always say that, then if they have a prescription, then they're not legally doing anything wrong. Right? Because the prescription may be for 200 or maybe for 400 or something like that. But sometimes it's like, it's not necessary. Like, you don't even have to say anything. Just leave it be. Just let people assume that you're taking a gram or 2 or whatever. Just let them, you don't, when they go out of their way, I guess is what I'm saying, when they go out of their way to say, oh yeah, it's just TRT or whatever it is, it's like, dude, come on.
You're trying too hard, yeah.
Yeah, nobody cares first off, so just fucking let it be. And nobody's gonna say, oh my God, look at him, he's only taking 1 cc a test. Like, whatever. It's like he only does 1 hit of heroin a day instead of 10. Like, yeah, what's like the fucking difference?
No, I mean, that's a really good point. And I mean, did you have a lot of those, one thing that would happen, especially with the older gear when it wasn't as good. Like now the gear's better quality. Even if you get it underground, it's a lot better quality. But back then there wasn't as much, and it was a lot sketchier. I would get these bad shots. Like it would happen all the time where you do a normal shot just like always, and something would go wrong. And so for the next week, you can't move right. You can't reach the bar on deadlift. Like you can't deadlift for a week because you.
What do you mean? What do you mean, like scar tissue or just like muscle tightness? What are you talking about?
So
here?
let's say a glute shot that goes wrong, like everything's normal, and then maybe the next day you wake up and you can barely move. Like it's swollen. There's like a, it's swollen up and it's locked up.
Oh yeah, like it's hitting your sciatica and now your back's all fucked up and your legs are fucked up.
Yeah, like these shots, like something would be in them that cause a massive amount of inflammation. There'd be maybe the gear wasn't as clean as it should be. And then next thing you know, you can't bend your leg. You can't reach the deadlift bar. You can't squat down. So like your lower body lifts are out for a week. I had that happen so many times. Quad shots would go wrong a lot.
I quit doing quads entirely.
I did too. I hate quads.
I thought I was going to lose my leg one time. Yep. Just terrible. Terrible.
I don't know how anyone does quad shots. There's so many nerves in there. So much can go wrong.
It was bad. I got a funny story with that one too. It's always a stupid reason because it's not like I had to, because I'm not taking that much shit. So say at the time it might have been 3 syringes a week total. So I mean, yeah, I'm sure for some people that's a lot, but for me back then we're not talking a whole lot, right? So it's not like I couldn't have done delt, glute, but for some fucking reason I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go quad, and so I hit and it felt weird, it's like it hurts, you're like, oh fuck, okay, whatever. And then it starts to get red, right? So it's like that burning type of thing. And so I take a picture and I get a hold of my doctor. I'm like, dude, I took this fucking shot. And he's like, you need to put heat on it, I think is what he said. So I put like moist heat on the thing you put in the microwave and shit like that. So I put that on there. Now keep in mind it's red and it's hot to begin with. So I keep putting heat on that thing. And after doing that for a day, the next day my leg is burnt, man. It's all red. It's fucking like I'm blistered and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? So now I go to see him and he's like, what the fuck? And I'm like, he's like, this looks like there's bacteria eating its way from the inside out. Like, we need to get this looked at. You might lose your leg. I mean, I'm like, what? I'm like freaking the fuck out now. And what it ended up being was I burnt my leg with the pad because I couldn't feel how hot it was because it always hurt, right? So I kept applying to try to make it feel better, but it always felt burning. So I had like a fucking whatever degree burn that was on there. So then once he realized that, and then we treated it as a burn, I still couldn't walk for 3 weeks and had to have a compress. And I'm like, after that, fuck it. Then here's the other shit with that. Once that starts getting better, it moves down your leg. Right? So then now your knee hurts like a motherfucker because all the swelling goes into your knee. Then it went down into my shin and hurts like a motherfucker. This was like a 6-week fucking nightmare for 2 cc's of some fucking lorballing or something that wasn't even worth it in the first place.
That was pretty funny. Yeah, I feel like we've all had those bad experiences with the shots.
Yeah,
I didn't burn myself.
That was the worst. Here's a stupid question for you, but it's one that's worth asking because it's fun. You ever have the Geysers? So you shoot it in there.
Yeah.
What do you do? Because like 2 cc's of your shit just left out your ass. Do you have to take another shot or you just roll with it?
I rolled with it, but I would have those every once in a while. Yeah, so this is kind of interesting, guys, because this wasn't very common, but we've all been there. I probably had it happen, a dozen times. You'd pin your glute, especially. It was always the glute. And just like normal, nothing out of the ordinary. And as soon as you pull the syringe out, like blood would just shoot out across the room. And it like doused the wall. And it wasn't a ton, but it was just like,
it was enough to make it look like somebody got hurt.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. And those happened quite a bit. Now, this wasn't like painful, but it was really weird. And yeah, I had that happen quite a few times.
I always took another shot.
Okay, I just went with it. I was like, all right, whatever.
I figured I blew my shit out. Like if I put 3 cc's in, that had to be 2. That's how I thought about it, right? So
yeah, it's possible. I never thought much. I just rolled with it, but
but it did, like, because it would get on like the white bathroom walls and shit, so it was a mess.
Yeah. Well, did you ever get Tren cough?
Yes, I've had that a couple times.
It's not that bad.
It's not that bad, but there were a couple times I was concerned and would get in like a cold bath because I'm like, I need to do something. I don't know why I thought that was going to make any difference. You know, it's like, this don't feel right. Like, I have no idea why.
Well,
but
there was a Tren cough hack I read about, and it worked. So I would always do that. So every time I pin Tren, I'd have 8 ounces of water next to me. And they're like, as soon as you feel that in the back of your throat, you feel it coming on, slam the glass of water, like drink it, and it stops it.
Mine wasn't so much like I would get like the cough. It was like this weird fucking feeling, like this weird heart type of feeling.
Oh, yeah.
That was like and that's what was freaking me out. Like, okay, like what the fuck? Like my heart rate's real high. So that's why now it makes sense. I'm thinking if I get in a cold bath, maybe it will bring my heart rate down because something's fucked up, you know, and then it would go away. Because the whole time you're like, I'm never doing this. I'm never doing this again. Right? Then like 10 minutes later.
Yeah, it goes away and you're like, okay, I'm all right.
Yeah, you're on the way to the gym. You're fucking fine.
Did you ever have the thing where I'm trying to figure out, I don't know if I've ever talked about this, but
these are fucked up.
I'm like, no, did anyone else have this issue where it was when I was on gears, so it has to be correlated because I never got it, you know, in recent years, but I would be doing squats like high bar and I would get done with them and like my chest area would be like weirdly sore for like a week. Like internally though, not like the muscles. It was like something inside of here, and it would either be on the right side or the left side, and it would kind of sometimes it'd be left, sometimes it would be right, but it was like in you. It was like your lungs or something were like sore. It was jacked up, and I would get it from high bar squats.
No, I can't remember anything like that.
I'm like that can't be good.
I remember things kind of like that from like strip sets on leg presses that are just stupid, you know, things like that. Where I thought I broke something, like I broke my heart. You know, I thought something happened, but it would go away, then it'd be fine.
Well, this would last for like a week to where it was kind of hard to breathe. I was like, what in the heck is going on? And it would only be from squats, but it was like, it wasn't the muscle. Like you could feel it was something, lungs or heart. It was weird.
I had weird shit that would be more rib oriented.
Okay.
You know, a little bit lower where it'd be like, what the fuck? And we would just say you have a rib out, whatever that fucking means, you know. And
I've heard that.
and, you know, put another belt over your ribs next time you squatted, and then a week later it'd be fine. It would go away. And that's what those Velcro belts are for.
Yeah.
So you'd have your regular belt, then you put that over there because you got a rib out. God, there was a time when Chuck had ribs out or whatever it was, and it was before one of the meets, and so he had 3 belts on it. It was like 3 belts, and with the monolift, we had it's a monolift, right? So we'd have to take it out of the monolift and set it, you know, on his back. Then he would do a set, and we'd have to set it back in his back, you know, back into the monolift for him to. And there were I think it was 3. It was 2 belts and like knee wraps, like the whole torso was like all wrapped up. And looking back, it's fucked up. But at the time, it was like normal. It's like, okay, whatever. There's a meet 2 weeks away. This is what he's got to do.
Yeah.
But looking back, it's like, this was dumb as fuck. Like, he probably should have just not rested.
Yeah.
And would have been better.
Oh my gosh.
For the meet. But that was one of the times where I can remember most of us were like, this is probably not a good idea. You know, but fuck it, you do it.
That's what we talked about earlier. You justify a lot of things. You're like, yeah, it's fine. And I did that for so many things that would feel off, where I'm like, yeah, it's just part of the game. I'm all right. Whether it's medically and, you know, something like that, or whether it's just like a muscle tear, you're just like, yeah, it's part of the game. Let's keep rolling. So a different mindset where we overlooked a lot of those things that were like, oh, this is a red flag.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
I wonder sometimes if it's necessary, though, right? Because you think back, and I'm sure you pulled a lot of times where your hamstrings were a little jacked up.
Oh, yeah.
You know, but you're doing it even if they were a lot jacked up, you're still doing it.
Yeah. The time I went to Mark Bell's, my hamstring was purple and blue, the whole hamstring, and I'm like, I'm still going to try the 900.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do? Like, you're scheduled out for this big event, And I'm like, I'm not going to skip it because my hamstring, and it was like fully bruised down the back end. I'm like, I got to try it. You know, that was just part of the game. So I tried.
Yes, yeah, I believe so. And I think that those are the things when you look back on, you're like, yeah, sketchy. But at the same time, I know, you know, everybody else knows, nobody was going to talk you out of it.
No.
You're still doing it. The only question I have looking back at shit like that was it necessary? My answer is physically no, mentally yes.
Correct.
Right? So there's a split answer. You know, would it have been better to skip that day physically? Sure. But mentally, you got to wonder, because that kind of, in my mind, means I quit. Then if I quit, then it's going to be easier, in my mind, to do it next time. And if it's easier to do it next time, then it's going to be easy for me to quit halfway through the lift when I need to keep pulling further than everybody else would. Because I still believe, like on a deadlift, you know, that the only reason you miss is because you fucking quit. You quit pulling.
That.
Right? And now I get it, you're still going to miss it, but you still at some point had to mentally decide, I'm setting it down. This is how my brain operates. Right?
That's what I love about deadlift. Deadlift, to me, a lot of it is intensity. So it's like, you weren't intense enough. In my opinion, I'm like, a lot of times if someone is like, oh, I don't know, my back feels off, I'm like, screw that. There's no fear on a deadlift. You want to be good at deadlift, get rid of that fear. You cannot lift big weights with fear. You have to get rid of it. You have to ignore it. You have to get it out of your brain. Like, you're not going to you're not going to lift your maximum weights that you're capable of if you're hesitant, if you're going like, I don't know, I'm worried about this. It's like, screw that. Turn that crap off. It's time to go. There is no place for that. You want to lift what you're capable of, you got to get that crap out of your brain, and it's go time. There is no thought to the consequences. Okay, like I did jack my back up a little last Friday trying 650, and I knew I wasn't rested, but I was like, you know what, I want to do it, screw it, I'm turning that part of my brain off, and I'm going for it. Okay, so I went for it, and I paid for it, and it's healing up now. I know it goes away, but you cannot go into that with fear or, you know, being timid. There's no place for that.
Well, I think that's part of the mindset that a lot of people miss, is because before you actually decide to approach the bar, you may have thought for a second, I shouldn't do this. But then your other part of your mind says, what the fuck are you doing? And then you have this inner battle, right? And then you don't go to the bar until that inner battle's been solved.
No, you turn it off. You have to be, when it comes to the lift, that the weight is in front of you, whatever it is, it could be a squat. Squats are very intimidating a lot of times. You turn it off and you're all in. You're locked in on the weight, and you're going to try it no matter what the consequences, because you've decided at that point that I'm rolling with it. That's where you got to be at. You can't go in half-assing it to where you're like, I don't know. It's like, my squat went to crap when I had an injury, when I had the quad tear with the 783. 783 at Boss of Bosses. It was the third attempt. I tore my vastus lateralis at the bottom. And after that, I saw Mark Miller at an RPS meet like tear both his quad tendons with 800 pounds. And after I saw that and had just experienced the quad tear myself, I started getting really timid with squats, where I was like really in my head. I was all nervous, and I never was squatted the same again. Because it's like, it was like a fighter who gets knocked out and they've never been knocked out. Before you haven't gotten knocked out, you have no fear of that. Once you felt like, crap, I got knocked out, you're always more conservative. You're worried about it. And it was the same way with me. So I don't have that fear on deadlifts, even with back issues, disc issues, I never have it. But squat still gets in my head sometimes.
Yeah. Well, the point I'm trying to make is a lot of people struggle, or they try to find an answer to a mindset that's not there. Because they think, you know, as we're talking, we've never doubted the lift that we are going to go up to do, which maybe we did for a second before we decided to actually go do it that day, right? But then when you get to a point where it's turned off, you're like, fuck it, then there's no other choice. But to sit there and say, with not every lift you do this, I mean, most lifts you should have the confidence, but with a lot of the lifts for most of the bigger lifters, there's always a little bit of lack of confidence before they actually decide to turn it off and this is what they're going to do. I think a lot of other lifters have that, and then they think that they shouldn't because nobody else does, or the perception is nobody else does. And that's not true. Everybody else does. They just find a way to pivot, turn it off, get aggressive, tune it out, whatever they need to do to find the confidence to go through it. And I think that's what limits a lot of them, because they sit there while they're on deck or whatever it is, 5 minutes out, like, you know, just feel, you know, that's normal, right? Actually, for most of us, we're going to distract ourselves fucking talking to other people and just not even worry about it. And then, or fake it with overconfidence, whatever. Then comes that point that you're talking about. It's off, gone. There's no other thing. And some people don't get that.
I think you're right, though. You're spot on, because it is there. It is present. The nerves and maybe the fear, to an extent, are there for everybody. And there's this moment, maybe in the 10, 15 seconds before the actual lift, where you flip it off and you say, no matter what happens, I'm committing to trying this to the best of my ability, and I'm not going to be afraid of it right now. So I think it's a very quick thing that happens right before the lift. And that's where you want to get to. It's not to say you're not going to be a little nervous. If the weight's making you nervous, it's probably a good thing.
Yes.
Like you're lifting your capabilities. You should respect the weight to that degree, but you have to get to a point where you commit to the lift, you're flipping the noise off, and you're just going to go for it. And that's how every heavy squat was for me at a meet. I was, you know, there was fear putting almost 800 pounds on my back with freaking knee sleeves. Like, it's scary. It is scary. You feel it. You've seen what can happen. You know there could be consequences, but at some point you just say, I have to do this, and I'm going to try, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to give it a shot. And that's the key. I didn't ever face that with bench, because the bench weights just weren't heavy enough. Like, I wasn't that good of a bencher. So 463 even was not that intimidating. But my squat weights were up there to where, you know, 770 plus, you're getting to where it's like, it's starting to get a little dicey. But I never had that fear on bench, just because to me 463 was nothing when I was seeing guys doing 500 plus.
Yeah, I had to deal with it on bench because I tore my pec off, and it was at the top, you know, so it was there, and it came back on me. Yeah. And that took a while to figure out how to manage that one, right? Because I can get psyched up and tuned out and all the other kind of shit, but it wasn't. The aggression only worked for so long, then that wasn't working, then other things weren't working, and then it was, you're in your head like, I need to make sure I'm stable in the right spot when I start, otherwise my elbow goes out too much and there's too much tension on there. And so I just flipped it and started visualizing myself, you know, with both pec tears, you know, bringing it down, tearing off, bar hitting my head, fucking blood all over the place. And I scared the fuck out of it. I put myself in such a fear state that when I got there, all I wanted is the bar to fuck off of me. And then that worked. Man, it worked like a motherfucker. It worked big time. And my bench speed, everything went through the roof. I mean, it worked until it didn't. Then I realized, fuck, I'm not scared anymore. Then it became another battle. So you always got to find a battle. Like, what is the battle now where I have to figure this out? Then it's like, okay. Then with that one, it was, I'm just going to act like, as stupid as it sounds, no matter what's on the bar, I'm going to act like it's 100 pounds left. So if it was 585 and I got it and I'm holding it out there, I'm like, fuck, this is only 485.
Wow.
Right, and then that worked. You know, so I always find a different strategy to be able to deal with it. You know, the deadlift I fucking hated, so that was just a whole different. I had to be relaxed. Unlike a lot of you guys, I had to be very relaxed, because I don't want to say it's because I wasn't built to. If I got a little out of the groove, I was fucked. So it's just, I joke and say, to me, it just became that one last thing you had to do before you went to dinner. You know, so I had to not get jacked up. I had to not get fired up. I just had to be fucking relaxed, which makes sense because it lowered my shoulders. It lowered my hands. It put myself in a better position to pull. Otherwise, I was, you know, you're too tense, you know. And had I had more time and been able to figure out how to become aggressive in that relaxed state, that would have been fun. That would have been interesting. That was the one thing I wish I would have been able to, because it takes a long time to figure a lot of this shit out.
Oh yeah, it takes a decade. That's how bench was for me. Bench was like, I'm gonna be relaxed. I'm just gonna go in, focus on technique, no aggression, because I suck at bench relative to everything else. Deadlift was like autopilot, turn everything off, get intense, get amped up. And then squat was almost the in-between where I'm like, I have to be amped up to put this weight on my back, but I also have to be cued in and calm enough to like really be focused. So it was more of an in-between with squat. But squat was the only one where I ever can say there was fear. I didn't really have fear on deadlift. I mean, what goes wrong? You pop your back, you put the bar down. Bench, the weights, like I said, were not heavy enough. 463 isn't scary to me. And then squat was just like, this is some big boy weights. So it was getting up there, and that's where I felt the fear.
Yeah, well, the scariest ones you see are squats.
Yeah, somebody blows out their ACL, their quad tendon, patella tendon.
Yeah,
we've all seen it. We've seen it in person and online, and it's just like, it's hard to be the next guy up.
Oh no, it's hard to unsee. You know, it's like, what the hell? You know, who was it? I was talking to somebody about this, and it was somebody that was following somebody that something like that happened. And because a lot of times most lifters, and I'm pretty certain about this, they pull. Like it happens that they're just, you know what, cool, third attempt. You know, but I remember it happened. Somebody I was talking to, this happened to somebody on the first attempt, and the way that they framed it in their brain was, if I don't go do this, then I'm not going to change the momentum for everybody else in this meet. So right now, the momentum for this place is dead. You know, it sucks. You know, I have to do this to change that. And I thought, you know, that's an interesting take there, because now it becomes more than just about that one person, but you know, you feel like a superhero. Like, now I can go save the day for everybody else's squat because somebody has to change this. Because that, you've seen meets, you know, that momentum starts to shift one way. It fucks up a lot of people. But usually there is one or two guys that will change it. You know, that one PR is like, then everybody's like, okay, cool. You know, somebody fucking did something good here. Maybe I can too. And then it changes that thing. It's interesting because it's an individual sport, but momentum can change the same way like you can see in a football game or something like that.
Yeah, it changes the whole vibe in the room. So I've been at big meets where that's happened, where everybody's missing in their thirds, and then, you know, somebody pulls through and everything kind of turns around. So yeah, it's definitely a thing.
Very interesting.
Yeah, man, crazy stuff from the days.
Yes, when you were out here last time, you know, I had some notes down here, and we kind of hit all of them. Were there any things that we didn't cover that you wanted to cover?
No, I mean, I don't think too much. It's just, like I said, it's just I'm kind of pivoting, but the strength base is always there now. So that's just what's different with my life. So it's kind of funny. I was joking earlier. I'm like, last time I was here, I'm wearing 2XL shirt. Now, large. So it's like, I went down 2 shirt sizes, but I feel smaller, but it's good. It feels healthy. So.
Is it though?
It's.
I mean, we got to grab a large, right? I know what you're talking about because I've gone from a 2X to an XL a couple times. I don't know what I think about that.
It's like this. It's like in a shirt you do not look impressive, but like without a shirt you look impressive. So it's that thing you see where you see these guys online and you're like, they look amazing without a shirt, but if you were standing next to them, they look like nothing. They don't look like just a guy who kind of works out. Mm-hmm. And that's just a change in it. But I feel good, so that's the main thing, and just gonna keep rolling because gotta have a pursuit at all times.
Well, I think that's the biggest takeaway from the whole thing is you found that next thing.
Challenge, yeah.
That next challenge where last time we talked, you were kind of seeking it.
Yeah, I was lost. Yeah,
I mean, I've been in the same place. You're trying to find it in health markers, which is fucked up, right? Because they're important and they're fun to watch, but they're not real fucking satisfying. No. It's not like when you hit a PR in vitamin D, you're like, wow, yeah, I fucking, you know, it's not the same, you know, where having that thing out there to train for changes everything.
Yeah, and you have to go through that struggle. Like, we need that struggle, that that difficult thing that scares us, like you said, if it's not scary, it's not enough. If it's not something that's going to take a prolonged effort, I'm not talking like 2 months from now, I'm talking a year or more of just buckling down and getting after it. And I needed that discipline. The discipline is what drives me. So I have that now. I have this pursuit that's really, really challenging and something I wasn't good at naturally. And that's kind of driving me. So that's where I'm at.
You've done, when I was looking at your YouTube earlier, you've done YouTube, Zooms, podcasts, whatever you want to call it. It's quite a few. So you started doing that more frequently over the past year. And, or has it been the last, oh God, what's the name of it? Because the name cracked me up, actually.
Well, I was using the name for a while and then I just kind of dropped it. But it was a buddy of mine came up with it, the Knowledge Pharmacy.
That's what caught my attention, because so the Knowledge Pharmacy, and if I'm being completely honest, I'm not looking at the dates of all them. I'm just looking at all the guests that are on there, and then it brought a question up to my head because I have a lot of guests that come out on the podcast. With all these people that you've been speaking to, what are commonalities that you've seen amongst the higher performers that you're speaking to? Because there's certain things that stand out amongst them, and what it's different. You've done these, so you know it's different when you do a podcast, because you kind of get to know people on a different level than if you're just seeing them in a meet or talking to them or just training with them in the gym. So you get to see a little different layers to be able to say, okay, this is common, this is universal amongst all of them. What have you found with those?
I'd say one thing that stands out is they don't view the sacrifices they make to achieve their goal as a big deal. So their lifestyle choices to put in that amount of work, to do things that others may deem as crazy, they just view it as normal. Like they're just like, oh yeah, so what? I got to do that. I got to train for 4 hours a day, or I got to wake up at this hour, do this, and they do it every single freaking day, and they just view it as like normal. They don't blink at it. They don't think this is some extremely difficult thing for them. It's just like the norm. So their norm becomes the everyday lifestyle that leads to that greatness, that level. It's routine, it's habitual. It's not a big deal. So if you're making a big deal out of it to where it's like you really have to pump yourself up every day to do it, you might not be that successful at it. But when it just becomes normal for you, it's like just another day and you're just doing it over and over. That's where the major success really comes, from what I've seen with guys. It just becomes their normal, their everyday life.
Now, with you being on the other side of it, you have a different perspective like I have too. So you can look at it and see where they're all abnormal, right? And because we probably still are, but were and are. And what do you see there? That's the commonalities amongst where they're a little off.
Just their viewpoints on what's extreme and what's not. I mean, I've talked to guys where you're like, dude, are you kidding me right now? And you think it's so extreme, but to them, they don't. Like, they genuinely don't. Whether that's the amount of weight on the bar, it's not intimidating to them. Like, major accomplishments that we would deem so insane or impossible, they don't view as any big deal. It's like very nonchalant about these sort of things, to where they're not trying to impress anyone. To them, it's just what is normal, and their normal is skewed. That's the big thing. The amount of weight they're lifting, it's very skewed. Or I've even talked to guys in like the endurance side of things, the speeds they can run or the things they do on a daily basis. They're just like, yeah, it's just normal. Whereas you're looking at it like, what the hell, dude? That's insane. And Jesus Oliveras, like, he squats 1,000+ raw. Like, he, to him, it's just no big deal. 1,000 pounds, like, yeah, whatever. It's just another day at the office, and they just chip away at it. And just becomes part of their lifestyle. It's their passion. I think that's the other thing. If it's really your passion, you're going to be pretty good at it. You're going to be able to pursue it. But you can't fake your way through passion. If you really don't like something, you're probably not going to end up that great at it. because the passion's not there. Every one of these guys has a base of passion for what they're doing. You can't fake passion. It's either there or it's not. So if I'm not as passionate about something, I'm not going to be as good at it. I'm not going to be as successful. That's kind of the thing where I think a lot of people try to fake passion. They try to say, oh, I want to be good at this, so I'm going to do it. But they don't really love it. They don't live it. These guys freaking live it. It's who they are. It's a part of their identity. It becomes them. And that's the big difference.
What do you think crosses that barrier between those that fake it and those that live it? Does it have to be tested?
Man, it's a tough question. I mean, like...
Because the reason I put that out there is because I know exactly what you're talking about, and I've thought on it. And the only thing I could ever come up with is you can usually tell the ones that are faking it because as soon as they get hurt, they're done. Right?
That's true.
But some of the guys that you're talking about have still never been hurt, but they still have all that passion. You know, so I don't know if that's my answer or not, right? You see what I'm saying? That's the caveat to my answer, because it sounds right until you think of, no, there's a lot of people that are relatively injury-free, but still have, unless it's being tested in some other way. You know, I don't, but there's a big difference between what you're talking about, and I don't think the people who are faking it realize what the difference is.
I would say it more comes down to the best way to assess it would be someone who's been in the game a long time, the amount of years in the game, and where they started to where they are now. I don't feel like you're going to get to necessarily crazy elite numbers if you aren't passionate. So you can get pretty strong, where you could go in any average gym in America and be the strongest guy, and you could still not be that passionate about it. But to get to like a really high level, I think you gotta have some passion for it, even if you haven't been injured, you haven't faced that adversity, just the consistency. So I think it's more the consistency and discipline is where I see the passion come out.
I think discipline resonates with me, because I can see that from being able to do the things that you know need to be done to become better, but you don't want to do them, right? So it's
exactly.
I've joked about this for 3 years now. There's a lot of people they'll say that they're all in, like they're all in, you know, to powerlifting or whatever it is, but yet they'll never try to learn anything more about training than whatever their coach sends them each week. Like, so you're all in, so you're just going to trust what one guy may or may not know, but you're not looking at anything else to see if you're leaving anything on the table. So that's not all in. So you're all in, but you're not going to go down the nutrition rabbit hole just to see. Not saying that you need to eat clean all the time, but you haven't even tried to see if that would make a difference.
That's what I mean. Yeah, you're right, because why do you think I worked with Justin Harris?
Yes.
That was way out of my wheelhouse. Like, that was very uncomfortable because it was way outside of my wheelhouse. It was super structured. It was pushing me to, but I went down that rabbit hole. Like, you're trying all these different things because you want to see what's going to give you the next little bit of edge. And I had to start exploring that when I couldn't just rely on PEDs anymore. Because you get the bump for a while from PEDs, like we talked about, where that alone is going to wipe out a lot of the problems. You're going to progress. But eventually that stops working as well either. And then you got to really like figure out your programming, your nutrition. And that kind of in the later years is where I had to really dial that in and see everything else. So it's you can get away with a lot initially with PEDs, but eventually to maximize everything, you got to really like find all the little things, that the loose ends, and tie them up.
Yeah, so kind of to blend that with what we were talking about earlier, you're still going to have to do it.
Yeah.
To learn, you're either going to have to do it at the front end or you're going to have to do it at the back end.
100%.
Right, and if it's better to do it at the front end because the back end's going to be better and, you know, more riding the wave than the other, you know, but I can't say because I did too soon, you know, so I'm speaking from a fucked up, you know, we're both speaking from the opposite mindset, where we need somebody sitting here that did it how we think you should do it
properly. Like, I think that's basically what we see with John Hack.
Yeah.
John Hack's the example of the guy who did it in the right order.
Yeah, yeah.
And he figured out the nutrition. I know he's very serious with his nutrition. He figured out the training. He won IPF Worlds naturally, got to the top level in his weight class. And then he jumped on the PEDs and he did it slowly. So I feel like he's the one who's the example of look at the potential when you maximize things in the proper order.
No,
that's
I think
like
you just
the guy.
nailed it. Yeah.
That's the guy. Like,
Yeah. But yet that will get lost in people saying, well, he's the genetic outlier. We'll set that aside.
He's a freak, but like I remember meeting him. I mean, we hung out a ton and trained. We were all in that same area, but he really just did it in a patient manner, and no one has patience for that.
Yes.
He's more patient than everybody else. That's why he's the best.
Oh, no, I agree. I agree. 100%. You know, that's.
John is a lifter. John is a patient guy, patient with his training as far as his progression. Like all of us, like, oh, I want to max out. I want to go. John's like, he'll just stick to the freaking book and just slowly ramp it and stick to his program and peak at the right time. And he'll wait to take the PEDs and get as strong as he can naturally and get his diet dialed in and does it like all right in the perfect order. And
It's like ridiculously, yes.
Meticulous, methodical.
Yeah.
Meticulous and methodical.
And it's if that's the top example, let's just say perfect. People don't have to be perfect, but they need to strive for that. You know.
I don't know why everyone doesn't copy his blueprint. I'm like, I know, but I know at that age you don't want to. You want to just go for it. And
man, the drug thing, man. I have fucking 14-year-olds and 30. You know, I mean, it's crazy the shit. You know how early they're being introduced to all this and how normalized, you know, and it's good and bad. Like I see both sides of the whole thing, but it's like, fuck, you know, and it's thankfully there's examples like that, you know, you can put out there and say, well, look, here's how he did it. And he's, you know, best in the world right now. So
it doesn't hurt when he's the best in the world. But I'm like, guys, if I were your age at 15 again or whatever, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to study everything John's done and copy it, blueprint it, because that's how you learn. We learn like in any endeavor. Look at the guy who's done what you want to do and where you want to be. Use him as a mentor. Use him as your example. There's nothing wrong with that. Mm-hmm. That's what successful people, smart people do. Is they look at somebody who's where they want to be and they study it. They study what they did 10 years ago. They study what they're doing now, and they figure it out and try to copy that blueprint. That's what you should do. That's what I would do if I were a young guy. And I was like, okay, I want to be John Hack. I'm going to follow that blueprint.
When I got to a point and really stood back to look at just powerlifting, and let's just say people that put training as one of their top 3 priorities and look at the complete landscape for what it really is, the majority of the people are never going to use PEDs. They're never going to use steroids. You know, it's the bubble that we lived in and, you know, are part of and still community of. It's not real life. That's not how most people are. Most people are going to want to try to optimize, you know, what they're training the best they can without having to do that. You know, they don't want to go, I don't even want to say that extra mile, because that's a fucked up thing to say as well, where you're trying to, and you've been very transparent about, you're not saying that you're not going to go back on again, but at this point and over the past 2 years you're trying to optimize all health markers, which includes bringing the testosterone level up, but it also includes optimizing all the health markers, getting all the other things in line to be able to help with the recovery and moving forward. And I'm sure coming, as we talked, you know, coming off, it's a mess. You know, it's all screwed up. So of course, now you've had to figure out naturally, which is, it's funny, right? Because in the bubble we live in, it's not a reality, right? And for the majority, this is the reality. You've had to figure out how to naturally enhance your health. And if health isn't important, and I'll put that out there, but for most people it is, but I kind of question that even too, because a lot of the decisions they make. Recovery, I think, might be the better word here. To be able to recover from their training, get more out of their training. And you've had to figure out how to do that without PEDs. So there's sleep, there's, you know, the blood work and the indicators from the blood work, and, you know, all the, what was, I don't even know how to frame this question, because the question is, what have you found to be the most beneficial? But it's changed over a period of time. So let's start with, is somebody that's just completely come off, and say somebody wants to completely come off, and for maybe the same reasons that you're talking about, fertility, but they don't want to do, and yes, I know there's other ways to do it, like what you said, and a lot of times people have already exhausted those, right? So the only real other way is they're going to have to come off. Sometimes they're going to have to come off for a way longer period of time than what they think. It's not going to be 8 weeks or whatever it's going to be. It's going to be a longer period than that. From your training perspective, what was first off, how did you keep training when you probably didn't want to? So did you keep training? That would be the first question.
Yes, I still trained, but it was basically at a point where, like, when I first came off, I'm not even exaggerating on this, I would do one set of deadlifts, one heavier working set, and I'd be smoked. Like, the test levels were so low, because the lowest they got, I consistently got blood work every 30 days after coming off. At day 60, it dipped down to 38 nanograms per deciliter. 38. That's a female level. Mm-hmm. It's insane. At that level, I felt like trash. Yes, that's true. And even when it was at 160, like, I would do one set, and I couldn't even do anything else. I was so sore. It was like, whenever you do a new exercise or you're new to training, you get that full body soreness where you're like, it would be like that from one set. Mm-hmm. So I'd kind of do what I could do and manage what I could manage, and just, it was pathetic. And the numbers were pathetic. The intensity ranges were awful.
Did you try not to do that and just to do like just basic light bodybuilding stuff?
No, I couldn't allow myself. I was trying to hang on to as much strength as possible. So
okay.
Even if it was a 550 deadlift, I'm like, whatever, that's better than nothing. Mm-hmm. So I was trying to sustain that, and it just kept lowering, the strength levels dipping for the next year. But gradually, it got better and better. I could handle more volume. It started to come back. And truthfully, the testosterone levels have not come back fully. I think there is some scar tissue, possibly, of the testicles or whatever. Because I've checked. I've gotten about 10 to 12 blood panels in the last 2 years since this whole experiment started. And so there's a pretty large database to work with. It's not like one or two tests. The highest test level I've gotten to since then is 409 nanograms per deciliter, which to me is pretty mediocre. I think on the last one I was sitting at about 300. That was in December. I got it checked after 2 years. So it's pretty shoddy still as far as the levels. But what's interesting is the luteinizing hormone and follicle stimulating hormone, which are the precursors. Luteinizing hormone is the precursor to testosterone production, was very high. It was maxed out. Like, they were maxed out to the point you look at it and say, well, are you taking HCG or something, or HMG to get it that high? Nothing. So I was at about a 9.2 LH, which is insane. So the signal is happening to produce testosterone, but the actual testosterone production is low. Mm-hmm. So there's something messed up in that whole mechanism. FSH was like 10. It's insane. Like, they were maxed out for sperm production, but the testosterone's still low. So there's some kind of damage there. Mm-hmm. I'm doing, like, currently, a week ago, I started the Tonkat Ali, the Fedoja Agrestis. I have felt a notable bump in strength. Bench just feels more explosive. It's a little stronger. So I think those can help, get a slight boost. I'm going to get some blood work on them, see where I'm at. But 409 is the highest it's gotten to, which is a little depressing. But ideally, I was like, I hope I can get back to the 600s or whatever.
Yeah. What about just general overall feeling? Just how you, because obviously you're going to feel like shit, depressed, tired all the time. So has that come back to where it's not like that all the time?
I feel great.
Yeah. So at what point did that start to happen?
1.5 years on the dot.
Okay. And then what were the metrics that coincided with that?
That was around the first time I hit 400 on test levels. So I feel like that's kind of, once I get to 400, I feel pretty good. And that's been 2 of them where I've been at that 400 mark. But I'm trying to think what else. overall energy levels, motivation and such are completely normal, even with, semi-low test levels. It's just, but it was literally that year and a half point, 18 months, where I just all of a sudden felt like I feel great again.
Yeah.
So people still be like, well, that's pretty low. Don't you want to go on TRT to get to like 1,800, double your levels? And, it's something to think about, but I really feel good. I feel fine. No issues.
Yeah. Have you had to put more focus on sleep? In other words, did you ever need a CPAP?
I needed one.
Did you ever use one?
That was another story. I had a huge neck, bad sleep apnea from age 20, even right before I started PEDs, because my neck size is always just blown up from the deadlifts. I never did direct neck work because it blew up. So I had one prescribed, never wanted to use it because I couldn't fall asleep with it. So who knows how bad that was for me. It's a lot better now. Apparently I don't snore. I'm 235 compared to 255, but that was always a thing. But the sleep quality is pretty crap. Like, I've got a 10-month-old, and I wake up at 4:30 to open the gym. So I'm like, my weekday sleep is trash. Weekends are better. So that could be a factor playing into the test levels not coming back optimally. I'm not getting this full uninterrupted sleep. So I have no doubt that could play a difference. And I can't even say, like, you said a good point. I don't know if health is the right word a lot of times, because it's not like my diet's tremendous. I kind of eat more freely. I don't track macros. I'm not big into that. I've worked with Justin Harris before. We did a whole 12-week thing, and I stuck to it, and it kicked my ass.
Yeah.
But I did it, and but I haven't been big into like diet my whole life. I haven't been dialing it in because I've always been lean. So I don't lose the 6-pack. So I'm just like, all right, I'm just gonna eat pretty freely.
Yes.
Don't eat a lot.
So if it's pretty freely and not a lot, if it were just to use common sense and say, here's clean, here's not clean, what percentage of your diet would be clean?
Right now, 50-50.
So about 50-50, yes.
I've dabbled in it. I've had periods where I eat really clean because I'm like, let's see what it does. Let's see what the strength difference is.
Yeah.
I swear to God, there's no difference. Like, I've jacked up the protein, and I don't feel any stronger than.
Well, I think with most people, though, it's not even 50-50. 50-50 is probably when you're talking about strength athletes and stuff like that, there's 0% put into it.
That's true, because like when I used to read your articles with John Berardi on T Nation, I freaking loved those. Like, I was like, I loved it. I'm like, this is my guy, because your old diet, the way they would describe it, I'm like, that's how I used to eat in my early 20s. And now I do this, the meal prep thing where it's like every day I'm eating the ground beef, I'm eating the rice, I'm eating the eggs. So that's where I get the 50-50 from. And then the evenings where it's kind of a free-for-all. But I used to relate to that so much because I was just like, we're going to eat whatever.
Yes. And for me, it didn't start out that way. It started out being cleaner 50-50, but then as I tried to gain more and more weight, that became problematic. It was easier to put more weight on by taking some of the cleaner shit out and put it in higher calorie foods. Then after a while, the next thing you know, it's all higher calorie foods. Then it's like, oh shit, this needs to come back into line to a certain degree. And it also became way easier. Like, it's way easier to get 1,000 calories per meal if it's all shit. You can do that and not even be full. Where 1,000 calories per meal of cleaner foods, it's like, fuck, this is like work.
That's exactly it. It's very hard to get 4,000 calories from all clean food, from chicken and freaking rice. You're eating so much that you just hate your life. Whereas if you eat, something, I don't even know, anything, a pizza, like, it's freaking easy. So I noticed the same thing. And something that was really interesting is I like to do these mini experiments where I'll take certain supplements or do something with my diet, manipulate it, have like one controlled variable, check my blood work after a certain period of time of doing that said thing. And I would notice, I'm like, freaking doesn't change anything if I change my diet. Like, I would be like, okay, let's see what happens to my cholesterol, dropping out red meat, eating a bunch of vegetables and fruit. It's the same. So I was like, what am I doing? Like, my blood work is the same, where it's a lot of genetic, LDL levels and stuff like that. And the strength, I didn't notice a difference. So I was like, what's the, just getting the calories in simply however you got them in.
Yes.
That to me is what I found made the most difference as far as strength.
How so?
I would try to eat clean. I would do really strict diets where I was eating all this chicken and getting 300 grams of protein. Strength levels were very comparable as far as the progress I was making compared to if I was eating freaking ground beef with rice-a-roni, cheesy rice-a-roni and pizza and ice cream. It was like the same performance.
Yes.
And that might just be my anecdotal experience, but that was me.
Yeah. So was there any variable? Was it meal timing? Was it how when you ate the meals, anything that had any variant or any change in it at all?
Not much, but the tricky thing, most of that was when I was on PEDs, and the time I gave it a real serious run was with Justin Harris, where we dialed it in, 12 weeks, dialed in. High carb days, 900 carbs, which is it's work. Mm-hmm. You don't eat 900 carbs easy.
No.
Like, it's like you're pounding this stuff all day long. Orange juice, bagels, like, it's actually rough. But even then, it was like I put on some mass, and my physique looked better. That was the bigger thing. I think the physique difference was more dramatic than the strength difference for me.
No, I would attest to pretty much the same thing that I've seen with, myself and others over the years as well. Is that's the big factor. And now not eating, what I'm saying, just like that's eating once a day, and having very low calories that's going to be detrimental. That was definitely a variable that I would notice. If the food's not getting in there, that's a problem. Fluids as well.
Yeah,
fluid is a big one. If the fluids are off, then strength is definitely off. Injury potential was higher. Like for me, cramping was a big one. The fluids aren't in line. What outside of it was what'd you say, the knee or the IT band? The quad. Outside of that, what was the worst injury that you had to contend with? I've
got a herniated L4, L5 disc, which has been off and on a problem for like 6 years. So that's been a pain because it'll kind of come and go, where I'll have periods of training where I'm fine, other periods where it just is flared up. But chiropractic has been huge for me. Decompression work, like a decompression table, traction. The other one, my right hip's super jacked up. My femur's attached more laterally than in the front, and it makes squatting kind of feel awkward. It feels off. So that right hip's kind of jacked up, and there's a lot of impingement in there. But nothing surgery-wise. Like, I don't know how I've dodged all these years, no surgeries. I probably need surgery on the hip, but it's really only a problem squatting. I'm like, I'm fine walking around. I'm not going to do anything with it. That's the only one where I'm like, yeah, surgery would be entirely justifiable.
Yeah.
But never, I thought for sure when the quad went out, I'm like, this thing's done. It was that dramatic. I thought I'd snapped it up. My knee did something similar once. Got an MRI again. It checked out. I was like, popped like a gunshot. I thought I blew out the ACL or something. Couldn't walk. So I don't know. I've just dodged these major injuries. But I've had a lot of nagging tendonitis. Like, how that goes.
Yeah. So how did you manage those? So let's say the bicepial tendonitis, right? There's a popular one.
Yeah, it killed me. Training. Just training. I think a lot of injury management is volume management. Volume management has been huge. So towards my best times of squatting, I just trained low or high bar, because low bar would give me the bicep tendonitis, the forearm tendonitis, but high bar wouldn't. It would torque I went super low bar, so it would torque my wrists and my shoulders immensely. So I'm like, I'm just not going to low bar in training. I'll do it in the meets. I'll take a bunch of ibuprofen, get through the meet, but training's going to be all high bar. So you kind of learn, like, this exercise is suited for me or it's not. I'll have clients where I'm like, this is a problem exercise for them. We're not going to do it. We'll find alternatives. Because the number one thing for progress is staying injury-free.
Yeah.
So I would work around them. Simple as that. Like, I'm better suited for deadlift. I'm going to deadlift more. Lean into the strengths almost.
With your, say there's your own training and then there's your client training, because there's a decade of client training that goes there as well. With your client training, how has that changed over the last decade? Again, because you don't do this for a decade if you suck at doing it, right? So how has that changed, and what style of training would you say that your philosophy falls into?
I would say I'm definitely a believer in progressive overload over a 12 to 15 week period. And with my clients, it's almost like the biggest thing that's changed for me is trying to teach these guys the idea of peaking. Like, I didn't used to believe it, so it's hard to rein people into where you're like, yes, you're going to be lifting weights that are lighter. I know you can do more, but it's all part of the plan. I don't want you lifting your heaviest weights in week 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
We're saving those for 10 through 12.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to get that through their heads where I'm like, I want sub-maximal weights, but better execution. We're going to make more progress in the sub-maximal ranges, the 60 to 80, 85% ranges.
Mm-hmm.
Not 60 might be a little too low, but in that range, like most of your training is going to be below 90%.
Yeah.
And they don't get, a lot of times guys don't get that. And I like, have faith. This is all part of the plan.
So when you're in those lower percentages, what rep ranges are you at? Are you in the 8s or are you in the 5s?
It rotates.
So it starts at the 8s?
I don't even do it that way. You know how sometimes people have a block where it's like there's a hypertrophy block, a strength? I don't even do that. I'm like, the blocks are very similar building on each other, but there's a rotation. So one week we might be doing a deficit deadlift, high deficit. Another week it's a banded, another week it's a paused. And they're different percentages. Or we have a high rep deadlift, week of 10s. One week we have low reps of 4s. Those are completely different percentages. So you're almost doing this cyclical approach where you're cycling through. One week it's a little heavier, one week it's a little lighter, and we just keep that rolling. And I see amazing progress with it. That's
all right, so
it's
me. Not. So we're not talking like a 12-week linear. We're talking a blocked linear type of thing.
Blocked with similar exercises. I rotate. Here's another thing. I generally like to keep my mainstays as far as the main lifts. Like I like my banded deads, my deficit, my principles on those are pretty similar. Like I found these are what works. But the assistance exercises I rotate all the time.
Yeah.
I'm like, let's hit different stuff all the time. We're going to do lat pull downs one week, cable rows the next week, T-bar rows.
Yeah.
Those I believe you can rotate. You're not going as balls out. There's more focus.
Those are what, 8 to 10 reps?
Yes, even more. I'll go 20.
Yeah, like junk volume more or less is basically. It's not junk.
It's providing the finishing touches.
Yeah. Well, that can rotate, more frequently. The other ones are the ones that I nerd out in, right? Because the other ones are the ones you got to really think about, how they're going to stack and how they're going to move in there. The other ones don't, for those listening, don't get us wrong. You can fuck those up, by doing too much and going too hard. But most of the time, like you said, it's the finishing, hypertrophy, bodybuilding, whatever you want to call it, that's down in there. Where those other ones, so if it's further out, say 16 weeks out, then what is the 65% based off of? If it's a banded or a deficit, is it based upon that movement or is it based upon their main movement?
That'd be based upon like their deadlift max.
So their deadlift max.
From the last cycle or from a meet.
Yeah.
And most of my guys, most of the demographic, I've pulled the channel, gotten a poll done, and like 85% don't want to compete. So
yeah,
I'd say a third of my guys, maybe half compete, and the other half are just trying to get stronger. So I'll max in the gym, and it's almost it's a much more patient approach. I'm not like trying to put people at peak intensity ranges year round anymore. I'm like, we're going to build up. We're going to peak. That's the main thing. I've been more patient with it. And I try to tell them where I'm like, yeah, you might be lifting 70%, but I want the execution to be freaking awesome. Like I want your depth to be great. I want the pause to be great on a pause deadlift. I want it to be fast. I think people overlook the role that the acceleration plays into it.
Mm-hmm.
Fast, strong lifters lift fast. That's it. The strongest guys are fast. They're explosive.
Mm-hmm.
No strong guy is a slow lifter with sub-max weights. So if you want to be a strong lifter, you better be explosive. That's the whole idea of lifting, of the dynamic effort days from Conjugate and West Side. You're lifting these warm-up weights max speed like it's a max. That's the whole intent. On a deadlift warm-up to a max, you better lift 225 like it's 800.
Well, Hatfield would call it compensatory acceleration training. So it's the same thing, just called different things, where the interesting point and the important part you just made was 75% of your demographic doesn't compete, where, I've said this multiple times on the podcast, but sometimes I don't think people really hear what I'm saying, is, with open powerlifting, you have a database now, huge database. We cross-reference that with our customer database for a decade, and 5% of our revenue was generated from competitive people that are on that list, right? So, but that's not a bad thing, right? What it tells is exactly what you're saying, is that the majority of the people that use the power lifts and train for strength are probably never going to compete, which brings up a very interesting conversation. You kind of touched on it a little bit. Do they even need to peak, right? Because do they even need the last 4 weeks, like I would have used, or say you would have used, to be able to peak for a meet? Like if you're working with Justin, or when I was working with Justin, the first thing I told him is, I don't want to do this last 4 weeks shit.
Okay.
I don't need to do that. This is cool up to this point, because that's when things are bad, right? Even for powerlifting, the last 4 weeks are bad. For bodybuilding, it's bad. I mean, it's already not super healthy to begin with, but that's the worst. So they don't really need, if they're not competing, they can still get fucking super strong, but never have to actually, taper, peak, and all that other kind of crap. Do you have them do that? And if so, how frequently?
It depends on the person, their goals. They'll make it very clear. Like I have some guys who aren't interested in that.
Yeah.
They want a relatively smooth, low intensity, high rep type programming just to kind of stay in shape.
Yeah.
But I'll have other guys, and the large majority, even if they don't compete, they want to get that stronger 1 rep max. Like that's still a goal. So I do incorporate the same kind of concepts. It's like there's not, in my opinion, much difference from training naturally to enhance. The principles are still the same as far as what works, in my opinion, from what I've seen, from what I've done. But it just depends on the individual. So I think the majority do want to kind of go through the peak to where they hit those new maxes. But you have to really listen to like what exactly are their goals. They'll let you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like person to person, case dependent situation.
Yeah. The thing that I'd be interested in is if you continue this experiment of staying natural for 8 years or whatever it's going to be, one thing that I've seen, and people have criticized me about it, but I don't give a shit, is the lifetime natural people that I've seen can train at a higher volume than
True.
those that are on, right?
I said that in a video.
Yes, where you're in this weird spot, right? Because you have to develop that capacity, to be able to do that. But to me, it was always this interesting thing, because it's so opposite of what people would think. They would think, hey, you go on, you can train a ton more. I'm like, dude, no. You go on, maybe it's because you flex so much harder. I don't know why, but you can be gassed after one really hard set, where the lifetime now is just boom, they need more.
That is so wild you say that, because I made a video a week ago where I said this exact
Oh
thing.
yeah.
I was like, actually, and I do think they're similar as far as the principles, but I said recovery is often, worse in an enhanced lifter. They can't do as much volume because they're lifting heavier loads. There's more systemic inflammation. Recovery's harder. There's more tendonitis issues and stuff cropping up. These little factors make it to where, I could get a natural guy who can hit bench 4 days a week, but someone on a heavy cycle, there's no way in hell they're not going to recover from that. So that is the one thing that even with myself I've noticed. I could bench all the freaking time now, but back then on full cycles and stuff, the frequency had to come down on everything. So that's definitely a thing where I think naturals can handle more overall volume, but the general guidelines are similar.
Mm-hmm.
So
see, what I wonder with you though is because you have accumulated mileage now.
Oh yeah.
Right. So there's wear and tear. So while the muscles might be able to handle it, are the joints already so fucked, that they're going to be able, it would be, like I said, it'd be a very interesting experiment to see how it would play out in that one range. But at the same time, I know what it's like to have the testosterone range and, under the 400s. And I can completely see why that would pivot at a certain point in time, because it it can be, I'm not a doctor, that's what Marek Health and other people are for. It can be more detrimental than what it's worth, to have the super low test, where 400 probably isn't, that's not super low, right? It's not low, but it's not, the 36 is bad.
Yeah. 400 is not optimal.
Yeah.
But, it's not awful. And there's so much more than just testosterone levels, which is what I'm really interested in these days, and like dialing in all of this stuff. Like I want to make everything as optimal as I can. And that's the real key word, optimal.
For you, what have you seen for you that correlates?
I think TSH is a big one, like thyroid stimulating hormone. That runs in my family as far as hypothyroidism, and I've seen this. My sister has it real bad. I have like a mild case, but I've had TSH up to 4.5. Now you want TSH lower as opposed to higher. So lower is better, means your thyroid's operating more efficiently. I actually ran an experiment for a year. I took 15 milligrams total, 7.5 milligrams of iodine, 7.5 milligrams of potassium iodide. That's what you'll find online, that ratio. Or it might be 7.5 and 5 milligrams. Very high dose. That's a very high dose of iodine. I ran this for a year straight every day. And my TSH while on it got up to 9.5. So extremely high. Look like you're insanely hypothyroid. But it's a false reading because the iodine is giving you that thyroid hormone. Iodine gets converted to thyroid hormone. Mm-hmm. So I even consulted with a thyroid specialist on this in Texas, and he checked out on it. He's like, that's completely normal. The iodine will get converted to thyroid. It'll make your TSH look elevated. So a year later, come off the iodine, 2 months, give it time to stabilize. My TSH had gone from a baseline of 4.0 to 2.0. So it was much more efficient. So I'll run like these little experiments to see, does this have merit? And that was a crazy one to me because 2.0 is still not, it's in the normal range. Mm-hmm. It's not, I'd say want to be 1.5 most of the time, but that's the lowest it's ever been. It worked. Mm-hmm. So it's just cool stuff like that where you're like, a better operating thyroid, you're not going to be as sluggish, you're going to perform better metabolism, that sort of thing. And that was without even using like a T4 or anything. Mm-hmm. Just this natural iodine experiment.
Other things that you've done that have been, wacky like that?
I've tried different supplements to see, I've experimented with things to raise testosterone levels, boron, tonka leaf, Fedosia, all that. Very minimal effect on me, but I found like a base of supplements. The ones I take year round are vitamin D3 and vitamin K2, K1. So vitamin D3 for all the hormones, precursor for everything, immune system, all that. One of the most important hormones in the body.
Where's your D stay when it's tested?
It's freaking high. Some would argue it's too high. Okay, I take 10,000 IUs a day, max dose pretty much.
No, what's when you get your blood work done?
So it comes out to 100.
Whoa, yeah.
The scale's like 30 to 100.
Yeah.
I'm at 100.
Yeah.
So someone say, okay, that might be too high, and I get that. Like
now, with the scale being at 100, will it test over 100?
Yeah, I hit 104 once.
Okay.
So you could make an argument about the efficacy of, maybe I should take it down to 5,000. That might be too high. I do take vitamin K2 and K1 every day to kind of make sure the D3 is absorbed correctly. It's not going into the arteries and such, and balancing all that out. And, vitamin K2, the main thing with that is they say over time, if you take it consistently, you can kind of clear out the arteries as far as plaque formation on a consistent level for years. So from what I was taught, 7 years or so of consistent vitamin K2 intake can clear out the arteries of that plaque. So that's the main reason I take it, because I have the genetics for heart attacks. All that stuff runs in my family. There's another very not well known at all biomarker called lipoprotein a. So lipoprotein a, doctor's never going to test for it. It's very new. Last 10 years has kind of come around. It's an LDL particle with a fishtail on it. So it's this LDL particle with a fishtail. It's completely genetic. And what's interesting about it is it's basically one of the things they look at now that can give you a huge risk of a heart attack, early heart attack. Some of these people who have had heart attacks in their 40s have a very high lipoprotein a level. So you want to get it checked once. And generally, if you check it once, that's your baseline. That's genetic. That's where you're going to be at. And the interesting thing about it, exercise doesn't lower it. Diet doesn't lower it. Nothing lowers it. There is some argument that PCSK9 inhibitors for cholesterol can lower it a slight bit, but not significantly. But really nothing lowers it, and this is entirely genetic. So I had this tested, and I had the freaking highest level I've ever seen, 262. I was like freaking out. I'm like, you want it below like 30. Mm-hmm. So I'm about 10 times over normal. I'm like, holy crap. I've seen other people's tests for it. They're normal. I'm the guy with the 260. I checked it like 5-6 times. I keep popping. It's that high on every one. I'm like, wow, I'm screwed. It's genetic. Nothing you can do about it. But from what I've heard, what I've studied, because I've looked into it extensively, I've become obsessed with it. Because I'm like the 1 in 10 guy with the elevated level. The average is 1 in 10 people have an elevated lipoprotein. Interestingly enough, I've seen other people's blood work, never saw it elevated. My wife's is 200. Both of us. So this is obviously a concern if it's more likely to cause plaque accumulation in the arteries. But from what I read, if you're in an insulin-sensitive state where you have a good glucose level, A1C, fasted insulin level, those are all in good range, and you're not having a lot of inflammation, systemic inflammation, and you're not having a lot of oxidation. So oxidation, damage to the cells, if those are all kept low, then the lipoprotein's less likely to attach to the artery walls and cause that plaque formation. So I look at C-reactive protein, and you can get all this stuff checked on Marek. You can literally pick individually. But C-reactive protein is a measure of systemic inflammation.
Yes.
So I do the cardiac CRP, and I try to keep that really low because that kind of tells me how much inflammation is going on, how much oxidation. And if I make sure those are down, the lipoprotein, the little a, is less likely to actually cause damage. It's more just floating around, but it's not necessarily causing the damage as opposed to if I was in an inflamed, oxidated state. So that's one way I kind of look at, like, I can combat it if I keep everything else in a good range.
Yes. Well, I think those are the things people need to work with. And the actually if you go to the description, link in the description for Marek, the panel they set up for Table Talk has those things in it, as well as the D as well. So it's in the bio. Click link there, do that. Discount code Table Talk 10, I think, or just Table Talk 10% off, whatever. Back to the conversation. The one of the interesting things that I found with myself going back to the D and the K2 is it was low for me all the time. So I was taking insane doses, to the where it's like, okay, it's the brand. So then I was taking Dosequin, which is, prescribed D and K2, up into 60,000, IU. And it's still, when I would get checked, would be like 10, 15.
Wow.
I swear to God. Yeah. But then, this, and it could just be me, right? So it could be just an anecdotal thing. Then it dawned on me that I'm taking my supplements without food.
Okay.
So there's no fats. So then I started taking it with, a tablespoon of peanut butter or, the fish oils or whatever at the same time, and then it goes to 60.
Okay,
real quick. So for me, that was a huge variable, is it had to be taken with, obviously it's ADE and, fat soluble, you think you would know. And it was obviously far enough away from having fats in my system for the absorption to even have any impact. But it was funny because I always went from it being ridiculous, being very low, which I think if they were to test most people across the board, I know very few people that have got their blood work done and it's come back and said their D is good. Almost everybody I know, that's always a factor, almost, unless they're paying attention to it, right? Which is almost nobody. But then when it hits 60, it's man, that's really, it's kind of high. I'm like, no, it's good. I'm cool right here. It's, I didn't know it could go to 100 though. And I don't know if I'd want it to either.
What's your dosage?
Right now it's 10,000.
So you do the 10,000 as well. I literally, it's funny, I have this stuff in my bag, but there's different like SNPs as far as your genetics that determine how well you absorb vitamin D3 supplementation. So somebody like myself, I might have SNPs which make me a much larger responder to vitamin D3 intake than you. That's why I get to 104 on 10,000, you get to 60.
Yeah.
It's the same way with anything. There's these little genes that determine Same with the lipoprotein. They determine whether or not you respond strongly to something and other people won't. Like, I don't have genes for cancer. Not saying I can't still get it, but I don't have the genes for it. It doesn't run in my family, but I'm very prone to heart disease, heart attacks.
Yeah.
Do you know, have you checked your lipoprotein little a level?
Yes, but I can't, not, it's been a while.
Okay.
You know, it was like a baseline, probably, God, a long, 5 some years ago.
Okay.
Wasn't a problem.
And that's the way it is for most people.
Yeah,
If you check it once and you're like, I'm in normal range, you're good.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
it.
Yeah. Like I keep all my blood where I have, anytime I see a doctor, I got like a briefcase. It's almost like fucking Roadhouse.
Yeah.
You know, where you walk in, it's like, here's my files. So I know like the last couple of years, almost like that, you know, but that's going back so far. I would have to really dig and be able to see the exact number. Now I know the shit that gets wrong. You know,
That's what you remember.
Yeah, those are the things I know, because those are the ones I got to control, you know, and try to manipulate and work with Marek on, or Serrano's my doctor as well. So there's, you know, trying to figure those things out, and, you know, trying to do them without meds, you know, because, you know, that becomes a compounding issue there. Because now if you're already taking testosterone or whatever it is for that, then you start compounding and putting other things on top of it. It's crazy, because when you're 20, you take 30 compounds, different things, you don't give a fuck about it. You know, you don't know the side effects of what these things become when it starts stacking in the 4s and 5s and stuff like that. You know, my goal is to have it like outside of the hormone replacement, nothing else.
I like that, because I've gone crazy where I've taken 15 supplements at once, and it was unnecessary. It's, you know, if you can do it, whatever, it's not going to hurt. But now my baseline is I'm going to take the vitamin D3 and the K2 and K1. That's it. Those are that's 2 supplements. Those are my mainstays. And like right now, I'm kind of doing a drug-free cycle of Tongkat Ali, Fedosia, and creatine. So that's like a little cycle I'd run. I wouldn't run that year round to try to get that strength up, hit the 400 bench. But those are the mainstay supplements where I'm like, you want those in. And there's debate now about cholesterol levels. How much is it a factor? Because cholesterol levels are very genetic. Okay, I'm a baseline 130 LDL, no matter what my diet looks like, no matter. Cardio does not affect cholesterol levels. It affects blood pressure. So if you want to lower your blood pressure, that's where cardio comes in, not for cholesterol levels. But even diet's not going to play a large role in dropping that. You can take statins, you can take ezetimibe. I don't really want to suppress my cholesterol too much, because the natural testosterone production. If I was on TRT, I'd be more apt to do it. But the thing now is really triglycerides are what they're seeing as a bigger threat potentially, because triglycerides determine how insulin sensitive you are. You want to be as insulin sensitive as possible. If you're not, that's when a lot of these cardiac factors come in, the diseases, all the things, diabetes. They see it with the higher triglycerides. So what I try to do now is keep the triglycerides low, 65-ish, and then the fasted insulin level I try to keep below 5. This is becoming more of a prevalent thing. It's been more talked about. One of the things that if you go to a traditional doctor, they're not going to test your fasted insulin level. They'll test your glucose.
Yeah. But
you can get this checked really cheap, and it's really important to see. It shows how efficiently your body is handling sugar, carbohydrates. And mine was like 4.3 on the last one. So you want it really low, below 5. That's optimal. So for me, I'm looking at overall health and inflammation. I'm looking at triglycerides, insulin, and C-reactive protein. Those are kind of the main things. If I keep those in check, I feel like overall I'm going to be pretty healthy. But I still want to get some scans done as far as echocardiogram, CT angiogram. I've gotten the calcium score when I was still on anabolics. It was like a 2, which you ideally want it to be a 0. So there was some small degree of plaque buildup. But I'm going to get it checked again in probably a couple of years. The only problem with that is it can be delayed as far as it shows the results of the plaque buildup from years ago. It's weird how this works, but it's not entirely accurate as far as showing at that point in time where your plaque buildup is. But that's where I'm taking the K2, K1, hoping that.
Yeah. Is that number enough for them to cover a CT?
Potentially. Yeah, if you complained, if you said, I have a history of this, I have some issues, they would potentially do that. I honestly don't like dealing. I like kind of doing my own thing, going through labs on my own. So I know you can kind of pay out of pocket and get this stuff checked. It's a little more expensive, but I might go that route.
Yeah.
But I'm fascinated by it. I just love it. I study it. I'm like, I want to know everything and dial in all this, and
Yeah, well, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good.
you can
Yeah,
become
yeah.
a little paranoid, and,
Yeah.
hypochondriac, but
But you know what? If it's the one thing that you were talking about, you may not be able to control that genetic variable, but you might be able to control what's upstream.
exactly, that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, so you figure that all out, and then it becomes it's an interesting game. Then you start, as soon as you take one prescription, it can fuck it all up.
Yep.
Then you're right back. But this is why I've always valued the blood work aspect, even before Marek. I've been doing this for a freaking decade. I'm not an expert on it. I can't sit here and tell you about it, but I know what mine is, and I know what mine is for every quarter for a decade. So I know, right? And so I know what's off, and if it's off, I have the people to be able to help me with, okay, is this a controllable? Or if it's not, then what can we do? And I think that's valuable. It's very valuable. I wish I would have done it when I was still competing, because I think I could have optimized the hormone usage. I still would have been an idiot. I'm not going to lie about that. Still would have been an idiot, but I could have optimized the shit to work better, right? Because being purple, and all this other kind of stuff, right? It's high blood pressure. It's all that other stuff. That's going to make it harder to recover. So what if we could have removed that aspect, but still kept a super anabolic state, but been able to recover better? This is kind of one of with the recent deaths, right? The one thing I really ponder and I wonder is, if even for yourself, say you go back and you're pounding shit, it's crazy, right? If you could have been prescribed Stolic, right, or some kind of blood pressure medication, which isn't that hard, it's not going to fuck your training up, but you're not going to be purple, you're not going to breathe hard walking across the room, would you have taken less shit or more shit?
That's
honestly.
That's probably.
You wouldn't have lowered it.
I feel like I pushed the envelope as much as I could have to where it couldn't really go up too much more. But
you see what I'm saying, though.
I get your point.
Yeah.
I think this is what we talked about earlier, where I look back and I'm like, if I could have dialed in these things that I know about now, gosh, who knows what we could have achieved? You and I both. That's the only thing where it's like, if I knew what I knew now, if I knew then what I knew now, I could have really, from a scientific standpoint, been so much more efficient. The efficiency wasn't there. It was just, let's take all this and see what happens.
Yes.
And that was the experiment.
I mean, the most I ever thought about it was half-lives, just trying to think this through. Like, if this is here, this is here. But then that all went to hell when you don't know exactly what it is. And it's like, fuck, but even with all that, and I guess it's probably the case now, but there's easier access to be able to get. There's a whole other conversation here where I think if they can, work with a company like Marek or just some reputable brand to get real prescribed shit, that it's probably going to work better than the bunk shit that they have. So.
Well, what was your favorite steroid when you were full on into it? What did you say, this is the game changer? This is the one that's going to really yield the best results for me?
Test suspension.
Really?
Yeah. And that could also be because it's just the last couple weeks, right? And I hated it, because it hurt like a bitch, but that for sure. For me, it didn't matter if it was testosterone cypionate or ethanate. If it was real, that was the biggest factor. Like if it was, from a vet, or if it was real, then that was gold. So all the testosterone, all the other kind of shit would, be pushed out and then kind of come into there. Going way back, there was Parabolin, which is essentially Tren, right? Where I couldn't afford that. I couldn't justify, the cost when I can buy, 3 Stenox for the price of 1 Parabolin, So I'm going to take, to my brain, it's like 750 milligrams to 76.
Yeah.
That's simple math for me, but it was wrong, right? Because knowing what you know now, the other would have been probably a bigger bang for the buck. That's kind of where it would have defaulted there. The other shit, equipoise, lower ball, and all that other DECA, that was just ancillary. It just, whatever. It kind of, all those could have been traded out, with something else, and it wouldn't have made any difference. The real test, it was the key.
Well, how did you feel on suspension? Would you pin it the last 3 weeks every day before training
last couple
sessions?
Weeks. Usually say the last heavy day for me would have been the Wednesday 2 weeks out. So say 10 days out, then through, and every day through that, and then the orals would go up. And then usually at that point, all the other stuff came out.
Okay.
So it's, all the oil base is out, and then that would drive up through. But that still became a tricky thing because, I'm gaining weight into the meat because I'm a light 308. So a lot of it depended, that's where it got tricky, right? Because if it didn't work, it wasn't that big of a deal because the main shit was already basically over, right? It's done. So the oral should carry through. But if that was fake, that was always my fear, because I'm relying on that for this extra boost. But my biggest problem was I could get too aggressive.
Oh yeah.
Right. So too aggressive, it fuck your squat up. You're not stable, and it's so I had to be careful with that because I could sit there and say I've used check drops for training, but sometimes it fucks your training all up. Because why? For me, I had the opposite problem. It wasn't not getting aggressive. It was being too aggressive.
I get it because the one time I actually had legitimate real check drops, it was I took them before a deadlift. Some guy was like, "Hey, I got check drops. You want to try them?" And I'd always had bunk check drops before then. I didn't feel anything. I'm like, all right, I'll try them. So he gave me literally a couple drops, and I freaking was like next level aggression. It was before a big deadlift. Oh my gosh, dude! I could have picked up anything. You put any weight on the bar, and it was combined with Adderall. So
yeah,
I was
crazy.
Focused out of my freaking mind, about to just tear this weight up. It was amazing. It was the one time I had real check drops, but they're obviously very toxic.
Yeah. Yes. I would lose the ability to. I like to be in the void, or just whatever you want to call it. In this different place. But while I'm straining, I like to be able to process what's happening. So if it's coming up and if I feel myself pitching forward, yes, my training should have put me in a position to automatically know how to come out of it. But if I'm straining too hard, those squats that just fucking suck.
Oh yeah.
I want to be able to process, where am I? What do I need to do? Drive my head back, get out of this, like a chaos. And if I'm too aggressive, it's just my brain screaming, the whole fucking time, and I'm not processing. Hopefully you never have to, because the lift is smooth. Yeah. But sometimes it doesn't happen that way. It can be a deadlift where it's supposed to be smooth, but all of a sudden it's like, fuck, right? And you don't want to say fuck. Well, you do. But after you say fuck, you want to have an answer instead of just keep pulling. Because obviously that's not going to fucking work, or it would have already been done. That's where the check drops and stuff like that just fucked my world.
Okay.
Because it just, boom, done.
I think they were squat and bench had to be more calculated and hold back a little on the aggression, like you said, to be able to cue and focus on my little lining up properly. Deadlift, I was just like, let's take something and get fired up and go rip it. That was the difference. So I could do that on deadlift, but squat and bench, you definitely had to be more dialed in. Let's get the bar placement right. Let's take our time on the cues. So I was always more measured on those.
So with all the time in the gym and the platform and all this other powerlifting background that you have, now that it's more, I don't want to say normalized, a different life, what things have you taken from the gym to be able to apply to your mindset now? Like life lessons from the gym that you're applying now. Or maybe not even that. Just things that you've learned over a period of time that's going to help you currently and to move forward?
I'd say resiliency. Like, because there's going to be times where things aren't going, where you're stagnated, or where you've even had a setback, and you've got to just keep rolling. Like, training's like that.
Yeah.
You might not progress for a year, but you just keep pushing to find a way to break through. And that's kind of how life is, business. So a lot of this carries over to business, where it's consistency over time. So I know that it's slow going, like the channel growth. It can be slow. You're like, all right, I'm not breaking through. But if you stay consistent with it on a schedule where it's doable and you're disciplined about it, you will have a breakthrough at some point. You got to keep grinding. I have to tell myself that a lot of times, because it's easy to see the adversity and you start getting down about it. But that's how lifting was. It wasn't like you just were linearly progressing for 10 years. It's freaking impossible. There's a lot of bad days. There's some bad lifts. There's a lot of failures, and you keep going. And over that time period, because I see a lot of people where the first sign of adversity in the gym, they just they back out. That's it. They're done. Like they're done. Like they're cruising for a while, making good progress. They hit some adversity. They're done. They check out. I'm like, that's just part of the game. You got to push through it. You might not progress on a lift for a year. Find another way. That's how it is. So I think that's very applicable to life and business. It's like, it's not smooth. Nobody's life is smooth. Nobody's. You don't. I know this. I don't care what you see, because even we lose sight of it. We see one presentation. But I'm like, you all have skeletons in your closet. Everybody has problems. Nobody's life is perfect. Everyone gets stressed. You know, my problems aren't your problems, but you still got problems. And you got to realize that. Like, I try not to look at other people's lives and say they got it better than me. I'm like, you just got different problems. That's it.
Something I tell, and I don't have to tell you this because you already know this, but something I'll tell people that are new to online coaching or just being online education and all those things is, when you're online, it's not the real world, right? So like a big percent, I don't know the percent, you know, it's, maybe we could probably agree on 90% of what you see is bad, you know, from your comments, your DMs, all this other kind of stuff. And it's either bad because what they're sending is bad, or there's just nothing, right? But 90% is bad, right? That's just the way it is when you're online. Now in your gym, right, this is what can help balance that online as you're building that online, because as that comes back, all that bad comes back, right? Because there's not praise in the comment section. Very few. That's why most people just, you know, ghost post. You don't pay attention to it. But it's engagement, which helps the comment section.
Yes, sir.
But in the gym, in your gym, the clients that you're working with, 90% of it's all positive.
Yes.
You know, thank you. You see the rewards, you know, have a good day. You know, all this it's all real world light, right? Where on the other side, it's flipped. But that's because in the real gym world, you're speaking to and seeing the vocal majority. When you're online, the only thing that you see is the vocal minority. I'm sorry, it's the reverse. So when in real world, you're talking to the silent majority.
True.
Right? When you're online, the only people you're hearing is the vocal minority.
People are more apt to post a bad review than a positive.
100%. And when you're an online content creator, you have to know that, and you have to understand that. And I think it's important for a lot of them, if they don't know and understand that, to put some work into a gym, you know, maybe do some hours as a personal trainer, you know, do something to be around, to be able to see where you can be told the work is appreciated, right? Where online, you have to just assume it's appreciated and do it in such a way that you don't feel like you're feeding your ego because of that. And you know what I'm talking, because you've been in this world, right? So you know it. So this is more for, I guess, a reminder to you as the channel grows, You know, because at a certain point you're like, what the fuck is this even worth? You know, it's not,
Yes.
you know, is it worth all this bullshit? And it is, because the people who are going to tell you that it's worth it are not going to tell you online.
That's true. It's 100% true.
Yes. So it's just the nature of it.
I think one way to help with that is like, just don't hold back. Like, try to be real. People really appreciate that. They go, okay, that's real. He's not BSing me. He's not beating around the bush. And when they see that, they're like, okay, they buy in harder. Because they really know. They know you're not like, you know, telling them a bunch of crap or just trying to, you know, I don't even know how to put it. But that's one thing that can help with that. Where, like I said, I have to fish for negative. I'm like, I can't find it.
Yeah.
I'm not deleting comments. There's just not any criticism. So it sucks, but it's, I mean, it's good, but it sucks. But because that can often help you. It can sharpen you and you realize, okay.
Yeah.
So,
well, not having any at all, though, ends up is the same thing, right? Because if there's no comments at all, then
That's
there's
true.
nothing, right? So that can be perceived as the creator as negative.
very true.
Nobody gives a fuck,
There's not feedback.
you know, but they do give a fuck because they watched it.
And I want there to be another thing we're dealing with these days is like people's attention spans and such are getting so bad with the quick social media, the TikTok and all that, where I'm like, you know, the value's in the longer form, the podcast, but they just want to watch a freaking 30-second clip. And I just refuse to buy into that. I'm just like, I'm not doing this.
I don't know how much of that's really true. I mean, because if I look at our content, and I mean, that's all we've done for 25 years of content.
That's true.
You know, so all the products we sell essentially is what pays for the content. You know, we're a retailer that uses the profits of the products to produce content. You know, that's the way it's been since day one. You know, that's what separates us from a lot of the other competitors is that. So for a long time, it was a Q&A. You know, you probably remember the Q&A and the training logs, and that's what it was. And it was, you know, articles, and articles became more popular. Then the articles kind of moved into blogs, and then the blogs, and then YouTube starts coming around. And like I said earlier, our first YouTube video was like 15 years ago. Then that comes around, you're like, fuck YouTube. You know, we're just going to use it because it's bandwidth, and we can embed the video in the blog. You know, so we don't have to pay for the bandwidth of the video. So content always changes. And, you know, now what I see is long form, like the podcast, long form podcasts do well. They do well. And yes, the short clips and reels, and they do very well too. The middle is what's getting, you know, wiped out. Which is interesting because it's in the middle of everything. And Wendler and I had a conversation about it. It's the middle of everything that's getting wiped out. It doesn't matter what it is. You know, it's in the middle of everything. It's happening with everything. But those two spots, you know, are good. You know, and if the short can feed the long, then the long can make a bigger difference, I think, than even the articles and the blogs ever did. You know, it's just, you lose, because I think with the articles and the blogs, if you really think back, I wonder how many people actually read compared to how many people skim read. Because I know how we had to publish and how we still publish. You know, every main paragraph has a bold header. And the bold header of that main paragraph, as we already know, you're scanning down there. You're not reading it. You're looking for the bold header that catches your attention, then you'll read that paragraph. And if that's intriguing, maybe you'll go back and look at the other ones. So it was already kind of short form.
Okay.
Without it already being short form. You know, so
No, that makes a lot of sense.
It is. But the attention is obviously, you know, because I'll watch my kid flip through his phone, and it's fascinating to me. Because I mean, it's just like flipping faster and shit, and then he'll like one and then flip, and I'm thinking to myself, like, why the fuck did you like that one, but you didn't like the one before that? I mean, they all look like car shit to me, you know. But this one, and the speed doesn't stop. It's not like I'm watching it, then like what the fuck created that one? You know, I don't know. You know, and it's an 18-year-old, so I don't know, you know, and but it's irritating and fascinating
Yeah, I mean, we have to change with the world, lean into
Yeah.
it, but it's I don't know. Sometimes I want to rebel against it a little bit.
Yeah.
God, I want to scroll through all this stuff. Like, I don't know.
I don't, it's,
I get
I mean,
it.
it's the one thing with Instagram that's kind of driving me fucking nuts now is the one thing I've noticed with that is the majority of people who I'd want to have on the podcast do answer they have their own, nobody's running their Instagram. Like, I think everybody thinks somebody else is running their Instagram. That's so rare, right? Like, even at your height of popularity, would you fucking want to have anybody do it for you? It's your name.
Yeah, that's true.
That's your fucking name, right? No, like other stuff maybe, but not that. But when I'll go on, I used to do these stupid reaction videos, of just like screaming at people's lifts and stuff like that. And the people would send them to me, so it was easier. So when I would go in and start looking for them, it's I can't. All I see it is fucking somehow or another. I always end up on the reels. I'm like, I want to see the post.
Okay.
But it's like, and now it's just none of it's lifting related for me anyhow. So it's just like knives and guns and shit, cigars, just other things so I don't see a lot of what's really going on with the whole thing, but I lose interest so fast.
Has your interest in powerlifting and training kind of gone down over the years where you're like, I don't care as much what's going on in the mainstream?
I've never cared that much about what's going on in the mainstream, because one of the things is that I've always seen, and I see it even more so today, is when lifters forget why they started, the better they get. Like, this started with you deadlifting in your basement. It was an outlet. You fucking loved deadlifting.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It didn't matter if it was filmed or not filmed. You're still fucking doing it because you love it. Then the longer they'll stay in it, then all of a sudden, all this other noise creeps in. What federation should you be in? Fuck this meet director. Fuck them. Fuck these guys. They wear gear. Fuck this. Fuck that. And then the next thing you know, the whole sport becomes that. And you forgot it was about deadlifting in the basement. And I think that's why I try to keep myself out of all that and just not deal with it, because that's not powerlifting. Right? That's one aspect of powerlifting that impacts maybe the top 2%. I'm more concerned about the bottom 90% that are in their deadlifting in the fucking basement, because that's how they're dealing with their shit, and they love fucking powerlifting. Why should I care about the people that hate it? Because that's what they put out there. If everything they're putting out there is bitching about this, bitching about that, then why the fuck are you still doing it? If you hate it, fucking quit. I'm not going to focus on you. I'm going to focus on the people that fucking love it for the right reasons, and that's, what I'm saying? That's that real world shit where you can look at what's behind the screen, like we talked about before, and the darkness of being online and not being connected to what's going on in the real world makes you think that's the real world. Walk into your gym when your lifters are in there training, right? And it can be, a Gen Pop person fucking just squatted 115 for the first time. And that feeling, for them is like you pulling 900 pounds. Fuck, they may have just beat cancer, and just squatted the bar for the first. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why I try to avoid all that. And that's why I don't let all that change my perception of powerlifting, because that's what it really is. Did I lose it, after I retired and hate it? Yes. Fuck yes. Because it was my identity. Right? So you got to come to terms with who am I really? And so yes.
That's where I've been, man.
Yeah, I still have a hard time going to meets, so there's still those areas, because to me the meets is not the sport.
It's not.
No, it's the fucking gym. It's
training.
The basement. It's the garage. It's the training. That's what it is. So I try to avoid all those other things to keep my perception on what it really is.
That's like the most epic rant I've ever heard. No, I'm serious. That was freaking gold. That was unreal. That got me. I was like, you nailed it. That's exactly it. I try to remember. I'm like, most of these people don't want to compete. They're not going to compete. They don't care about this minutia of like all these politics about we got to do this. You got to do. They just want to lift heavy. That's what everybody who's watching wants to do.
Yep.
They're here to lift heavy. They're not here for competition necessarily. It's a very small percentage. And I think what you said too, where it's like, losing that identity. Been there. Struggled with it years.
No, it's tough.
Years.
It's tough, and it never goes away. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, there's still going to be days where like, man, fuck, I wish, especially like on certain lifts, it's like, man, my bench right now is fucking, it's below poverty, man. It's terrible. It sucks when you're doing a single of something you could do for 38 reps.
Oh, yeah.
That never goes away, but you got to find how to reframe it. I'll tell you what, it doesn't piss me off like it used to. Like it pissed me off for days. You know what I'm saying? Now it's like, oh, fuck it. I just go home.
Well, do you ever really think we figure it out? I think we're always just trying to figure it out.
Fuck no, man. I'm still trying to figure it out. Anyone that says they have it figured out is a fucking liar.
I agree.
I'm still trying to figure it out.
You don't figure it out. You could be 40s, 50s. Do you ever figure it out? I don't know if you figure life out. Life's this journey.
How could you? Because your path is your path. My path is my path.
That's right.
So to say that we figured it out means I have to figure out your path and somebody else's path to know what mine is. It's my path.
Well, what is success? How do you define that in life?
I don't define it. There's things I strive for, but let's just say that word doesn't exist. Then what is it? Right? Because there's things I strive for, most definitely. There's more financial freedom that I would strive for. Yes. There's the impact that I can have on my own family. I work from a selfish standpoint. I work from myself out, right? So, and you're doing this, what can I do to make myself the best I can be now, physically, spiritually, and mentally? Am I where I should be? Absolutely not. Right? So what do I need to do to get those things right? And as long as I always focus on getting those things right, then I can be a better husband and a better father, because that's what matters the most. But not as much as those things, because without those things, I can't be the husband and the father. Then after that, it's my business. It's the business staff. Am I creating the environment, to be able for that to grow and have success? After those things, then I'll worry about anything after that. Those things don't line up first. Anything after that doesn't have any significance. If my own house is not in order, right? If I'm not in order, I can't keep my house in order. If my house isn't in order, how the fuck am I going to keep my business in order? If my business is not in order, then how the fuck am I going to give a shit? Or how am I going to have any impact on my own community, school district, neighborhood, whatever it's going to be? And I'm work from there out. I'm not going to spend my time, and I've gone down rabbit holes and got stuck on certain political issues, and certain things that, after a day being pissed off, frustrated, I realized this is fucking wrong. Because I just spent all my time on something I have no control over that didn't actually have any impact on me, my family, or my business or community. It stole from me, and I let that happen. No way am I going to let fucking people steal things from me. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point, because it's just like...
Well, look at the people that bitch the most. Normally their own house is not in order.
I feel like that's a big thing where we see this projection of people are so quick to jump on others and talk shit when they're not in order. Their stuff's not in order. But the ones who are quiet, I mean, what am I trying to say here? It's like I'm not perfect, but I try not to criticize people for what they've done, mistakes, sins, whatever, crimes. Because if I'm not freaking perfect, who the hell am I to call somebody else out? I don't care if our sins or whatever aren't equal. I'm like, I still am not perfect. I still sin. I still screw up. So I'm not going to jump all over someone else, be an opportunist, and just tear them down. am I really that much better then? I just, that's one thing I have a problem with, where I'm like, this culture is so quick to jump on others and just, like, you're not perfect either.
It's externally rewarded. So if you go online and you start tearing other people down, the old analogy, you tear other buildings down to make your building look bigger. We all know that's not true, but it's externally rewarded. It'll get shared, it'll get likes, it'll get all the other stuff. It's internally not rewarding. They have to go home, right? And they have to deal with that. And they have to go home and they have to deal with the fact that they're depressed, they're angry, they're frustrated, they're all this other kind of stuff. They have a shitty relationship with those people around them, right? Most people who are criticized, are criticizing because they're angry people, right? So that's what they have to go home to, but they can have the extrinsic rewards. I don't give a fuck. They can have the likes, they can have the comments and all that. Show me the person that's got peace of mind and I'll show you success. So there you go. Right. So the person who has peace of mind is the one that has success.
That makes sense.
And and anybody can have that, but it's the hardest thing to have because, and it can be rewarded. So many other things are rewarded in so many other ways. Right. But what's a better reward? Going to bed at night with your wife, knowing that you're loved, or going to bed knowing that you're going to get fucking 1,000 likes before the morning. Which one matters more? Right? It's perspective.
I like it, because even for me, something I struggle with sometimes is I'm like, I don't want to get so caught up in my everyday tasks and the things I need to get done that I lose sight of what's in front of me. And it happens to me sometimes. I'm so busy. I have so many things I have to get done on a daily basis from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. Like, I'm not even smelling the flowers in front of me. I'm not taking this moment in this day.
It's all right, though, right? Because if those things that you're doing are remember that 3 things deep, man.
Yes,
so
sir.
If it's the third thing, but that's what's providing for the second and the first,
Okay.
then it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Because if you have to do those things to be able to give yourself the spiritual, the mental, and the physical base that you need to be able to provide for those around you, then that's okay, right? Because it's in there. It's the things that fall outside of there where it becomes a different conversation.
Perfect example. This sounds so stupid, but there was I was on this insider Wisconsin football recruiting forum, and I would just waste time on this. And I'm like, what in the hell is this even affecting me? I was like, I got to get rid of this. I'm spending 2 hours a day wasting my time on this that has no effect on me. I'm like, I'll watch their games, but I don't need to be this in tune. And because it's outside of that tier. And I realized then, I'm like, this is a freaking waste of time. I could be so much more productive. I'm like, yes, I love football. I love college football. Love the Wisconsin Badgers. But I'm like, this is taking it too far. I could use those 2 hours for something that would fall into that line, those three tiers.
Well, it's a daughter, right?
Yes, sir.
So as your daughter grows, the better you're going to become at doing that.
Okay.
Right? Because it's stealing time away from her.
100%.
Right? So it's part of being a father, is part of growing up and all other, and it's all those other things where those times become more protected. Where I'm not saying don't have hobbies and all. I'm not saying that. I mean, everybody's gonna have that, and where everybody's gonna fall down rabbit holes and all this other kind of shit. But it's just it's taking the time to be able to step back and think those those things there, because it's as your time becomes more you have more shit now.
Oh yeah.
Right. I mean, there's two businesses, actually kind of 3 if you think about it, if you're trying to grow the social part. So there's 3 businesses, then a daughter, then a wife. There's not really a whole hell of a lot of time, outside of all that. And then whatever time's outside of all that, you need to protect.
Yeah, and it's the same, like, you're 100% right. As I've gotten older, more responsibilities, less time to mess around. My training's gone from, okay, we're going to train for 4 or 5 hours and hang out in the gym and talk, to I'm like, I got an hour. Let's dial it in. Cut out accessories. Let's get this done. And you have to be real, you have to be really efficient. So that's completely changed. I'm like, I can't spend 4 hours doing 100 accessories. It's got to be dialed in. And that's shifted completely in the last couple of years, especially once my daughter was born. It's like, no, she's taking a nap. You take advantage of that time. Like, get something done. So that's been a big shift as well.
What other thing, I mean, outside of that, you know, what other shifts, what mindset wise, what changed? Because I mean, mine are 18, 19, you know, 19, 20 now, you know, so what big mind shift? I'm too far removed.
I think the big mindset as far as my own health, because I'm like, I want to be here for the other things, definitely more of like a provider role. Like that's where my mind's gone. I'm like, I need to, you know, develop financial freedom to a degree so I can spend more time with her, so she can have stuff that she needs, she can be taken care of. Because I have stepkids, but they're all older for the most part. I have one, the youngest one's 11, or she's going to be 11. But the rest of them are pretty much grown up. So they're kind of on their way already. They're on their own life, you know, 20s and such. But for me, this is my one shot at really like doing this right. And I just want her to have what she needs taken care of and be able to where she doesn't need anything. So that's where my mind's at. Everything I do now is not for, I want to get a better car or whatever. It's like I want everybody to be taken care of, my wife and my kids. I want them to be taken care of. So when I'm doing like social media stuff, I'm not like, I want a bunch of likes. It's like I want what the engagement will you know, do for my business. That's what everything's about. What will this do for my business?
And that having her will make you better at business.
You have to.
Because it's going to, you know what I'm saying, it's going to focus those things. You know, somebody told that to me when my first one was born. I did a seminar and it was in Philadelphia, and I wasn't expecting what I walked into. The guy's probably a billionaire. I didn't know it, you know, at the time. It was a seminar just with one person.
Wow.
You know, and I thought I was just like the normal seminar, it'd be like 10 people or whatever it's going to be. It's like one, like him and a CEO. And, but we were talking a lot afterwards about business, because I still don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but you know, back then I really had no fucking clue what I was doing at all. And, you know, that was part of that. And that's the one thing that resonated. He said, you know, having your son's going to make you better at business. And I didn't get it, you know, but now I do, you know, it's different. And it goes by fast. You know, I know everybody says this. I don't think I really grasped it totally, you know, and until they're 18. Then it's like, fuck.
Right.
And I mean, just think, you know, I'm sure you still vividly remember deadlifting in your basement.
Yes.
How long ago was that?
15 years.
15 years ago, right? Your daughter be driving in 15 years. Fuck. Right? See what I'm saying? Like, that's how fast it fucking goes.
And I was thinking about that. I was like, as a kid, for me, the vivid memories with my parents, we have a good relationship. They're moving down to Tennessee in a couple months to spend time with, you know, their granddaughter. And I remember driving out from Wisconsin to Yellowstone and Colorado, and that time in the car and that kind of experience, that's what I remember. I'm like, that's what I want to do with her. So it's wild. Like I ran into somebody, quick story, last night at Cracker Barrel, 20 minutes outside of town. I was sitting alone. I saw another older gentleman sitting alone. So I was like, all right, I'm going to spark up a conversation with him. You know, why not? And he told me, he's like, I was married for 50 years. My wife passed away in 2011. Guy's 79. And he's just like, just live for every day, because, you know, the next one might not come. Another cliche thing, but it hits harder when it's coming from some guy who was married for 50 years. His wife passed away 12 years ago, and he's sitting there alone eating that freaking Cracker Barrel. It's like, man, it just puts it all into perspective.
No, it's crazy.
It's like time is going to go quick.
It does. And that's where things, when you said, how do you define success? That's where it's tough. Like, I don't know if that's worth it.
I read a thing too. It was like, you would take all the money at the end of your life and give it up if you could live one more day to spend with your loved ones. If you knew, I mean, I'm not necessarily where you'd want to like leave money for them, but if you were just at the standpoint of like, I have this money, I could give $1 million and live another day to spend with my child and wife, you would probably do it. Not looking at the financial ramifications of like passing on. I thought that was good. I was like, yes, makes perfect sense. So we can't get caught up too much in the minutia.
No, it's I'm trying to wrap my head around that one because I don't know what I'd think about that. Because it's the one thing I've always thought is, because as you've come up, and I'm sure people have told you, people always told me, this lifting shit ain't going to do anything for you, da 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 da. And when you're on your deathbed, the last thing you're going to think about is your lifts. And I've been on close to being on my deathbed before, and you know what I thought about? My lifts. I thought about my family, but I also thought about my lifts too. So that's kind of the one, pushback I have on that. But that one would be to have. I would say yes, but with the money thing, right? Because if they knew before I was there how I felt, what I wanted to say, then what would I need the other day for?
That's a good point,
right? So the point would be to never have to be in that position.
True, where you're like at the end and you're like, I need to get this tied up, tie up the loose ends of what I haven't done or said or needed closure on. So that makes perfect sense, and that's why it was kind of with a caveat to that. But it's the point still, it makes you think, like,
if it makes you think, then it's a good thing.
Yeah,
because that's one thing I will agree 100% is missing today. People just thinking.
And the thing about the lifting is you wouldn't have been able to connect or touch as many people as you have without it. Mm-hmm. People said that to me. They're like, well, if you didn't do what you did, your path in life with taking steroids when you did or whatever, you wouldn't be where you are now necessarily. I'm like, that's fair. Mm-hmm. Being extreme as I was in my 20s and teens got me to this point where I'm talking with Dave Tate. I'm in front of you.
Yes.
That's why I'm here.
Well, it all does that, and it's also good. You're going to find moving forward that your transparency is going to open the door to people that are going to need to hear things from you, that really need to hear things from you, that only you are going to be the person to be able to get it through, right? That's going to happen, right? And you've lost enough people close to you, over the stupid shit that sucks, because I've lost a lot of people really close to me too. It fucking sucks. But that credibility, is now it's not just, hey, look, man, here's the mistakes that I made. They also know these other stories too. And it's like, you can still do what you want to do. You can still be a fucking idiot. You just don't have to be a moron. You know what I'm saying? And that's going to matter. That who knows what difference that makes. And that's that diluted whole online world thing. That can make the difference of, instead of somebody dying, they don't die, but then they go on to do other great things that wouldn't have happened if they were dead.
True.
That's the mind fuck, where it just spirals and spirals and spirals.
It's a Wonderful Life principle from the movie, where it's like, if you weren't here, what would have happened with their life and their life? And
you don't know.
No.
You don't know. And a big part of me now pushes back on that one and says, does it even fucking matter? Because what matters is you, your wife, and your kid. Right? That's what, because I used to get asked, like, what do you want your legacy to be? I don't give a fuck. My legacy is going to be defined amongst what my kids think of me and what my wife thinks about me. That's the only fucking legacy I care about. I don't care. Why should I? Why should I at the expense of that?
That's true.
You see,
that's a really good point.
It's something that I've just never been able to wrap my head around.
Wow.
And I get it. I get where people are coming from, but I'm not going to live for that reason. What a shitty reason. Why would I want to live for people I don't even know?
I think if they're an extension to how you're living naturally to, for your family, and the extension of that, that's fine. But you don't want to change your ways for the other people. Mm-mm. So they can be influenced by you, but you're not changing your ways for them. Mm-hmm. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Where it's like, cool, I'm reaching, I'm helping all these other people, but it's not because I'm selling out for their sake or what they want to hear.
Yeah. And that's the transparency.
Offshoot. True.
So it falls back into the original reason why I wanted you to come out here. It's that transparency that always wins in the end. It just doesn't seem like it, but it always does.
I try to keep it real. I mean, maybe sometimes it sounds like I'm glorifying like my drug use or whatever, but that's just me being real. I find it interesting. So even if I don't partake in that right now, that was an interesting time. I have insight. So I always try to shoot it straight. Mm-hmm. And that's what it is at the end of the day with anything.
Were there any topics you want to talk about that I didn't bring up?
I think we got a pretty good handle. I mean, there's always more to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of there's a list here. we kind of talked about this, but go into a little bit bigger. The balance of, or the concept of balance and getting older.
Yeah, I feel like I used to hate on balance. I was like, this is stupid. Balance is for normal people. I'm never going to be freaking normal. But that's what made me better, leaning into that hardcore all-in mentality at the time. That's what made me who I am, so I don't regret those years. I was talking to somebody about that before. But now, with so much more on my plate, so many more responsibilities, so much more at stake, it's balance is something I've tried to lean into more, where I'm like, I don't have to train like a madman. I can train adequately in business and just try to manage it all. And it's hard. A lot of days it's hard to manage it all, and sometimes I feel like I'm failing at it. I'm like, I'm not doing a good enough job. Like, I could be killing it at business one time, but then I'm not putting enough time into my relationship with my wife, or I'm not spending enough time with my kids. So I don't know if you ever truly seek balance, but I think it's something I am more in favor of the idea of as I get older, because there's more on my plate.
Mm-hmm.
That's my take on it.
Yeah, they all kind of work together though too. Where I think at least for myself, where my perception got warped on that is, it was easier to feel unbalanced when it was just me. So there weren't other people. So if I'm putting everything into this one thing, and then is it unbalanced, or is it just the balance I had at that time? Because I still had school, right?
That's deep.
There's other things, so, and the all-in thing, like I said earlier, it's an interesting concept to me, because if let's say somebody we'll stay with powerlifting because that's what we know best, say they're a powerlifter, or they're married and they have, a kid and job and all these other things, and they want to be the best powerlifter that they can. I don't think just disregarding all the other factors and just leaning into powerlifting and saying I'm just only 100% putting all my eggs into that basket is going to make them a very good lifter. It's going to make them come home to people that are screaming and bitching and arguing, and increase even more cortisol, right? And make it harder for them to recover, and make it feel like they have no support in a world that already doesn't offer a whole lot of support, than if they found a way to be able to, tie them all together, and then, have a small community that's supporting, what they're doing. And then I think being all in is finding out being all in would be the ability to take all the resources you have access to and put them to the things that you want to achieve the most.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Where, I did a podcast with Matt Brown, and we were talking about strength and conditioning, and he'd go down through his fighting career, and he's still active now, these deep rabbit holes on trying to learn strength and conditioning. Now it's UFC, he's an MMA fighter, right? Yes, it matters, but does he need to know how to be a master of strength and conditioning coach? No, but it matters. So you go down those, and you go down the nutrition, you go down all these other rabbit holes, because even if he wasn't the one that was designing the program, he had to know enough to be able to vet out the best coaches to help him. Right?
Wow. Yeah.
So I look at that from that athlete standpoint, and then I'll look at a powerlifter that was going to say that they're all in, and then come and say, talk about programming and say, no, my coach does all that. Like, so you don't do any research at all, on any of these things to be able to have better conversations with your coach. Not to fire your coach, but just to be able to ask better questions.
Yeah.
And to vet better coaches. No, I let him do that, but you're all in.
That's true.
You see?
Yeah.
So using his example, and you see what I'm saying? It's like, it's a weird thing where I think that a lot of people will conveniently say they're all in to justify behaviors that they don't want to take accountability for.
I think that makes sense. I actually think that might have been the way I was.
I was.
Yeah, where I was like, I'm unstable and my behavior's erratic and my relationships are a mess, but I'm all in, right? Mm-hmm. Is that an excuse? Possibly, yes.
Yes.
So it's like, Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Whereas all in, would that actually be where everything you're trying to keep in alignment, so
To
it
be able to-
all is
yeah.
congruent?
So it works and you recover. You're not doing stupid shit. I mean, there's a lot that plays into it. Now, your all in's only going to be what you know is all in, right? You define that. That's the caveat, right? So you can have a client of yours that they're all in, but you're like, dude, man, that is not all in.
So maybe that's just more so like you're just being a selfish asshole by just doing this, like saying all I think about is powerlifting, and I'm going to let everything fall by the wayside, everything else,
Well, yeah. I mean, or they could just be a selfish asshole.
especially on Tren.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
worse.
Exactly.
It's like had those days plenty
Yes,
of times.
it could definitely be. I mean, that plays a factor too, right? And it's
I mean,
yeah.
Brandon Lilly talked about it. He was like, I was the strongest guy, the most known guy at the time in raw powerlifting. And he's like, my family, my home life was a disaster because I was just, that's all So you're not maybe all in.
Yeah, well, would he been better
If that wasn't,
if that wasn't a disastrous area? It's you don't know, right? So it kind of there's no answers to these things. It's just conversation, but other people can think, about it because I would think that creating the best environment for recovery is the best thing that you want to do if you're trying to advance.
that's true.
In especially powerlifting or strength and conditioning, because recovery is everything. Training, yes, you have to train. I mean, that's a given, right? But you can train like a complete fucking idiot, and if your recovery is good, you can still make decent progress. But if your training is on point, I mean, the best training anybody's ever created, but your recovery sucks, good luck.
That's true. Because that's the part that people don't think about
Yeah.
as far as recovery. And even for me now, trying to optimize it with the little sleep I get, it's tough. So I'm sure that negatively impacts the testosterone levels. And
Yeah. But
Where
I
I
think
could
you're
be.
doing it for a different reason now. You're fascinated with the variables
fascinating.
and the metrics, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's a different thing now, which it's still the thing, but it's different.
It's trying to branch out to new things where you've studied programming and training for so many years where you're like, I want to learn about this biomarkers and
Yeah.
the body, and it's a new thing I can learn.
Yeah, it's fascinating, right? Because it's
Oh,
just
yeah.
fascinating where it's going to take you because your perspective on it is going to be different than other people that are looking into it because of the history that you have.
Yeah, I think it's a unique history as far as like being on PEDs for so long and then coming completely off to where trying to get this natural testosterone production to rebound. So I do have that going for me where it's kind of cool. And it'll be interesting to see. Like I look at it as a long running experiment, and we'll keep going with it. Constantly seeing how far can we get, how much can we rebound these hormones, or how can we live post PED life? Because a lot of people take PEDs. So I want to see what can be done, what you can do, what you can achieve, numbers, all that.
It's interesting to me because it's the opposite's what we see more of.
Oh yeah.
Where now, people are getting on PEDs because their testosterone is just tanked. And this just in general, I mean, it's a thing now where you don't see very many venturing down your path, which is going to make it an interesting path to follow.
We'll see where it takes me,
Yeah.
but I'm not done yet.
Yeah. All right. So what's the best way? Where do you want us to send people to? Your YouTube, your
YouTube.
Instagram? Send them to the YouTube. So that will be in the description. Guys, go to his YouTube channel, like, subscribe, hit the bell or whatever you're supposed to do. I don't even know if any of this
Yeah,
shit
something like
matters
that. Yeah,
anymore.
I don't know.
But follow it. I did actually. You got a few things going on there. You're telling your story that you're talking about here. You got a podcast I enjoyed listening to it. I listened to a few episodes there the other day. It looks like you're going to have a regular occurring podcast with you, Dan, and John,
Yes, sir.
right? Which will be a good one because they both have a ton to offer.
Oh yeah.
And you guys have known each other for so long, so I like those conversational type of podcasts because you guys are going to talk about things that are funny, interesting, and probably won't come out on other podcasts than any of you guys do.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of stories because we have known each other 15 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
We go back a ways, and each of them, they have a different, unique path. Dan with his gym, John with his powerlifting career.
Yeah.
So it's different perspectives.
Yeah. It was the one I listened to last night. about Dan was talking more about the gym, you know, and you were pushing back on, like, you know, his talking about how it was like a hallway, you know, when it started, and the progression of all that was interesting.
Yeah, I can picture it all up here. Like
Yeah.
his stress and his early days and the work he put in, and the guy busted his ass. Like he did so much stuff that people wouldn't want to do to get to where he is. So I respect it.
Yeah.
Like, dude hustled.
That's awesome. We're going to have him out here soon, I think.
He said about a month, yeah.
Yeah, about a month. So we'll have him out on the podcast. For all you guys that are listening, thank you, and we're done.
Yes, sir.
Anything between 4-week-long mesocycle and an 8-week-long mesocycle, and that includes 1 week baked into each at the end for deloading, seems to be generally a good idea for muscle growth.
Nutrition's probably more important for the hypertrophy if I'm looking at the strength athlete, because if they go through that phase that they're supposed to go through that they don't go through, but then when they do go through, they don't go through it effectively,